statistics as a rigorous exercise, the top management of the Bureau are making key findings on the
Thank you for joining us today. I thought I should welcome Nigerians to my this thing with that video that I put together. But that said, we are going to be covering the news we are going to be covering today will include our GDP that has been reviewed recently, more like reviewed lower our GDP. There is also the national security issue to be touched on too. There is also the politics of APC versus PDP and ADC and all the Nigerian shenanigans of politics. Something is emerging that is a little bit surprising to me though. Kwakwanso seems to be sounding skeptical of Tinubu, which is something a lot of APC supporters were like guaranteeing. First, Kwankwaso is not the APC DC chairman anymore. That they've already assigned it to some other person, and it doesn't look like he's going to be a running mate to Tinubu. So, all bets are off. If that guy shifts any other direction to let's say ADC, that could be the nail in the casket for Tinubu. If Kwankwaso joins ADC or Peter Obi, any of them, Tinubu is over. Tinubu's presidency is over. That is the danger I should watch out for. Regarding the GDP, though, so that's something we are going to also cover regarding this thing and the GDP. I'm also going to talk about the Epstein this thing as a kind of just to round it up because I know a lot of people were talking about it in the previous chat. So this session is going to involve me. I'll be asking questions, and I think this is going to be a slightly different because we want it to be able to go around quite fast. So I'll ask you a question, you answer it. Then the next person, I might ask the next person slightly different question, and that person answers it. We try to keep it short so that it goes around a lot faster. People will be answering questions and moving on to the next person faster. Try to keep the answers as short as possible, as brief as possible. Distill your ideas. Anything which can say in 3 minutes, you can say it in 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes, so that the next person can speak and we can be able to get it around more quickly. So I'm going to welcome I Speak the Truth. Thank you for going back to your OVA, put that one away just in case, no more of it. So also welcome the Age of Trump in here, and whoever else comes on, welcome them to come and join the conversation. So I Speak the Truth. I heard what you said on the earlier live stream, and I think I agree with you, given that it's a very, very serious offense these people have been accused of. Not only the fact that it's a compromising situation for senior politicians of any nation, the fact that they are doing it while committing very devious offenses is quite a serious situation for any nation to be in. And you can't have your country politicians behave like that and expect to get away with it. Then who else should be going to prison then? It's just not right. The UK had the same problem, I must say. There was an investigation in the UK to flush out the kind of pedophilia ring of top politicians in the UK. And that investigation was frustrated. They got a judge from Australia to come and oversee that investigation. Even the judge resigned. Like, these elites frustrated that judge to the point where she resigned. So elites are very, very difficult to unseat or reveal their bad behavior. But it doesn't mean this Epstein one, they are going to get away with it. So it doesn't mean that, because there are a lot of people that are now beginning to think that this stuff needs to come out. And they need to know, because they will never know their nation if this thing doesn't come out. They will never know the truth of their nation, how compromised the nation is. And they will never trust their politicians again. Not that they ever trusted their politicians, but it's going to get even worse. And it could lead to a situation whereby January 6th will seem like a joke when a lot of, white people start feeling like, okay, these people are so compromised. There's no point listening to them. These people are over. Let's just end this. That could be a serious problem. America is going to face a lot of problems. This is just the beginning. I predicted it a few years ago that America is going to have a lot of problems on its hands. All right, so let me bring it. I Speak the Truth. So this American thing, do you have any conclusive take that this is not ever going to come out? That the truth behind these Epstein documents and the idea that they are compromised, do you think it's never going to come out because of the power of these people?
At this point in history, right, I think it is infantile to think the will of a small, minute group of politicians will override that of the majority, especially, like you rightly deduced, the white nationalist. So while it might be difficult, and you did mention two things which I think were also profound, the McCarthy files and Watergate. So at that time, too, in history, you would think, well, Nixon had the presidency on lock and it would never come out, but it did. And I'm thinking, especially now, where it is open to all, that not only has pedophilia been committed, I don't know how assimilated people on this panel are with Americans, the Americans. I'll tell you, nothing Americans hate more than a rapist. Nothing, bar none. There's nothing. They will hang out with a drug dealer. They'll know this person is a hitman, a murderer, an assassin. They don't mind. If you have the tag of a pedophile, of a child molester, a rapist, a diddler, no pun intended. If you have that tag on you here in the United States of America, you are as good as dead, whether governmental or whether in everyday society. This is why, for example, we don't ask convicted drug dealers to register and tell us where they are going to be living, except, of course, if they are under some kind of um, justice remand, meaning probation, parole, and things of that nature. But then there's a limit. The time passes, then they're free to go on with their lives. But as a child molester, as someone that is convicted of indecency with regarding a little child or rape, for example, you are under the control of the government forever, meaning you have to tell us where you live. You cannot live in certain places. You can't live close to parks. You can't live close to schools. You can't live close to kindergartens, things of that nature. And you have to, if you dare move without letting us know, you are going to be incarcerated again. I say all that to say these are heinous crimes. And I see people excusing it. But the moment these things come out, like you have also alluded to, and which I think most people should know, the shackles that Israel, for example, I personally believe this, and I think a lot of people also believe this. The shackles that they have over the United States government gets broken. So this is why they do not want this file to come out. America is going to be released and relieved from a lot of things that bug it down right now. um
Mm.
um um Forefathers, I don't know if you seen what the government put out yesterday. The government put out on Twitter asking the United States citizens to donate to Venmo and PayPal and Cash App to help it reduce its debts. It is asking ordinary citizens basically for a GoFundMe. This is where we are at this country right now. So we need to see these things. We say we don't have all this money. We say we have all these homeless people in Skid Row. More than half of Americans do not have, or about half of Americans do not have health insurance. But we send all this money to Israel damn near every month. A guaranteed $3 billion, that's guaranteed, minus every other
Mm.
thing we send to them. They have universal health care. They have
Yeah.
universal
The
education, free
irony
of
of it
charge.
all.
They
The
don't have
irony.
homelessness, and we have all these problems. But I guarantee you, the moment these things get released, those shackles get broken, and America can really, really look to itself and say, we want to be great again.
Yeah, thank you for that. This is the age of Trump. So what do you think about it? Do you think this is not how do you think it's shaping up? Because now they are speaking to Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. Why would you even go and speak to her? It's like trying to kind of co-opt her into your own narrative by bringing one of the few witnesses to go and start talking to them. It's compromising, and some of the things Trump is doing right now is so sketchy that anybody can easily tell from a mile away that they are compromising the witness, because you can go there, promise her a pardon, and she says whatever you want her to say. So do you think this is going to come out eventually, no matter what shenanigan Trump tries to pull off? Or do you think they are going to find a way to bury it?
No, in terms of the file coming out, not now. I see it more as like the assassination of Kennedy. Yeah. So it's gonna take that much long because I mean this is a file that they've been putting together since what 1990. I think it's in the 90s, right? Is it 1998 or 2008, 2009 from Florida? So, yeah, so it is not so. This I don't believe in coincidences, right? Because of what is America is going through, which is premeditated. Nobody saying it's not that everything that happens is a shock. No, everything has been planned up to this moment till right now. The outcome can be debated, right? But everything that is happening was pretty much, as you see, a script that is playing out. Even the Elon Musk road is all, just to keep me and you busy, right? So everything that is happening is real. The interview that you said is going on, but it's all just to keep us going, just a suspense. Why the real restructuring is going on? Because that's the real war. There's restructuring going on, not just the global scene, but even the local scene. America. If you wake up tomorrow and you hear that America don't start civil war, don't be surprised, because other than Democrats, Republicans, and all that, you also have to understand the formation of this space called America. You need to understand where the place that you are now, the history of the English people back to the 70s, their civil revolution, what chased a lot of them, the majority of them, the majority of Americans that reside in the north, pretty much the New York, all those areas. Majority of them are from that where you are, the English people, the Irish, and all that. Whatever that changed them, the disagreement between the Catholics, the Protestants, the Cavaliers, the whatever, that happened back in the East. Exactly what is playing out in America, because I see the same people with additional people from the Germans and all that. So that is also a play. The North and South dichotomy is also a play. Because if you understand the birth of the Constitution, we went through a lot of compromise between the North and the South by the slave owners, and so there's a lot going on at the moment. Compromises has to be, because the only way you can actually carry out that structural change in every sphere. Of course, some people have to be compromised. Some people have to be put in that state. So that's what is happening. So when I say both the Israelis and the Americans are not that one, that's what I mean. It is, what to be
So
Israel without
but you saying they are one, it's not taking into account the fact that the way the Europeans see themselves in 17, 18, maybe even 19 something is different from the way they see themselves now. They used to see themselves as separate, but now they are seeing themselves as separate from the Latinos, the black people, the Indians, and all the other people
no.
that need to take everything from them.
This is, on a larger scale, is a capitalist system. When you are talking about the Latinos, the black, what is their wealth? Leave them first. We'll come to them later. Let the men, the real stakeholders, because who is going to be in charge going forward? That's what we are talking about, right? Those who want to bring the real change and those who are still conservative. So there's a lot of.
So why would they want to? Why would they be fighting for who wants to be in charge when they have already been in charge for a long time?
It's only about power.
Yeah,
right?
but they've already had power. But the problem now is that they are worried that
No,
their power is being controlled by another nation.
no nation is controlling America. Don't get it twisted. Don't get
Yeah,
it
but
twisted.
that is why they see when people like Tucker Carlson, Elon
Oh
Musk, and all these
God.
people. See,
Okay.
hold on. See, sorry.
All
When
right.
you just keep saying
All
that
right.
they are acting, when you just keep saying that they are acting, I beg to differ from that point of view, because if you see these people that believe in these things, they have been complaining about this for ages. It's not only in America, they're complaining about it in Europe too. It's not only an American problem. So except you are saying that they are all
See,
orchestrating
no,
all this drama
look,
for,
see,
for the whole world to see.
why I give you the background of the history of the another that is because at the core of it is also class, right? At the top hierarchy, you have to in America you have to understand that there are people who give order and there are people who take order. Two different people. It is not a coincidence that you see Elon Musk running up and down, even though he's the richest man on the fucking planet. He still take orders. You understand? So you need to understand the class level. So we're talking about the Tucker Carlson, the Steve Bannon, and the rest. They have their role, right? Nobody's going to betray America. How are you going to do yourself and your team? You're going to stay alive? No, they have their role. They are in charge of the world, the low propensity voter, the everyday people, right?
Okay,
Those are
then
the
let me
people who
ask you then, to what end is all this? Because if you are saying that they have to put their nation through all this just to control they already have. So what is the
change.
purpose?
No, what is the purpose again of the world? The world is going through changes, right? As you said, I mean, those who want to give China the credit, whether they deserve it or not, they see them as threat. So are you going to wait until they actually start happening before we go ahead? But don't forget, now the America, now they start whatever that I think is going on. All this crisis everywhere you see, they started it. They have a reason why they started it. Now, as I said, the outcome, only God knows. It's not going to be the next 2 years, 3 years, 5, 10 years. This thing is still keep going on. Change is here. I keep using iPhone as an example. When was the last time you see real change come to iPhone? The world cannot continue like that. There's new thing among us. Earlier on, when I talk about human robots side by side in the street of Houston, people don't understand what that means. Change
No,
is coming.
we all understand the idea of change. What I'm trying to get to is that why would all this scandal be happening just because they want change? They can always implement this change without all this scandal happening.
Let's use AI technology as an example, right? In the next 10, 20 years, either the world is going to run on American AI or Chinese AI, right? That's what it's going to. So again, you understand the idea of singularity. Everything is going to inch on cloud. Who get the cloud? Now you get them. Who is going to own it? Who is going to see? Just like Adam Smith will say, right? With the masters of mankind, those who control the system of production, the factors of production, how me and you live, the way we are communicating. This is a product of people. People own this product, right? So those are the people that actually run things. Those who are in charge of factors of production. So that's where the fight is.
Yeah, but the fight, when you say the fight, that is one of my point. I'm still trying to understand how this fight relates to this chaos that you are seeing right now. Maybe you are talking
let me
about
put it in
they
a
are doing
different.
something
Let me put
against
it in a
Taiwan
different way.
or tariff or something that I will understand. But how does this scandal relate to that? They are trying to find out whether Israel has compromised their politicians.
Let me put it in a different way. America is trying to bully everybody to turn to their technology. Does that make sense?
How does this fight help that?
Huh?
That's my point. How does this controversy with Epstein and the rise of the far right, how does it help it to control the technologies? Because these far rights, they don't believe in America expanding. No, sorry. These far rights, they don't believe in America expanding out there. They want America to come back home. They don't believe in never-ending war. They literally say it, that they don't want any of that. So how does that even get them into the point whereby they are going to start dominating the world with their technology or dominating China with their technology? That's not their lookout.
I think he's conflating issues, okay?
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's not even
about.
I think he obviously is conflating issues. If he had said, for example, like for when COVID happened, and it was obvious that there was some form of psyop behind COVID trying to see how, in the case of, for example, a martial law was enacted worldwide, how would people react? If he had placed or premised his argument on that, then I would have understood where he was coming from. So we could say COVID to a large extent. I mean, this hasn't been officially stated, but at least what most people deduced was COVID was a form of manipulation and seeing how people would obey instructions without questioning the government. I don't think the Epstein files relate to that. Now, that said, why I said I think he's conflating issues. When the big beautiful bill was going to pass, there were certain things that were put in the bill which suggested that the United States might be moving towards not only a dictatorship but a one world government. For example, the use of, well, we have the real ID, right? And then we had the digital bills where the US currency was going to be backed not by the gold standards or other resources like oil or natural resources like petroleum, gold, or things of that nature, but by a US formulated, digitally formulated coin. So they slipped that in, but a lot of people didn't know this because a day or two later we started arguing about Epstein. So if he had based it on that, then I would understand. Okay, yeah, I get where he's coming from. Now, a lot of these things distractions? Possibly, but I don't think the Epstein file is a distraction to the point where it's because things that have been planned before, we need to use the Epstein files to distract people now so that they won't be able to think properly or tackle us or go against us. No, I don't think that is what it is. I think the Epstein files, the outcry on it now is an unfortunate, and I say unfortunate in quotes, it's an unfortunate outcome for the people involved in it because they never expected this backlash. They never, so people have been yelling and screaming about it forever. Then it started gaining traction. It started gaining traction, like you said, or Musk spoke about it. Then he was forced to apologize.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry. So let me clarify something here. I think when I said it's a distraction, this is the angle that I'm coming from, right? First of all, who bring it up overnight? Who bring it all over again? It's coming from the first founder, right? By the link of Washington Post, right? If you interpret it
Murdoch.
literally, yeah. If you interpret it from the founder, because this is how, if just like if whatever happened to this platform, we go straight to the founders, right? So if you adapt it from that angle, you can see from you interpret it from two different angles. One, the Lubbock family and the Fox and Co. They never wanted Trump to come back. Why do I say this? The first 2 years from January, since when the Biden take over, the Fox and family and the rest of them ignored Trump. They never wanted to come close to him, right? So look, if they actually really want to get at him, isn't that the best time to actually bring things up? I mean, that would actually just literally cement his nomination, right? Even the way the Republicans themselves are reacting to it. But if you look at it from that angle, that's why I say, why now? Why is it coming from that angle, right? Again, it's a real story. I'm not disputing the fact that what you are, I mean, the gravity of how you describe exactly what happened is that it's not, no, that's real, right? But again, if you look at the kind of people who are involved, even if you want to believe either the conspiracy or not around this Epstein file for the past how many years that it's been in our domain, if you look at the kind of people they are mentioning, then you understand that then I mean the whole world is going down. So then it doesn't make sense.
I
If you
think
want
I
to-
don't think the people you mentioned, mainly the politicians and people like Murdoch and the rest, I don't think they want it out. Because
So they
even if they
published
want,
it. They published it.
no, hear me out. I don't think they want it out. Because I think if the Epstein files comes out, it's gonna implicate people that are not even on the minds of you and I. People that we probably like, people that we probably admire. So I don't think even they want it out. Where the pushback actually came from was ordinary people like Nick Fuentes, people like Stu Peters, people like Tucker Carlson. Even Tucker Carlson is actually recent to it. Candace Owen is recent to it. Steve Bannon is recent. When I say recent, meaning people that haven't been pushing for it for like the last 3 years. So I don't think it was the ordinary.
Let me ask you this.
Just let me end with this. So the ordinary white nationalist Americans are the people that became vociferous, and this is what gained traction.
Let me ask you this. If you own a media house and I come to you, I say, come, I have a damaging information about any world leader, are you just going to jump at it?
No.
Why?
Because I got to investigate.
Exactly. So before he agreed to publish it, right? So it's not about who give him that information to. It's not about me now. It's about you that get to publish it. Me that give you the information, I'm gone. So you are going to, you understand the kind of hits that is going to come for you. So for them to agree to publish it, this is a fight. Because let's say me and Nigeria are fighting, right? And you have information. You decide to publish information about me. Automatically, what do you think I would think?
That you're involved.
Especially when I know that you are no longer in favor with me. You're always causing up to Nigeria. So that's exactly how that's why I say I'm interpreting it from the origin of this, because as I said, it's not a new thing. You know what I mean? It's not that we just wake up, oh, this has been on. I mean, as I said, they use it to campaign, right? That's what I think that's where the opposition jump on it. When I mean the opposition, the Democrat, because the Republican use it to campaign. Now they are not saying so it's an opportunity to just score some points again. If you look at it from that angle.
But if you look at it from the point of view that, because I know in the UK there was a time when they had the MP scandal in terms of money scandal, they are spending. So and it came out. The old MPs, many of them, they even had to resign. Some of them had to resign. Some of them had to face investigation. All kinds of problems.
No, that's why. So, no, I'm not saying this. I'm just equating it. I'm equating it to that. I'm equating the magnitude of it. The way the kind of people that are involved across, everywhere across the world. I don't think it's something that we just I mean, it will come up, but I don't think we'll see we in our lifetime. I think
it might come out. I think it might come out because of the state of America right now. America is in such a place right now where the far right, they are in no mood for nonsense right now, and every little thing that they try to hide would trigger them. Just look at the election in the
MAGA have a structure. The MAGA have structure, the leadership. So you don't need to study the leadership of that down there. To understand how the pipeline is, right? All the people that you are mentioning, they cannot. I mean, down. They don't have access to that kind of information I'm talking about. The Tucker Carlson of everything. They can only react to what they've been told. Right? Who tell them what is that? What
you have to be careful by saying that. Let me show you something so you understand. This is not just about Tucker Carlson. This is something that goes way back. It's something that has been happening for a while now.
Markers are angry. I understand that.
Let me see if I can share this information. Where is that again? Let me just see if I can pull it up. Let me pull it up and play this so you understand what I'm saying here. This one is just, I think, 2000. Before it happened before year 2022. 2020, I mean the election, because that was when Trump said there are good people on both sides. Now let me just play this. Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. Jews will not replace us. So you see what they are saying there. They are targeting a specific population.
Remember I said that
population doesn't. Sorry, let me just highlight the reason why this is a little bit disturbing, and it's tied to what is happening now. They know full well Jews cannot replace them. Jews don't have the population to replace them. So what do they mean by what they are saying?
Tunanja, remember I said that if you wake up tomorrow and you say that America is into civil war, don't be surprised. There's a lot going on. I agree with that. Even Ross, one of the authors of or contributor to the Project 2025, in one of his podcast interview, he said before the election that this is a second revolution. This is literally second civil war going on. It now depends on the opposition if they want it to be civil or they want it to be bloody. They are ready. So I am not bringing all those facts. Those are the ingredients that will eventually lead to whatever they want. So
let me say something on that video you played. This is why I said a lot of people don't assimilate. Okay, so in less than 60 years ago, when Black Americans were barred from bars and schools and public pools and buses and workplaces, when there was segregation, it wasn't just Black Americans. Black people were just the face of it because Black people chose to fight back for everybody. If you looked at a lot of pictures in the archives from back in the days, it would say no Blacks and Jews allowed. At some point, it would say Blacks, Jews, Italians, and Irish, none of them allowed. So there was a certain, what we know as white today is not what we know as whites 50 years ago, or 70 years ago, or 90 years ago, or 100 years ago, or 200 years ago. It changed. It always changed. At some point, the Italians later became accepted. This is why we've never had, for example, a Jewish president. This is why, for example, we've never had an Italian president. So there were hierarchies of people that we called whites. What never changed was who do we call Black. That never changed. We know Black, the one drop rule. You're Black, that's it. With what is going on now, like I said, if anything is to gain traction in America, the moment the white nationalists pick it up and start parroting it and start using it as a war cry, you will see some results. You will see some results. So now that they're like, okay, we want to know because America has a child trafficking problem. America has a sex trafficking problem, probably even worse than the drug problems that we have, probably worse than opioids. People disappear every day in the United States. We cannot find them. We have an organ trafficking problem. We have a sex trafficking problem. We have a child trafficking problem. So all these things, at some point, people are like, we need to solve this. And I think we have reached that point. And people are like, what is going on? We want to know if the people we put at the helm of our affairs are involved in this. The people we put in charge of our destiny, are they involved in it? And the ordinary Americans, primarily the white, underprivileged, lower middle class, they want to know and they want answers, and I think we will get those answers with time.
I'm beginning to think that if these people don't want a bloody situation in America, that they need to get this information out as soon as possible. Because some people, if they don't get this information out, some people will be like, okay, it looks like these people will never yield. And when we say these people are the ultra white nationalists. Their approach is that these people are taking their country away from them, and they're going to sit down and watch it happen. And America is in a danger if they don't release this information, because those people now will be like, okay, so you want us to carry on with the compromised political class where we don't control our outcomes. The other people are dictating what happens to us. Tomorrow, who knows what they are going to do, and we are going to be done. You're going to have a big problem on your hand. And I think a lot of top politicians now in America will be thinking, okay, maybe my political career should be considering whether I'm going to resign or all the rest. Because the UK happened when the expenses scandal happened. A lot of politicians started resigning. A lot of politicians started facing trials. The stuff, they couldn't contain it because people were really angry. And that's just for expenses. Not to mention, when people are now worried, that speech that Tucker Carlson made, people don't understand how dangerous it is. That is a very, very serious.
It's happening already. People are resigning already.
You see what I mean? He's literally called out a foreign intelligence agency compromising American politicians. That is some serious allegation there. And the fact that the guy is still walking around free, that tells you the power they hold. to make that such an allegation. The fact that he's walking free. So I just feel like we
Tulsi's
have to
family
watch
is
this space
actually
here.
very, very connected to
You see?
intelligence.
Yeah, Jagun, welcome. I see you there, and I hope you are doing well. You know, London is not always very easy these days, and I hope you are doing great. So, what do you make of this issue with Epstein? Do you think this stuff is going to come out? Because some people are thinking that it's going to be buried. So, do you think it's going to come out or it's going to be buried? And what is the reasoning behind it?
Thank you very much for hosting and for bringing me on. Even though I think I came on a good 2.5 minutes too late. You spoke, and then you spoke some more.
You're
But
welcome.
everything that has been said so far, I'm quite happy with. Especially by I think Speaks was talking about the gravity of what it is that we're speaking about. We're not just speaking about some files being opened. We're speaking about what's behind it. What are these people being accused of? Now, I'm going to have to bring you to a position of a story close to me, actually. I remember being very young at primary school, and there was a guy in my school, my same year. He actually we lived on the same road, and we were known as pretty, I don't know, no, I don't want to say aggressive. We were known as fighters, people that will fight. And me and he never fought, but it came to a point where we did fight. And the way he fought me was so strange. Never had a fight like this before. The tactics and the angles that he was using, and it's like, my goodness. I was able to handle him, but I had to think about that fight for a long time. And the person I'm speaking about, he was off key. When I mean off key, he was always in trouble. He always stayed on the outskirts of the entire school. He moved around on his own, and he would be aggressive for reasons that you couldn't really fathom. Later on in life, I found out that he was sexually abused. When I found this out, everything in his life made complete sense to me. He came from an extremely good family. All of them were fantastic, except him. Even though he was an extremely nice person, you'd always get on with him. He was a nice person. But at any point, he would just go off key, and you couldn't control what was going on around us. Anyway, in finding out he was sexually abused, and then we found out who did it. And it was one man, old man, at the time that we have now found out, who had been doing it for a long time, and who was in situations where he was not just feeding himself and the gang that they were in, but he was also feeding other communities in the UK with children. So all of a sudden I find out how dangerous this thing is, that on my road, in my primary school, I'm an old boy, as people would like to tell me. You understand? It's a long time of this thing has been going on for ages. I would like to tell you, forefather, that 250,000 children go missing each year from the UK, and nobody knows where they are. 250,000 per year. That is a direct funnel, a feeding funnel of children to this horror. Let me just put it like that. Now, that is an industry. That's an industry. Now, when you look at the European cultural history, we would find in both Greece and Rome that the activity of sexual deviance in many levels used to take place. Many levels. Pedophilia, what do you want to say? The sex with the dead. I forgot the name.
Necrophilia.
necrophilia.
Let's calm down on this.
No. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of this
No, I
conversation.
mean, you don't know who is watching. We don't want young people.
No, let them watch now. Let them watch. They know it's not that I'm saying any lie. You think I can't repeat it?
Word. It's not like you promoting sex. You like?
Yeah, I'm not saying any lies now. I'm talking real. The way it seemed to me that this conversation began. This conversation to me, it began in a real aspect whereby, look, man, this ain't about just some files being released. This is about a connotation of certain sectors of our communities' behaviors. And it's gone misunderstood for decades and decades and decades as far as our dispensation is concerned. I'm talking to you about personally, in my life, I have known of those who have suffered from this. So in this matter, I tell you that we are at a time. We are at a time. I like the way that these guys discuss it in political terms, but sometimes political terms aren't enough for us to realize the gravity of what we're speaking about and indeed the time that we are in. So with me, I have to take a step back and look at my life, what I know, then look at what I've read and understood, then look at culture and see how real and true all of this stuff is. And when I come to the point of are they going to release it, be it the national TV or whatever you call it, mainstream, that release this information, or it gets into some other's hands and they release it, it's going to be known. It's going to be known. The knowing of this by the mainstream media, I think it would come across in such a way that is similar to how they speak about what's going on in Palestine, whereby they're just backing the wrong side. You'll see on TV that in order to bring this thing out in the mainstream, it would almost be understood. It would almost be like the rights of pedophilia are now being upheld. It will be as though that this is the new norm.
You think so?
My brother,
before it comes out, I don't see any time in the near future where that is going to be acceptable.
I understand where you are looking at it from. I am looking at it from a slightly different angle, whereby when I look at the time and what we are going to transition into, this is a transitional time that we're going. Of power has been spoken by many people, of legitimacy, of whether or not the West is really ready to give up power, or if they are ready to do the Solomon approach, in order to make sure that if they don't have power, nobody has it. These are the questions. Samson, not Solomon. Thank you.
Are you describing that of the West or that of Israel specifically?
I'm describing that of the West, which includes Israel. Israel is a good part. It's not part of the Middle East. It's part of the West. Let's not get it twisted.
It's an outpost.
So what I'm saying is that, look, guys, this thing is real. Pedophilia is real. I remember having a discussion with a girlfriend of mine many years ago, and she was talking to me about homosexuality. And I was telling her how, I have nothing against homosexuals, but this practice is wrong for all these reasons. Bang, 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 bang. She disagreed with me profusely. I said, do you know that soon pedophilia is going to have its rights? She balked and said, no way, it's completely different. This, that, all kind of excuses. Fair enough. Let it go on. This is a conversation I had about 12 years ago. The other day, there was a thing coming from Australia where pedophiles were speaking about their right to have sex with children, and that the children liked it, and that the children had choice, and all of this kind of thing. It's coming out, man. It's coming out. You'll be surprised. As Speak said, the people whose name that are going to come out, me and you won't believe half of them. We will say, nah, not my man. No way, not my man. Yes, your man. Yes, him. Yes.
But see, it wouldn't matter then. I think once they come out, then all scores are settled. And especially what I think you didn't address the Tucker Carlson speech that he made accusing Israel of compromising a lot of their politicians. So if that is the case, you can see a situation whereby no matter what happens, now every politician will have to prove they have not been compromised. It's like, the McCarthy era where people will have to prove that they are not Russian assets and stuff like that, the Soviet assets. I mean, that could be the case in the near future now. Israel has put itself in a position whereby, first, a lot of people internationally are describing Israel as a kind of pariah state, a state that is committing genocide and all the rest. Now, in America too, they are beginning to acquire the image of the Soviet Union. That is crazy. This is where we are now. It's supposed to be an American asset, but this stuff is turning around now. I played that video where those people were not talking about black people. They were not talking about Chinese. They were Jews. The so-called outpost too. They are the Jews that they are targeting now, and they are not even targeting Israel. They are talking about Jews. They are targeting all people associated with Israel now. And then they go on to say this thing, that they are now suspecting them of compromising their politicians. When that kind of stuff starts happening, they are beginning to everybody talking about a change. A change is happening, all right. And when I say people are about to take their country back, they're about to take their control back. That's what is happening now.
No, but Tunanja, when
wait. I beg your pardon, my brother. Let me just complete my stage, as you guys had enough time to do so. Please, I want to say this. You see, again, Tunanja, I understand where you're coming from, but you take a very political view about a human matter. This is a human matter. And the fact is, the tests, the global social testing that has gone on over the last 5 years, I won't even bring it forward. I'll bring it just to the last 5 years. And the social manipulation and testing that has gone on, the data that they have carried from it is telling them what to do. You see, they still rely on the majority of the people are dense, that they don't know really what's going on. And me personally, when I go around not my friendship group, they're slightly outside of my friendship group and looking at people and what they know, what they speak about, still at this stage, it frightens me that there are largely people are still completely unaware of what's going on. I see where there's been growth, don't get me wrong. I see where this guy knows now. He understands. I've seen that. But it's still mind-boggling how many people are grossly misled in this whole affair, who are tied to what they know and they can't be pushed from what they know. So given the fact that we are in a global community and suggestions can be made by politicians that are obviously wrong to you and I, are still rather palatable for many of the populace. So if they get it to a stage where they can and put out there that pedophilia is a thing, maybe because of some technology, God knows how they will do it. I can't really say how they will do it, but I'm telling you, they are going to do it, and minds would be shocked as to what world we are really living in, because we don't really know what world we are really living in. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jide, please.
Sorry. Before Jide say, let me just say this. If you want to understand the relationship between America and Israel, it's not what all these people on TV say. Just listen to the resolution at the Senate and at the House. Regardless of once anything is that place, now go ahead. No, it's not even a debating issue. So that's why you understand that. No, it's one-way street. It's like when me and Jide now, they chase what they look for something and our interest clash with that. So whatever Jide need, where I know that I get, I will give him making achieve that, because he's achieving higher than he's also give him. I was going to achieve my aim. That's what this relationship is about. So the idea is that all of a sudden I just
Ovi, what does the United States gain from Israel?
What does it get from Israel?
Mm-hmm.
Well, before the South China Sea area now, the Middle East is the most lucrative part of the whole region in the world. Who controls the Middle East is one step ahead every other nation around the world. So how do you keep that place in check without you being there? I thought you've been there yourself.
Ovi, we don't
That's
gain
the
anything.
job of the Israelites.
Israel is a liability to us. If you look at the history of Israel, we can start with King David. We can go on to the USS Liberty. You can go on to the incidents like forefathers mentioned last week in Dimona. We can go on and on how much we give Israel, how Israel has led us into wars after wars after wars, where our people, our soldiers, brothers, sons come home decapitated, come home dismembered, come home dead. They wake up in the morning dead. So Israel has been of no benefit to us. If we indeed wanted some kind of what I watch in the Middle East, we could do without Israel. We have all the satellites, we have all the bases we need, we have all the weapons already posted out there, we have controls of the seas, we have controls of the government over there. We don't need Israel. What happens, the relationship between the United States and Israel is not symbiotic. It is just one-sided with one little small state that pretends to be a vassal as basically colonized the United States. Take this for example. Every U.S. elected official, they have to swear allegiance to Israel. We have forms in this United States where before you can get employment into states in this United States, you have to sign forms of allegiance to Israel. That is not a.
Can I ask you one question? Which American foreign policy?
Let's allow Gini to speak. Let's allow Gini to speak.
One question to every. One question to even to
sorry.
Even,
okay,
no, even to the question. It's a question. Even to the Gide. To average American, which American foreign policy is actually for you to actually for average American?
So my answer is that the problem is major. From what I understand, a lot of Americans don't even understand the core of America's foreign policy.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Gide.
I wanted to actually correct one misconception that you mentioned about the far right. The far rights are actually, they believe that that the troops should come home. You know, they should stop foreign interference. Actually, that's not true. So what you have is there's a disconnect between the American people that believe in white nationalism, probably some of the whites, like white nationalism, and the right-wing faction of Trump, where they believe there shouldn't be any war. They shouldn't go to war. They shouldn't expend their troops, right? So there's a disconnect. The actual far-right elites in America, they believe in global domination. You know, they have, so the left and the right in America, they have their differences. However, when it comes to the overall new American century, they both have the same agenda. The concept of imperialism is being executed by both the left and the right. In fact, the far right is even the worst, because far right means naked imperialism. What you have with the left is, I mean, here in America, the spoils of the damage they've caused all over the world, they can bring it home to bring in social democratic system. It's very common in Europe. That's what the Democrats are actually fighting for, which, I mean, is good for the people, right? But the right wing, those ones are the worst. Those ones, they hate immigration, but at the same time, they don't care at best. At worst, they even encourage economic sanctions, economic sabotage on poor countries. That's why if you listen to all those Tucker Carlson, all those Candace Owens, they don't talk about the intricacies of imperialism, which is the economic sanctions on Cuba, on North Korea. All they just talk about is war. I mean, they talk about war and other things, but they don't really go deep. They talk about immigration, that people are coming to their country, but they don't talk about the cause, which is what I'm talking about, imperialism. Because imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. It's the global dominance of capitalism by America and Western Europe. So far right is actually naked imperialism is even the worst of all of them. But yeah, I wanted to just talk about that.
I think you're
Wait,
confusing.
sorry. One second, please. What the fuck did you just say, Jide? What the fuck did you just say? You just a bunch of word salads and just interrupted to say nothing.
Papa, please, can you talk? I don't want to talk to this guy.
It's not fair to just say that though. You are not Can you just address what he said? It's not fair to just say he just said something.
No, what did he say? He interrupted. He's there shaking his head each time. And then
okay, please let me just respond to him. It's not fair. It's not fair. You are going at him now. It's not fair.
Let me say this here. Again, the American storytellers, those that we listen to, all of them, right? You have to understand their allegiance, their political view, where they are coming from. I will give two people as an example, right? Jeffrey Sachs and his twin brother, the man from Chicago, the realist, right? How do you understand these two people? That they are actually speaking for exactly what Jide is talking about. They are actually, regardless of what they are saying, ability to understand what they are not saying out loud is very important. The Meshama is a naval officer. So what does that mean? NDA had to be signed from the get-go. There are some things you can say and just how you have to tell your story. Jeffrey Sachs is the product of what? Academia, which is what the leadership of America is all about, from all the Ivy League. So, and it's a product of diplomacy too. So all of them, regardless of what they are saying, they are speaking for what the foreign policy that everybody, even though they are coming from a critical point of view, forget them. All you need to do is to listen to Professor Noam Chomsky. There's a reason we don't see him on the mainstream media. They don't give anything. There's a reason. Because the guy...
Don't you understand, like just to ask what you said, like when you talk about immigration, they say they don't want people to come to their country, but they don't talk about the atrocities that government is committing. Like, even the people, they don't.
They can't be, because the immigration thing is a power between employer and employee. Who get power pass? It depends on when labor union was in vogue. That's when the people have power to control immigration. Now that when the employers have, they are pretty much by every position and finish. So all the stories where they hear, leave them. They need. How do you do with that immigration?
Let me just address that point that he made. The far right, they are made up of different groups and different opinions, but the vast majority of them they don't care too much about dominating the world. They care about. Let me. They are
conservative. They are conservative.
They care about other people not being able to threaten them and being able to subjugate other people that they fear.
Internal US
politics. They don't care about globalism. That is not their lookout.
So, you know why? You know where that came from? Sorry, you know where that came from?
I want to respond to that. Okay, go on. Can I respond first? Let me respond first.
You know where that came from? Again, you have to.
It doesn't mean that there are some of them that may not believe in it, but vast majority of them don't care about that part.
To that? So that's where class comes in.
Go ahead.
That's where class comes in. We don't talk about class. So that's what I'm saying. That there's even class even within those political parties, right? So you have the Zionists, the political Zionists in the American establishment. Those are far right. They actually can go to war and destroy any country. The people do not want war. So that's why you understand that there's a class disconnect. That's why you see that when they voted for Trump, all the things they wanted Trump to do, he didn't do it because Trump is part of the elites and is serving the interest of the elites. So that's where class comes in. You are not wrong, but the point is, far right for the elites is different from what you're saying. Actually, far right is naked imperialism. That's actually the real definition. But people are saying that maybe they are naive or they just don't care. So when they look at this, we don't want war, we don't want all those things, but we want nationalistic interest.
I think based on what you are saying, what you are describing is basically the doctrine or policy of most elite groups in the world. They want to dominate other groups. They want to expand their influence because their greed is not enough. Yeah, but the ideology itself is not there to spread all over the world. That's the point. This thing that I was trying to make.
Tunanja,
That's
what I say. That's what I say.
It's actually get to spread all over the world. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on,
sorry, Ovie. Let me deal with this, please.
So see, people are disillusioned.
Hold on. I think you are mixing two things.
Okay.
If in the process of them achieving their goal, they need to spread around the world, they will do that. But that is not their original goal. Their goal is to protect their people and make sure their people are the strongest in the world. If they need to do that all over the world to ensure it, they will do it. But that is not their lookout. And when they do it, they are going to do it in a horrible way.
I think they are struggling to do it. I don't think they will do it. They are struggling to do it.
But we're talking about the ideology. We're talking about the ideology. What drives them? I'm trying to say that what drives them is the fact that they want that's why they say their troops should return home, because they care about protecting their own interests, direct interests. They don't believe in globalism.
That is the people. But I'm not telling that the elites, the far right elites, they want global domination. That's what's going on.
But are they the ones driving the ideology? They are not the ones driving the ideology.
The elites are the ones driving the ideology. Yes. You got
come on. If they are the ones driving the ideology, why are they? Hold on now. If they are the ones driving the ideology, then why are they not coming out saying they want to dominate the world?
They don't have to say it because it's the narrative that used to control the people.
What do you mean they don't have to say it? Then why you disagree with me?
I think there's a misunderstanding here. So what I'm saying is, you are right. Within those political parties, the conservatives, the right-wing conservatives, I always say all the things you're saying, you are right. No, I'm not telling you that a lot of those ideologies are executed by the elites. That's what I'm saying. Like, they have their interests, the people. But
did they look at it? Let me say,
let me just interrupt since both of you are on the same side. Just 1 second, please. At no point has the United States, and I apologize, Ovi, at no point has the United States, even up to tomorrow, ever been a globalist entity. It is a recent phenomenon. America has always been isolated to itself. It has always been an isolationist entity. This is how America ruled. This new precedent of trying to control the world and take over the world, I guess because of its success financially due to capitalism, this is why America decided it needs to start influencing other regions of the world. But really, and which is what Trump ran under, is we're bringing everything back home. We don't care about the world no more. This is what he said. We're gonna forget about the rest of the world, and we're coming back home. And this is what he ran under.
And America has been like that for a long time.
And this is how
America was like that before.
No, but you see, that's why Tunanja was telling me about the history of the English people, right? That's what you guys are arguing about. Exactly what caused the civil war in England that made people to flee. Some people just want to be OKB, what other people want to. That's what actually causes the civil war. That now pursue these people to the Americas. It is still the same ideology at play. The Civil War of America was pretty much on that. Where I disagree with speaking truth is that America has always been that isolation. No, I disagree. In 1832, James Monroe approached the Congress that the Americans have come of age, that every other imperial power in the Americas should get out.
Yeah, but obviously that was because this were happening in our backyard, meaning the Caribbean. We didn't care about what happened in Europe. Okay, let me ask you, for example, during World War I and World War II, when did we get into the war?
Hold on.
What'd you say?
The Philippines was invaded before even the First World War.
I said late.
Thank you very much. We got in late. And that is because we didn't.
When did America invade
the Philippines? Don't shout. Listen, have a conversation. Don't shout.
I am not screaming. This is where I speak. It is not screaming. I'm not screaming.
It's laughable.
No. Forget about no, not the Philippines. Philippines happened after Pearl Harbor. I'm saying when we got into Europe, for example, let's say 1939 to 45, right? When did we go into Europe? After the French, well, basically Russia and the United Kingdom had cleaned up shop. And then we finally went in just to claim the whole glory because we wanted West Germany.
There was First World War before the Second World War. Americans were involved.
That when did we get in there? I asked you
The
that
First
question
World War.
already. Yeah.
The First World War.
Yeah.
Well, the story that is out there that Winston Churchill went to ask for help, but that's not the case.
When did we get in? In 14
Well,
or close to 17? Regarding that,
I don't
I
understand. The
think
First World
the
War
point
was in
is making
1940.
it sorry, Ovie, the point is making it very simple. America was
Yep.
reluctant to get into both wars.
America does
And
not
they
care
went
about the
in
war.
late
We
in the
don't
day.
care. It's recent. It's a recent phenomenon.
It is a strategy. You have to allow all the oil opponents to display themselves, finish
Bros,
themselves before you come in. It is a strategy.
Ovie, I beg, don't. There's no need to complicate matters too much. I understand that you have an intrinsic mind, but you see,
we are talking about history.
Wait. Hold on. Let me land. Let me. Don't argue.
Before
Don't
you
argue
accuse
every.
me, you
Don't
need to
argue
understand my
every single
perspective
point.
first.
Please don't argue every single point. This is the complication I'm talking about. It is not complex what I'm about to say, but you'll make it complex. It's not. What has been said is that America, on a whole, politically, it does not necessarily have designs on global effects traditionally like Europe had. It does not. There are
And
a bit more.
Am I supposed to accept
Let me
that?
land because you will wait. Just wait. It has been insular, and all of us know this. I know this very well. The Americans are so insular that when you speak to Americans about global politics, global where is France in comparison to Germany, they have no clue. They have no clue because they are so insular. Largely, Americans do not know or care about the rest of the world. Largely. So I don't think there's a point in complicating that. There isn't. It may be your view, but you are complicating matters.
Can I respond?
I hope I haven't made things more complicated.
I think we should put the context here, right? When what me and GD are talking about here, talking about those that actually drive the idea of the Americana. People put it together. It is not organic, right? And you people are talking about the average American. That's understandable. For who cares about the average American? Anyway, from day one,
we're talking about average American.
No,
we're talking about their ideology
that's
itself.
what Dagu is saying. That's what Dagu said. Average American
I'm talking about the ideology, historic ideology that they have had, and how America's power comes to bear. What Speaks has said is that it is largely because of the success in capitalism globally that they have authority, and that they are trying to capitalize on this authority, especially above the Europeans, who are their friend enemies, which is to say that they know that they're related to these people, but they don't really like them differently.
Good. Am I just supposed to accept that narrative?
Well, that's what it is. Whether you accept it,
no, don't say that's what it is. That's what you know, and that's fine.
But it is based
so
on
I'm not
evidence.
Supposed to accept it.
So okay, can you provide any? Okay, let me go to Femi because Femi hasn't said anything today. Let's move to Femi. Hold on. Let's move to Femi. Hold on. Let's just Akpegolo. We are going to get to Akpegolo later. Akpegolo guy. So Femi, what do you make of this? You see this coming out? Because I feel like this is going to run this Epstein stuff until they prove that their politicians are not compromised by foreigners. Like the McCarthy era, this will run and run until people can prove that they are not compromised by foreigners. So, but that's my own opinion. So what do you make of it?
Just listening to, and I always differ to those who study these things and who are unbiased, in my opinion, when it comes to the so-called both sides of the aisle, whether Republican or Democrats, and two of whom Ovie had earlier mentioned, Meishamer and the other dude, I'll confess I don't listen as much to Nomchowski. I think I should listen to him more. You know,
you should.
Yeah, I think I should listen. I really do think so.
He bridge the two of them. Is the gap between those two people?
Yeah. Then on top of that, the fact that he's I think he's Jewish as well.
It is Jewish, yes.
Yeah, so that kind of like plays into that. I think Menshama is also Jewish, and there's reasons why
all of them are.
They're all Jewish, and there's more. And then of course, when you even bring into the fore the likes of Scott Ritter as well, who of course I know he has some past about him, but hey, I will still give it to him. Now that said,
I think Florida has some flaws, but okay.
yeah, it has, yeah. So, but something that kind of confuses me is when I look back to the way a lot of us grew up on American propaganda and what we've now come to know in terms of the reality and trying to like reshape our mindsets. A lot of times I just feel disillusioned, about how we've been really whitewashed growing up. At least a lot of us. I mean, I admit I was whitewashed. I didn't know any better, even though there are times I try to question certain things that I saw growing up or heard of growing up. In any case, to your question, honestly, I'll be surprised if it comes out, and I'll also be shocked if it does. I mean, I won't be shocked if it doesn't come out as well. Why I say so is because I think it was me during the week I realized that because my fear all along was that even if somehow he would have been he ought to have been relieved. Say for example the Republicans hadn't done the magomago that they did, which could also have been the Democrats, whereby the head of I don't know if it was the Senate or the House of Reps had to make them go on recess on time because they just want this thing to go away, irrespective of the fact that you need to consider that it's the MAGA base that even at the fall of that insistence on Trump and his administration releasing these files. That's on one hand. On the other hand, I'm also like, why is it that when when Biden, for example, was in power, they had the opportunity to release the file? I don't know if this may make sense to me any longer, because there has to be something that probably would cause an uproar all around the world, including what I speak the truth had mentioned previously about how we'll be surprised because I already made on my mind that we definitely will be surprised the kind of names that would come out of those files. So it doesn't even need repeating. So I don't know. I'm just conflicted. I don't know if it's going to be if it's going to come out. But again, something I heard during the week was that the fact that not only does the FBI have that file, records of that file, and the videos, the tapes, and what have you, and the Justice Department. I think they're supposed to. I think if I recall, the Justice Department is kind of like probably controls the FBI. I don't know how that works, but I think I've heard something like that. But in addition, you also have copies of the files and the videos in several courts all over the country. So it's not like so that even if they try to alter it in trying to do the so-called redaction, there's two other copies that can still come out. And who knows who else might have these copies? Because keep in mind, there's a way the Wall Street Journal got whatever they've released, and I definitely believe there's more somewhere. Things are going to come out whether we like it or not somehow, but I don't know if they're going to release it. That's why I say I'm a bit conflicted. Whether they release it or it comes out somehow, there's definitely a record somewhere from what I've heard. I will just keep it that way.
See, some people have started some very, very diabolical rumors that my name is. If you have not even been to the US,
Naja, you have to explain.
I want it released. I want it released like Trump.
Because
Trump.
Yele, what's that lady's name in jail now? I think she's British. She and her papa too are all in the same business.
Ghislaine Maxwell, yeah.
So if they say you are involved, it's not a conspiracy.
They said that she's answered all the questions that she was asked by the DOJ officials that went to see her. The entire thing is just a sham.
You see the jail where they put her for? They go put her for Florida. That's the powerhouse today in America.
No, but
Florida, the power
no. It's not. When you're incarcerated under the federal system, we can put you anywhere within 300 miles of your home, or if not, we can just put you anywhere within the continental United States. So it's not because they wanted to put her there; it's where she was designated to by the BOP, which is the Bureau of Prisons.
All right, so let me play this now. Let's move to the Nigerian this, and I think we've exhausted this Epstein matter. I think more is going to come out in the coming days and weeks. The prediction I'm going to make now has less than 50% chance of coming through, but I feel like this information is going to come out enough to satisfy the far right in America. If it doesn't, America is even in bigger trouble than I thought they were in. It will be bigger trouble than I thought they were in. This Trump presidency is not going to end well. It's going to end in a very big chaos. Okay, so let me play this now. Let's get back to Nigeria. All right, let's play this and let's see.
Described by the National Bureau of Statistics as a rigorous exercise, the top management of the Bureau are making key findings on the rebased gross domestic product. The rebased GDP, according to the statistics body, reflects changes in the nation's economy over a period of time.
Economies are dynamic. They change continually with innovation, with new technologies, which alter the production and consumption pattern of individuals, of households, of firms, and also of government. Given these changes, it is only right that the parameters that we use to estimate the size, the structure, and movement in the economy are updated periodically.
The Statistician General explains that the nation's gross domestic product grew by 3.1% year-on-year in real terms in the first quarter of 2025. This growth rate is higher than the 2.3% recorded in the first quarter of 2024. Also, the statistical agency adds that the rebased statistics as at 2019 stood at 205 trillion naira, driven by crop production, trade, real estate, telecommunications, and the oil and gas sector.
The performance of the GDP in Q1 of 2025 was driven mainly by the service sector, which recorded a growth rate of 4.33% and contributed 57.5% to the aggregate GDP. The agriculture sector grew by 0.07% during the reference quarter, that's Q1, from the minus 1.79% recorded in the first quarter of 2024. The growth of the industry sector was 3.42% from 2.35% recorded in the first quarter of 2024.
The figure for the rebased gross domestic product is out. The National Bureau of Statistics expects that the figures will help guide business owners, Nigerians, and government at all levels in economic planning and reforms. Sarah.
You saw how they said that the GDP has grown in Nigeria. So I'll play this, then just make a short comment so you guys can, then I'll ask the question.
As you've seen, which came from the World Bank, you'd see Nigeria's GDP numbers in blue at the bottom. So if you take a look at Nigeria's GDP, we were close to like 550, close to 600 billion GDP at a point in time. And we've dropped significantly, and in terms of our GDP is down to about 200 and 240 billion now. So I think it's safe to estimate that our GDP at 200 billion, we've lost close to nearly 400 billion of our GDP in the last 12 years. That is pretty significant. And if you take a look at the line in red, that line in red is what you call the $1 trillion economy. You can see Indonesia, in its case, has crossed that line. But if Nigeria wanted to achieve a $1 trillion economy by 2030, then our economy needs to be growing 5 times faster than what we're currently growing at now. So, and for a population of 200 million people, our GDP capita has dropped to about close to $800, $804, from a high of about $3,200 about 10 years ago. And
So I just wanted to highlight that so that we can observe what is happening within the country, because I've always been alarmed by, in the Nigerian space, how analysts pretend as if they don't know these facts. Can you imagine if you are working for something today, you are a carpenter, you build cupboards for a living. And when you build your cupboard, every time you build one cupboard, you get this in $100 for the cupboard. then suddenly you find yourself in the same cupboard and you're getting $50 for it. And you ask, what just happened to me? They just told you that because your government floated your currency. That is what has happened to Nigerians, and Nigerians don't know it. They don't understand that this government, this is how they support the kneecap nations on the knee. The economy will be growing. You are even making more cupboards, but you are going to make less eventually because they will kneecap it with your currency. And that's what this government has done. That's the one that really, really gets on my nerves. When the Nigerian analysts don't cover this. Like now, they will cover this for one day. Then the next thing, oh, Tinubu has done so well for the economy. We grow from the economy has grown for 600 and something, almost $600 billion GDP to 200 and something billion GDP. That is not how economy grows. It grows higher, not lower. And we don't seem to understand that, especially if our economy is based on imports. Till today, Dangote is still importing 53% of his crude oil from overseas. The fact that that still needs to happen, it means we are still buying petroleum products from overseas too. This is a senselessly run economy, the way our governments have been running it. But I'm not going to talk too much about this. I just thought I should highlight that point, that if somebody cuts the value of your currency, why they claim that the economy is growing, that's false. They've just kneecapped your economy. They kind of sabotage your economy without you having any means of recovering it back, except somebody goes and fixes that policy. So, Masca, thank you for joining us. It's funny you were not here when we were talking about Epstein file. If you want to comment on it, you can do that. But this GDP, this issue, is it something that Nigerians truly understand?
I leave Epstein to you Americans and all you people in diaspora, those that have run away from Nigeria.
Oh, look at that there. Look at that there. We are not away from Nigeria.
Don't worry.
We are all in Nigeria.
Until we go, yes, the article name there inside. Then we go can't get Mazak attention.
An issue. They don't need our own. They've compromised us a long time. If they can compromise American politicians, we are done.
All I can tell you for sure, Mr. Ovi, is that Atiku's name, I'm sure, is in some American file. That I can tell you. I don't know the name of that file.
Definitely, it's going to be there.
Everybody for Nigeria get 5 for America.
Yeah, definitely, it's going to be there. I'm even worried that because the Israelis have been known to have these software that they used to hack phones for a very, very long time. I'm even worried that many of these Arab countries, their leaders have been compromised a long time ago. That's why they are so silent when all this stuff is happening. They don't say too much because they don't want to be disgraced in front of their people. So that's what is going on. So I'll go to Jagun since Masca, if you are free, you can comment on the GDP this issue. Is it something that Nigerians are fully aware of? Because when the Nigerian government talks to Nigerians, they say, we've increased the GDP from so and so trillion naira to so and so trillion naira. But they never qualify the fact that because you downgraded the Nigerian this currency, we are not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, before we become a $1 trillion economy, from my estimation, it's going to take 22 years. This is something that this president came into office saying he's going to try to achieve in his first term. 22 years, that's what he's extended it to now. So what do you make of it? And is it something that Nigerians talk about in a conscious way to let people know that this government has actually damaged the economy significantly?
Well, unfortunately, you are not going to like my take. I don't think this government have damaged any economy, sincerely speaking. If there's any government that have damaged the economy, it was Buhari's government. What these people are actually trying to do is to fix some of the fundamental issues. You can't have an economy where you cannot confidently say in the next 2 months what will be the exchange rate. It's absurd.
Actually, oh, sorry. Did you just say we knew what the exchange was in Nigeria when Buhari was in office?
But you can't predict 2 months down the road.
We can. It was within range.
You are not in Nigeria. I'm telling you for fact, forefathers. Okay, so you are good at Googling. Google for me exchange rate at 2015. You are muted, forefathers. You are muted.
Oh, sorry. What I can do is I'll have it to produce the exchange rate of naira to $1 over time.
Okay, do from just have the record from 2015 to date.
Okay, exchange rate from 2016 to 2025. Okay, so let's see if we can plot the chart, the quote. Okay, that's coming through. All right, so I'll see if I can pull it up so everybody can see. So
you'll be disappointed.
What is there to be disappointed by? There's nothing to be disappointed by.
You'll be disappointed at how accurate Masca is.
No. Fine. We'll see. We'll see what you mean by disappointed. Okay, now look at it. So what are we trying to see? This is 10 years now, exchanges. So you can see that now. So what does it tell us?
Okay, so what was it in 2015? You are doing 2016.
Okay, 2015, I can see, okay, 25 years. Let's go back 25 years. Oh my God. Oh, I think he wants us to, the future is exclusively for subscribers.
Okay, it's fine. We can, if it's a
this
problem,
is 2016. 2016, yeah.
Okay, it's okay. So what is the number in 2016? I can see the graph, but what's the number?
It's showing 200.
200.
202,
okay,
yeah. Just
200 in 2015. In 2016, what is the number?
No, sorry, this is 2016. 2015 is showing 200, 180. 2015 is showing 2015 August. It is showing 222 actually. I'm seeing 222 there on 2015.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not a big deal now. Look.
So and on 2016 May June is showing 224.
Okay, 220.
That's when it started going up.
Yeah,
okay,
224.
So let's even look at the graph.
If you look at this one, it's quite smooth here throughout.
But Masca,
yes, Ovi.
What would you say to those who will say it's because of pandemic? Because if you look at what's been after the pandemic, things went.
Ovi, are you actually looking at the graph, or you're just talking for the sake of it? Are you seeing what is going on at the top here? Are you seeing all this area?
Look at it from 2020. And I started from 2020. That's when the thing went out of control. From 2020, from 250. From 250 to 500, just like that.
We are looking at the graph here. This thing looks smoother than the time for Tinubu.
What I can tell you, for you, it looks smooth now. But for a business, like maybe, what will I give us a good example? Unfortunately, our economy is a bad economy because the company I will give is not even a Nigerian company. I wanted to say MTN, but even MTN is not a Nigerian company. And I'm scratching my head for a serious Nigerian company. I can't even really wrap my head around any serious Nigerian company. Maybe Dangote. But anyway, the point I'm making, this smooth curve that you see in your eyes now, this is a 10-year line. Now, when you reduce this thing to 2 months, you will see the volatility I'm talking about. And this is in retrospect. The point I am actually making, before they match this interest rate, you can't predict. You cannot say definitely this will be the exchange rate from this movement that you are showing. Because every day the thing keeps going up. And before this time, there's always 2 rates within the country. There's a government rate. And then when you are a private sector person, there's a separate exchange rate for you. And on top of all that, there's a black market rate, which is always over and above what this thing you are doing now. You are showing official exchange, not the black market exchange rate.
Yeah,
so
I'm showing it.
This is my own personal opinion that volatility when it comes to economics is bad. I'm not happy that the exchange rate today is 1,540, but it is better for everybody to know that, okay, if it's going to be at 1,540 for the next 2-3 years, let it remain there so that people can plan.
So now let me push back on what you just said, because for one, you asked to see the chart, and you can see that there's even more volatility in.
No. What you have seen is not volatility. This is when you remove dual exchange rate. Obviously, this has to happen. Technically speaking, they devalued the currency. So it's not
Of course they did.
volatility. It's
Okay,
a
now,
devaluation.
see, okay, you will make every excuse for them,
I'm
but
not
while
making,
you hold the
no,
other side. No, but
no,
that it's not fair.
that.
Hold on.
No, you
Because
hold on. You
the
hold
same
on,
situation, you are
no,
setting different
yeah.
standard for the same situation.
This is what I said at the beginning. You won't like my response, but
Yeah, but it's not about liking your response. It's about you being consistent.
Wait, forefather, consistent. What do you mean by you asked me a question? If you don't want to hear my opinion,
I'm hearing your answer, and I'm just saying that
but
when
you are
you
not
said,
liking it.
but you're not allowing me to talk. You're not
I'm
letting me to flesh out where you are getting it wrong. You're not letting me flesh out where you're getting it, because the graph is right there for anybody to see.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the graph is right there for everybody to see. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this current president came into office 2023. Boom, he went up. Fine. He has floated it. He came down again. And by how much? From 1,500 to 1,000. 100. So that we're talking about $500 swings here. Then you now go to this area. You are talking about, okay, let's see the swing. Let's even be generous and come to somewhere around middle of 2014, when his policy has
almost maybe 2024. You mean
2024? Yeah, 2024. When his policy has fully docked in. Now, if you look at here, 1,686. Then it went down within a couple of months to 1,500 and this thing. That is big shifts that you can't predict in the Nigerian currency that we are talking about.
Okay, so what you need to do now, so that you can understand where I'm coming from, just look at the rate for this 2025 from January to date.
January to date. Okay, yes. 2025, you can't get it now because they are
no,
not.
You can get it. Trust me. You will get it. Don't.
How are you? They don't have for 2025. They have up to 2024 rates. Let me see. I don't think they have it all. This is 05. Okay, these are 05 rates, isn't it? So, I don't know if they. Okay, price.
Don't worry. It doesn't have to be a graph.
Yeah, it's not precise. It's not. They will just give you one figure.
Okay.
Let me see.
It's okay for fathers. Okay. Look,
are you trying to say that it's more stable now than it was in 2024?
It's not about stability. It's about predictability.
That comes from stability now.
No. Exchange rate cannot. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, when you are able to predict something, all the determinants for what you want to predict, okay, let's say football, for instance. I don't know whether you're a football fan, but for you to be able to predict football score, you have to keep a lot of things constant. You have to assume that referee is going to be impartial. Okay? You have to assume that the players on both sides, you know them. You have to assume a lot of parameters. Okay, the results will not be stable, will not be constant, but you should be able to predict that in a football match, highest they score 3 or 4. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the parameters that determine this thing, they are all now clear to everybody. But where it is opaque, where it is government that can sit in a room and decide to come out and say, okay, this is the exchange rate. Even if it is stable, it's unpredictable. I hope, do you get the point I'm making? Even if it is stable, you can see it flat. You know that this flat you're seeing is not because of anything. It's just because of somebody's decision. When he wakes up on the other side of the bed, he's going to jack this thing up.
Yeah, but the flat that I'm seeing is based on that person's judgment, but that person's judgment hasn't been very chaotic.
Yes, but during this period, people cannot predict what will be the exchange rate.
Okay, so we assume now we can predict it, but
yes, I confidently can tell you that in the next, let's say in September, I can tell you that the exchange rate is going to be between 1,540, okay, maybe 1,530 to 1,000 max 550.
Okay, good. So in my own case,
I will have asked us to put money on that.
No, I'm not doubting that it's going to be stable, because hell is stable, but eternity, but it's hell nonetheless. So
and you see, so let me also bring out, for me, my perspective. This predictability is not only for Nigerians. Somebody who wants to invest in Nigeria, who has dollars, he wants to come into Nigeria and invest, even if it's a short-term investment. If he cannot predict that he brings $2 million and convert it to Naira at a certain exchange rate, when he wants to take back his money, the bigger even problem was that during that time, he is not even going to get that $2 million. People would tell him stories.
Yes, but so, that is the different issue of availability of foreign exchange.
You know why?
Hold on. You are filibustering right now. You are not letting somebody counter your claims right now that the economy was stable. Yeah. That's the point. Let me counter it, because you are making a claim that is clearly, like we say here, this is have your truth. We can't just say stuff that evidence has shown that there's even less fluctuation from 2016 to 2000. I checked it. I checked the value of the currency. If you check the value of the currency from when Buhari came into office to when he left, it increased just maybe 100%. This thing change has occurred, but when the current president has come into office till now, it has increased more than threefold already. So that, and then while it's at the top, it's also unstable. You may not notice it, they are still spending money depending the currency as it stands. Because what makes you think just because you float it, it makes it stable?
Forefathers, look, I take it that you don't like what I'm saying. I understand that. Okay.
It's not about not liking it. It's not based on evidence. Our GDP has reduced, and you're here saying that you like it.
What I'm saying is
our GDP has reduced in value. You are saying I should like it. Our GDP from 400 and something billion dollars.
I'm not asking you to like it, but I just want you to hear me out, because you asked for my opinion.
I did hear you out, and you are saying what you are saying is that the economy is more predictable because of it.
No, it's not the economy. I'm talking
the currency.
About exchange rate.
Okay, the exchange rate is more predictable.
That today,
I take your correction.
If I'm outside the country, I have more confidence to bring my foreign currency into Nigeria and invest it.
Yes.
Because chances are that I can predict within a band when I want to take out my money, at what exchange rate I will take out that money. During Buhari's regime, nobody can tell you that. Even the central bank governor, MFLA, couldn't have told you in 6 months' time, this is the exchange rate. The truth also is that even when you look for that dollar during MFLA's time, chances are that you have to go to the black market.
I don't recognize it. You know why? I was doing business in Nigeria myself. I send money to Nigeria every single week. So I don't recognize the instability you describe. And that graph doesn't recognize it.
You know why you won't recognize it? The guys that are collecting the Naira equivalent, they recognize that. You won't, because you are sending constant dollar amount. Me that has listing forefathers. This thing I'm telling you, look, I had a child in the US during all this period who was in school. I'm not a government person. I don't steal money. So I know how this volatility disturbs me. When your child is going to send you an email for school fees, your income is in Naira, but you don't know how much dollar that will amount. I mean, the dollar is constant, but you don't know how much Naira it will be. So I am talking about what I know, what impacts me as a person. I'm not happy today that, okay, this thing is 1,550. I am not, okay? And I'm not saying that it was a good decision, but I'm saying that all I'm saying is that this issue is not this current government's issue. They didn't create this exchange rate.
Okay,
this
good.
Exchange rate we are seeing,
all I can see is that
they wanted to sort out an anomaly where in a country there's a government exchange rate and there's a black market exchange rate.
So you think by floating it's how they solved it?
And okay, just so that you will be comfortable, forefathers, I did an interview on NTA on this same exchange rate issue long before Tinubu become a head of president. I will send you that. This is the same view I have. You can't have different exchange rates. You can't have people inside your country, outside your country. They can't predict exchange rate. You are killing.
I agree with that, but you are mixing two things. And what you have done, if this is what you are telling Nigerians, what you have done, you didn't qualify your statement, and it caused this our problem we are facing right now. Let me explain why you created that problem. One, you said that the issue is dual exchange rate. Do you know to deal with that dual exchange rate, you don't have to float the currency?
It's okay.
But you
It's
didn't
a matter
highlight
of
that.
opinion. Look,
No, hold on. But
What
you
would
didn't
you have
highlight
done?
that.
Okay.
That
What
is a
would you have
problem.
done? No, good
What
question.
would have?
I agree
Let me
with
explain what I would have done.
you. Okay.
I can explain it. What I would have done, you can do manage the depreciation, and especially when you know your demand for dollar is about to start coming down because you have a massive refinery built in your country, because our demand for foreign currency is because of the demand for petroleum products.
I
You
agree
now
with
know that, so you know that is coming on stream, and because you are using a lot of money to defend the currency, one of the things you can do is, one, reduce the demand for the dollar. Stop the Nigerian politicians from changing naira to this in dollars, and reduce the demand for the dollar in that sense. Then also, this is what they call it, do manage depreciation, whereby you announce it.
Okay.
You
So
say the currency is
look,
going to
so
go down
far, I think
in a
this thing
certain
you
way.
are saying, I agree with you. But what I will tell you is that in the end, the question then that you will ask yourself, you that want to manage the depreciation, when you manage the depreciation, there will be two questions. The first question is for how long? And the other most important question, where do you think your managed depreciation will have ended in terms of numbers? Would it be the same number that we have now, or will it be a different number?
It will be in a way, that's what's happening now. It will be a different number. It will be a lot more gradual, and we will taper it based on what the demand for the petroleum product is. Because let's say we now start, like now we are supplying Dangote about 40% of crude in Nigeria. That will reduce the demand, and I will make sure that the demand for dollar will reduce. I'm not going to give all these petroleum
You are not answering the
marketers.
question so far that you
What
are
was it?
skirting around. The
Okay,
question is for how long. This is that the two questions are a number
Okay, how
based.
long?
It's
No,
a number.
to be fair, I'm about to answer
Your
it when you say
answer
how
will
long.
be a number in terms of how long, how many years.
See, it's not based on years, because you have to look at it based on
But
demand.
this is the problem we have
You're
in
not
Nigeria.
listening, you're not letting me answer.
And he hasn't thought it through.
You want
will
a
be
simple answer,
criticizing
but
every
somebody
policy.
that doesn't have it. If I can tell you that it take a year, would you prefer that? Then you know what you're going to ask me, justify it.
No, fair enough. No, forefathers. Look, I know that both me and you are not in government. This discussion we're having is just an academic discussion. It's not going to change anything about the reality. So I'm not going to.
No, it does change our perception of what is going on. Because what is going on.
Okay. What I'm saying, that my perception and your perception is not going to change anything.
Who told you it doesn't change anything? It does change something.
I'm putting it to you. I am putting it to you. But that is an aside. What I'm saying, so we take 1 year. So you're saying that you would have started in 2023 and you will have finished your depreciation in 2024.
Yes.
Okay.
If I was the one, I will go full on with Dangote.
No,
and
I understand. I know you like this. You're going into stories. The number is 1 year, which is okay. 2023, let's say
2024, yes.
March 2023 to March 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And the second question is, so where do you think that the exchange rate would have landed ultimately?
It could land somewhere less than that. Maybe we are looking at about $700, $800, because by floating it, it went further beyond what it should. You see what I mean? You would have been able to contain it, because remember, it's defending in naira. That's where the issue is.
Okay, I think we should raise the argument at this point. Let's all agree to disagree. That, look, you think it should be a phase thing. I actually initially thought the same way you're thinking, but now in the end, I think, look, I'm not going to sit here and argue that, oh, this is how you should have done it. This is how, because in the end, the result in my mind will still be the same. Okay.
Your thinking is that this is stable. What you have now is stable. It's not.
That's my thinking. No,
the moment something happens now in the world economy,
what?
Nigerian economy, something that stops Nigeria from being able to operate economically in the world, you find that or something happens in Nigeria.
No, that's life now. In fact, even everything is stable. There is what is.
Then why are we suffering for nothing?
Okay. See, look,
that is the problem.
It's okay.
Why do this when you don't have to?
Let's agree to disagree. This thing will last us till morning. I don't want it to be like that.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. The numbers. Okay, let's get back to the original point, because we went into the exchange rate issue. Because of that exchange rate, cost for all our businesses, because you were talking about foreigners coming to invest because they can predict. But any business in Nigeria that wants to buy something with the naira from overseas, it's going to cost them a lot more to do that. 3 times more within a couple of years.
I don't get the point you are trying to make. What are you saying?
If you, let's say you own a factory in Nigeria, you buy your machines from China for $2,000.
It will be more expensive.
Exactly. It's going to cost them $6,000 now. That's equivalent of $6,000 before now.
Yes.
You see what I mean? So you have now made it more difficult for Nigerians to be able to actually innovate.
Actually, see, maybe the mistake you are making, don't make the mistake. Don't think that I'm supporting this government. Don't.
No, I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying the policy.
I just want you to have that, because there are a lot of other things that they are getting wrong, for instance. But what I'm saying essentially is that there are some problems that this government is dealing with, and it's not them that created it.
But they created their own. They created bigger ones, actually. If you ask me.
The same point me and you were making. Okay, I agree with that. That's all I'm trying to. I'm not supporting the government. For instance, if you ask me, this policy even of devaluing the naira, there are a lot of other things you should have done before that. Okay, if I'm today the current, say, maybe central bank governor, there are multiple of things. The first thing I will do, even, you can't devalue the dollar, the naira, without having a stack of dollar. I would have done it even differently from you. I would have stacked a lot of dollars over maybe like 2 years. It will be in the middle of
the same thing. Exactly.
I'm just saying that, like, but in the end, I'm not one to sit down, because I'm not the one driving the car, to sit down and be criticizing the driver. When especially
if a driver dives into a ditch, you have to.
It's okay. It's fine.
How can you just say you can't just say don't go criticize the driver if they drive into a ditch? You will not drive us into a ditch. By what you are saying, if you start the currency, do you know what is going to happen when you float it? The value of the naira, it will not depreciate. It will not depreciate to 1,500. It will depreciate to around 800 or so.
Let's agree to disagree. Can you let the matter be?
It's not disagree to disagree. You're making a different point. Even when I'm agreeing with you that if you start the dollar up, okay, tell me what happens when you start the dollar up and you float the currency.
Okay, what I would have done is, by stacking that dollar, which is almost the same thing you're saying, by stacking the dollar, technically speaking, I will be supporting the naira gently, because I have a lot of stack of dollars. Okay, they did that, even though it is not what I would have done. But in fairness, they did. They sold some of our assets. They did a lot of things just to make sure that they have some money to look. I will give them credit, honestly speaking, because I have a fair idea.
No, you're not backing it based on evidence. I asked you a straight question. If you start the dollar and you float the currency, what would it look like?
It will still end up in almost the same neighborhood. The only difference is that the people would not have suffered this much.
You see, why would it end up in the same neighborhood if you have your dollar? You can meet the demand for the dollar.
Because this exchange rate now, it's nobody that is setting it. It's the market that is setting it. And the reality is that we are not producing anything, which is the other thing I will have done. Plus what you're saying, like, we need to make sure, for instance, petroleum products that we import, we have to find a way of not importing it before you even float your currency. There are a lot of, like, all these things like us. That's why I said, I will float it in the middle of my...
I truly want to understand what you mean by it's going to end up in the same place. Why do you say it's going to end up in the same place if you can meet the demand for the dollar?
I don't understand. How will you meet the demand for the dollar?
That's why you are stacking it up now.
We don't produce anything in this country. Do you know we import toothpick for fathers?
I thought that's what you mean by stacking it up. How do you think you're going to stack it up if you don't produce anything?
No. Okay, so let me tell you how I could have probably stacked up dollars. I'm not saying, for instance, a very good process of stacking these dollars. There are a lot of all these government people that travel all over the place, for instance. You have to stop it. We do a lot of debt repayment in dollar terms. You would be shocked. You would jump out of your chair if you know how much Nigeria is paying in dollars as just to service its debt in terms of interest rate.
Yeah.
You'll be shocked. The kind of cars that government officials import in this country, everybody that is in government is driving a Toyota Land Cruiser. All these things, they cost dollars. If you stop that, you are going to stack up dollars.
Okay. So if you are able to stack up dollar, what that means is that your dollar demand has gone down. That's the only reason why you can stack it up.
Even those that send their children to study abroad too.
So by floating the currency, it's going to
I agree with you, Ovie. I mean, but
so no, I want to get to a point. If you can meet the demand for the dollar at a certain value that you're selling, let's say 700, 800, I don't know how much then, and then you have it stacked up. If people demand it, you can meet the demand. Even if you float it, it makes no difference anymore because you've not reduced the demand.
It's your choice of words, forefathers, when you say meet demand. In Nigeria, we don't produce anything. If you take out Dangote's refinery, before Dangote's refinery, everything we import. So how are you going to meet that demand?
Yeah, then you are not going to be able to stack up the dollar.
You meet the demand by simply producing things and exporting them.
I agree.
We don't do that. We don't have the infrastructure, even not to talk of the industry. There's no electricity to support the industries. There's not enough technical education in this country to support these industries. There's not enough health for the people to be a healthy workforce to support the kind of industry you're talking about.
True.
So this issue of
you need to solve that problem first before you float currency. Okay. That's what you're basically saying.
So this is why I said I'm not supporting the regime, because the government is not doing any of these things me and you is talking about. But if you talk about the exchange rate, I will isolate it and say, look, rather than maintain Buhari's exchange regime, I am okay that you are doing what you're doing now, because it's better than what we had.
What we are doing now is what they call ultimate round tripping. The only people that have made money from this are financiers, international financiers, and foreign exchange traders. They are the ones. This is what they call ultimate round tripping, and our people don't see it. They don't. Where do you think the money went?
No, see, forefather, let's not spend the whole evening on exchange rate. Nigeria has multiple of problems.
Okay.
And if we discuss exchange rate till morning, the good news for me is that exchange rate today in Nigeria is no longer an issue. People have cried over it, they've wiped their tears, and they've moved on.
They've cried over it because people like you go about telling them that it's okay. But you can see the graph there. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, please. Let me finish my point. And you know why this infuriates me? Because politicians in Nigeria do this a lot. They lie to the people deliberately. The graph is clearly showing that it's unstable because there's no longer round tripping by Nigerians. They think the problem is solved, but it's still unstable. Nonetheless, the only thing that is happening now is that we are poorer for it. Our GDP. Sorry, let me finish my point. Let me finish my own monologue. We are poorer for it. Our GDP is lower for it. And fellow Nigerians, go out there. If you go out, they will kill you for saying that. You are going out there telling them that it's good for them. Why would you say that kind of stuff is good for a nation? Our GDP has reduced from $400 something billion to $200 something billion, and you are coming here to tell us that it's okay for us. No, it's not.
Will have landed in the same place. I don't know.
No, it wouldn't have. It wouldn't have landed in the same place. I don't know how our people do this to our own people. We lie to our own people, tell them that this is what is going on, when in reality, how can somebody own a house today, the value of the house dropped more than half, and you tell them that it's good for you? Who does that? Who does that to a people? I just feel like our people, they keep lying to our people every day. We keep going on like this. We are a deluded bunch of people. We go about telling our people something that is bad for them is good for them. Our GDP is $200 something billion.
You've made your point, forefathers.
How are we going to come out of this? That's the question. Our GDP is less than $300 billion today.
So you have to be clear now. Come out of what?
About out of the mess that this government put us in. Do you know to borrow money?
Explain the mess.
Let me explain. To be able to borrow money to finance your projects, your GDP is affected by your GDP, the value of your GDP, what you can be able to produce in that country. If you are producing $500 billion, $600 billion, $1 trillion, the kind of money you can get to finance whatever project you are going to finance is based on that too. If somebody comes around and says from $500 billion GDP, they are going to reduce your GDP to less than $200 billion. What do you think they've done to that country? Our national budget 2022 was $49 billion.
Listen, forefathers, okay? You're
I don't know, man.
No, listen to me. You're losing sleep even over the irrelevant issues, because all this GDP and exchange rate that you're talking about, okay? In all honesty, even a GDP that we talk about is not a base to gauge the health of an economy. Because this GDP you're talking about, everything in that GDP is owned by like maybe 5% of Nigerians. That GDP you're talking about.
It matters.
The 95% of Nigerians are going to be dealing with, okay, the last time we spoke, we checked per capita income, which is the GDP divided by the number of people. How much, where is Nigeria? These are the things.
It went down to $800 and something dollars.
Exactly.
From $2,000, it went down to $800 and something dollars. This is what you are saying is good for our people.
I'm not saying it's good for fathers.
You say it's good, it's stable for the policy that they are doing. It's good for us.
Anyway, look, I'm not going to defend. See, look, I'm not the type to sit here and think that I should defend myself about when you hold your opinion. I hold my opinion. This is who I am. Okay,
it's your opinion.
Yes, it's my opinion, and
it pains me. The reason why that pains me so much, because Nigeria, I just feel sad. I just feel sorry for people, because we hear this narrative all the time in Nigeria.
There are two things I want you to be very clear about. Number one, I'm not in support of this regime. Okay.
To be fair, I'm not like I'm not welded to being against them. All I care about is what they do to our people. I'm not welded to being against them. If they do something good, I'll praise them. That is how I see it.
What I really want you to understand is that if we had continued with what was there during Buhari's regime, it's still not good for the country.
It's not good, but you can transition the country from that to what we have now.
This is where I am telling you that I have a better option if I'm the head of state or the president or the central bank governor, but I am not. What I'm saying, the man at the helm of affairs at least have done something that is better than what was the existing situation.
Actually, it's not better. That's the problem. Do you know how much it has cost us? It has cost. Have you done the calculation? Do you want me to do the calculation? Do you want me to do the calculation here online so you see how much it has cost the Nigerian economy? It's cost the Nigerian economy more than $60 billion. This policy.
It's okay, forefather. It's a problem that at some point somebody would have to solve. You can't have
to solve it. You don't have to do it like this. Dangote refinery was coming on stream. The demand for the dollar was going to come down. Why rush the way? He didn't even let his CBN chairman get into office, before he did the policy. Why rush into it the way he did? I don't know why we don't call out these leaders for this. I don't know. This is why this is killing our country. Nobody asks them serious questions. Why they are doing this to the people? The country is going down.
You're just ranting, forefathers.
I'm not ranting. It's annoying. Look, why can't we ask pertinent questions? Why do we pretend that we can't see it?
A spade a spade. The people we have in power are not leaders. These people have ulterior motive.
But you're not calling them out now.
That very well that they are not there just to serve the Nigerian interest. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that, oh, these are good leaders. They've made a mistake.
Yeah, but you are not calling them out now. Sometimes you are saying their policy is good. Well, the policy that he instituted, every policy is good on its own now.
Using the word good. Good did not come out of my mouth.
You say it's better, I guess. You say it's better. Okay, fair point. You say it's better than that of
I choose my words carefully, and at least I can speak English.
Fair point. Fair point. I grant you that one. You said that,
and I maintain that if I compare it to what Buhari was doing, if you compare it to what Buhari's exchange rate regime was, this is far better.
See, the people that were stealing that money.
You have an exchange rate where government people are saying this is their exchange rate. A private sector, this is your exchange rate. And then there is a separate black market exchange rate. And you are even going to go and be arresting people who are posting online the true black market rate. It's
okay, ridiculous. Now take this example now. The Nigerian people were stealing money by taking money from central bank and selling in black market. They are doing round trip, making money out of it. But the both of them put together was somewhere around how much? $400 gap. and even the highest exchange rate was around $800-700. But this in so naira per dollar. I mean, $500-700 per this in the okay, 700 to 800 naira per dollar. So that's what it was under the round tripping. This in the highest rate. But when they took it away from the Nigerians from making, because you know what actually stopped it was Tinubu's policy. Tinubu passed a law to say that Bureau de Change cannot make more than 1% profit. 1%, but that is what actually stopped it. It wasn't, if he had been left that in open, this value that he got now, he wouldn't have stopped there. He completely destroyed the Bureau de Change with that law. That one, you can blame Buhari for not doing it. Why did he not doing it? It's a governance issue, but he didn't address it until Tinubu came and addressed that issue, and a lot of Bureau de Change closed down. Now, when you look at what he actually did in terms of the exchange rate, it went from $800 to $1,500. Where do you think that all that money went? It went to the hands of foreign financiers. All those people, it's not Nigerians that are making the money. That's why I call it what they call it, ultimate round tripping. All that wealth that our people have worked for, that we got our GDP to a certain point, that we didn't have to lose. We seriously didn't have to lose all that money. We could have waited just for a bit. And if the government, he just removes fuel subsidies. He had money in his pocket. He had a lot of financial space.
For you.
Come on, man. I don't know why we believe all this thing. He removed fuel subsidies. He had financial wiggle room. So there was no rush to flow the currency then. He could have just waited. Wait for Dangote Refinery to come on stream.
Don't worry, forefathers. It's okay. I will send you the budget. You will see. This thing, you don't even seem to understand the country we have. If you know it's okay. This ranting you're ranting, if I start ranting now, it will not be well for all of us.
Yeah, you can rant now. You can rant because we have to talk about these issues, because we call it a rant. It becomes a rant because people don't talk about it. It's sickening. It's really sickening that many Nigerians within the country, they will see this thing and they will lie to the people. That's why the country never moves forward. They lie to the people. They tell them it's okay. It's growing in $1 trillion. No, they say trillion naira. The Nigerian GDP has grown in trillion naira. What does that matter? They've already kneecapped your economy 2 years ago. Everything you want to buy now, it costs more to do it. And this government lacks transparency to the extreme. They don't even bother to tell you what they are doing with the money. Now they want to borrow $21 billion. Oh, are they going to build one big hospital so that presidents are not going to be dying overseas anymore? No, they will not do it. Oh. What are they going to do with all this money? They don't tell us. They just use it, and then they will expect us to come and thank them for it. That is the problem. There is no transparency. There is no accountability. Nobody asks serious questions about all these politicians, what they are doing. Like that graph now that they just showed on that news. That is the day. They will show it today, and it will be the end. This thing, it will be the end of it. They will not talk about it again. Like, how, if you do this, if you do what this government has done in the UK, the way they will throw you out of office, after they throw you out of office, they will never name any child after your name again. If you do something like this in the UK economy, you topple the UK economy by more than half GDP. Trillions of dollars they've lost in the economy. That prime minister, they will never know that prime minister's name in the UK anymore. They will bury that prime minister. But we do it, they will do it to our people, and we accept it.
It's ridiculous, the things you are even saying, honestly. But
how is it ridiculous? How is it ridiculous if somebody has your GDP?
Which regime are you talking about?
I'm talking about this current regime.
Okay, so if you are looking at the graph, look at that graph. This thing fell in 2022.
Yes.
So was Tinubu in power in 2022?
Look at it. Let's get to 2022. It fell in 2023, actually. 2023 it was still up here.
It fell in 2022.
That's 2022 here. 2022 is somewhere around this value.
That's 2012, bros, chief.
No, I'm looking at this value here. This value, look at that. You see this 400? Look at that here. 400 is above it. That 2022 is above it. After Tinubu, it went below it.
No, not on that. After this thing, that's what Tinubu came in 2023. This thing happened during Buhari's time.
That's what I'm looking at 2023. It went down. 2023. Okay, You remember, it came in the middle of 2023. By the end of 2023, that's when the currency had already been floated. That's when so when the figures came out for 2023, it's lower.
You see,
look, what I mean?
What I want you to understand, okay? I think there are two things you're modeling up. Look, you may dislike Buhari, you may dislike Tinubu, okay?
His policies.
Okay, the problem we have even as a country, and I see you're falling into that trap, is that we just get sucked into personalities. The man who is the president today, all I'm trying to say is equally as bad as the old president. Our government and our governance is not on the right track, okay?
I'm not about personality. I can't believe you're accusing me of personality. I don't care about personalities. I care about his policies.
Why are you suddenly trying to force the fact that, okay, no, this thing fell during Tinubu's time?
Because it was his we are talking about the policy. Because it was the policy I'm going after. It's not him. It's not about him. It's about the policy that he instituted and why he chose that tactics. When he has already removed fuel subsidies.
So if it is Tinubu's policy you're looking at, the GDP has been flat, has not fallen since the day Tinubu got into power.
It's been flat, but it's been
not
low.
Falling down.
Yeah, it doesn't have to fall down because he has kneecapped it already. Okay. It should be growing. Right. See, look at the year of COVID-19.
You hear their numbers, listen, forefathers. You may not like it, but the numbers are growing. GDP. What I'm telling you is that me and you should not be deceived about GDP. This GDP is completely in the pocket of 5% of Nigerians. So I won't spend my time arguing about GDP. Because
GDP
the per capita for Nigeria is $800. And we know that almost 80 million Nigerians are even living below the dollar per day. So that means in the whole year, that means they are all having like $360 per year. They are below 360, 80 million Nigerians. This argument you are sitting down here to do, sincerely speaking, is because you don't even have a good understanding of the fundamentals.
Okay, if you can say that, but if it's sad for Nigerians that Nigerians have to put up with it. Do you want me to bring some other person that knows about these things?
What is the life expectancy rate in Nigeria?
It's lower than that of Ghana, that's for sure.
For Nigeria. These are the things we should be talking about.
No, it's not the things we should be talking about. We should be talking about things that this government are doing to nick up the progress of the country. If somebody goes and devalues the value of a property, are you going to thank them? Jesus Christ, is it not like straightforward thing? Who out there is going to thank anybody for devaluing the value of their property?
Is that, look, they have to do what they did because there is an underlying policy. It's not Buhari that instituted that policy anyway, but he continued with that policy. And as long as Nigeria has that dual exchange rate, it's going to be a problem.
Okay. So now let's hear this guy talk about this, so that we'll see whether who he falls for doing this or whether he thanked him for doing it.
That's over $200 billion in dollar terms of the size of our economy. But still places us around the top 5, but around maybe the 4th position. But what does all of this mean to the Nigerian government in terms of the macroeconomy, the businesses in Nigeria, our perception outside Nigeria, but more importantly, what does this mean to you? That's why we brought in Kelvin Emmanuel, he's an economist, to help us make sense of it. Mr. Kelvin, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Good morning, Geoffrey. Thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege.
So my first question will be GDP rebasing 101. Let's start from there. What does this mean?
Yeah, but are we looking at the rebasing or the exchange rate for fathers?
Like the total value of goods and services in an economy at the current prices adjusted for inflation. And up until this latest GDP rebasing exercise, Nigeria has had only 2 rebasing exercises. One that was done in 1990 and the other one that was done in 2009. It has also had inflation rebasing exercise that was done in 1975 and then inflation rebasing in 2000. I don't agree with because if you look at the inflation rebasing and the contribution to inflation, because inflation has a major impact on GDP, gross domestic product. You know, you see that before you had the contribution to inflation for food at 60%, energy 20%. Then NBS rebased it and said that water, gas, fuel, household expenses is going to be grouped into one, and they now come from 20%, they now come to about 15.8%, you know, and food was reduced to 51.8%. So before, food and energy took 80% of the contribution to inflation. Now, what you've seen is that you've seen a situation where, because of the devaluation of the exchange rates, right? The fact that Nigeria could no longer operate the fixed peg of plus or minus 30 naira per day, beyond which CBN will intervene, and the currency dropped from printing of money about 17.3 trillion naira that was printed into the economy between 2019 and 2022, and about 31 trillion naira that was injected into the economy through Ways and Means Section 38 of the CBN Act violated. You saw that you didn't have assets and reserves to back this influx of money supply. You know, money supply is over 100 trillion by the way. The naira dropped significantly. The government could no longer maintain that peg where it artificially pegged the exchange rates, and then it supplied the difference to the market that was taking about $320 million per month as at 2022, early 2023, before Bola Tinubu became president. So it floated it. So the floating of the naira to where it is now automatically rebased, led to a devaluation of the GDP of Nigeria. So Nigeria's GDP went from over $500 billion to about $188 billion. So what you've seen them do, the MBS, because they have 4 methodological pillars that is used for rebasing exercise. They have what they call System for National Accounts that typically just adjust the base year. The base year they used was 2019 because according to them, they say it was the most stable year before COVID started. They have what they call the Central Processing Classification. They have what they call the International Standard for Industrial Classification, ISIC. You know, and then they have what they call the Supply and Use Table, SUT. These are the 4 methodologies that is used. And then when you look at the contributions and drivers of GDP growth in an economy, you look at factors like consumer spending, investments, both domestic investments, foreign investment, FPIs, non-speculating investment, FDIs, you have government spending, and then you have balance of trade, which is the difference between your exports and your imports. You know, so when you consider the fact that in 2019, Geoffrey, in 2019, Nigeria's inflation was about 11.0%, 0.8% in 2019. Interest rate was 13.5%. Today, in 2025, Nigeria's inflation, I don't believe the MBS numbers. Nigeria's inflation is about 34%. The MBS says it's 22-point-something%. Interest rate has gone up to 27.5% because, you know, as you adjust inflation, you also have to, as inflation goes up, you have to adjust interest rates to match with inflation to prevent capital flight. You see that in the the areas, the different areas that contribute to GDP, you see industry, you see agriculture, you see services. Industry dropped from 21% to 16% as inflation went up and the Monetary Policy Committee adjusted the NPR from 13.5% to 27.5%. That's 14% increase. And as they adjusted the cash reserve ratio to reduce the money supply in the system to be able to fight inflation, they adjusted cash reserve ratio from 22.5% in 2019 to 50% today, which means that 50 kobo of every 1 naira that is deposited in the banking system is warehoused at the Central Bank of Nigeria at an interest to the banks. Okay? As they adjusted it, you can see that in real industry growth dropped from 21%, it dropped to 16%, which says basically that the real sector in Nigeria is not performing well because interest rates are at an astronomical high, inflation is high. And industries are suffering. So while banks are getting fair value gains from interest rate revaluation, which is the reason why the government apply a sin tax or windfall tax to the fair value gains of banks, the real sector in Nigeria is actually suffering and bleeding.
So, Mr. Emmanuel, you have reiterated it now that you do not believe the NBS figures, and I must have heard you say in other platforms as well that the CPI rebasing that was done ahead of this time, the methodology for the calculation was debatable because of the what you call, the calculation of some other aspects of the economy, put in one particular group. So is this an academic exercise, really, in your own view? And if it is just an academic exercise, what really should be the size of the GDP and, of course, GDP per capita?
So, thank you, Bukola. The reason why GDP rebasing is done, is done to reflect the current state or total value of the current state of goods and services in the economy. There's been changes to the economy over the last 5-10 years. There's been major changes. Okay, so if you look at the fact that GDP has gone from 188 billion to now about 253 billion, and when you multiply that by the exchange rate, it comes to about 372 trillion. What the implication of that is basically is that the debt to GDP ratio that measures the fiscal compliance of the government in terms of the limits for debt ceiling for government borrowing of 40%. That's the red line that the Fiscal Responsibility Commission sets. Has dropped from 51.8%, has dropped currently now to 41.1%. That's what it means. It also means that the tax to GDP ratio, which is basically like a ratio that the government uses to measure how well it is collecting taxes to be able to fund government spending, has dropped from the projection of about 13% to somewhere around 13.3%, somewhere, in my estimates, around 11.2%. Which means that the government has a lot of work to do. Now, I've said it before that one of the most consequential set of reforms we've had in Nigeria was the tax reforms that the president signed into law, recently, and that is, dramatically from January 1st, 2026, going to increase the amount of collections and improve the amount of taxes and into ways and means. Our parity, the GDP in PPP terms, we've done so badly. Listen, if you look at inflation calculator, okay, £1 in 1975, what £1, the purchasing power of £1 in 1975 is what today you need £10.72 to buy. So what you needed £1 to buy in 1975 is what you need £10.72 to buy in 2025. So you can see how the UK economy has performed over the intervening period. The question we have to ask is, what £1 could buy in 1975, what can it buy today in Nigeria? It can't buy you anything. How much has the Naira dropped? And when you look at the purchasing power parity, because it is simply like your gross domestic product per capita as measured by the exchange rate and the purchasing power parity for when you compare it to other similar currencies around the world. That's what GDP in PPP terms mean. What can your Naira buy in dollar terms? Because, we are heavily dependent on imports as compared to other currencies. That's what we need to measure. Okay. So when you say it's an academic exercise, it is really an academic exercise, because when you look at the purchasing power of the people, we've not done very well. GDP per capita today is below $900. It's very, very poor.
Okay.
So he has made that very clear there. And let me even put this one, what I was checking on ChatGPT a moment ago, because you have to do the calculation on the knock-on effects that come from this thing, floating the currency. So for what I can observe, based on the first calculation, then I highlighted that the GDP went down by from $400+ billion to less than $200 billion. And then he went on to do a calculation, and in the end, at the bottom end, what it summarized was that total direct plus indirect cost easily exceeds 100 to 200 billion dollars, because that is the actual thing. And when this guy mentioned debt to GDP ratio, that too will increase, because now because our debt is owed in dollars, you see. So when your value increases, when the value of your currency depreciates, then your debt to GDP ratio, based on, because our GDP is now lower, it's now even higher. So borrowing money will be more expensive for us to do, because this is the management of the economy. If you want to go and borrow money from a bank, and the bank knows that you have a bigger asset, they will give you bigger money, a larger sum of money. But if you don't have assets, your assets are lower value, they are not going to give you that much money. So this stuff has a lot of knock-on effects that we have not even looked into. But we are always looking at the macro effects. So say, oh, the currency is now stable. How many people trade on foreign currency in Nigeria, apart from the elites? Who cares about them? Why are we floating it? In reality, the value of the naira is the one that is depreciating. Cost of living is increasing. Inflation is going through the roof. You know, properties in Nigeria that you used to rent before, that used to be cheaper, it's also expensive now. 3 times increment in rent in Nigeria. How many people are benefiting from that? Not the people, for sure. The people that are benefiting from all these things are people that can come with dollars from overseas and buy assets in Nigeria. Those are the ones that are going to benefit, and they will buy it for cheaper now, because somebody decided that let's favor them than favor Nigerians first. But I will leave it at that anyway. It's just up to Nigerians to see. This guy that I played in the video just now, I'm sorry that I played it for so long, because one of the reasons why I have an issue with him, he knows his stuff, but he uses too much convoluted language. Who is going to be able to follow what he's saying? I can't even follow what he's saying. I can't even follow it. How many Nigerians can follow what that man is saying? He keeps using too many acronyms. Just tell people what it means. You are smart enough to be able to dilute it to simple language. He's the only one that comes out and tells the truth, but he says it in a convoluted language that nobody can understand. But I'll leave it at that. Dexter, I owe you an apology for not wasting your time, but for keeping you so long without calling you to speak. And the same goes to Okpeholo of 2028. All these people that are causing problem in those states, but it's all right. They are welcome to be part of the political process in those states. Dexter, what do you make of this GDP issue that we are having right now? Because as you can see, me and Masca went at it this thing, because the reason why I feel more strongly about this is because I dislike the fact that inside Nigeria, nobody's telling Nigerians this. It just feels like for 20 years or 25 years I've been overseas, all you see in Nigeria is the things are getting worse. We are not competing with the world well enough. And Nigeria are saying, it's okay, don't worry, keep going. Let's keep going. Why do we keep doing that to our people? But what do you make of the GDP issue? Because I can't stand the idea that the value of my property, the value reduces by more than half, and somebody come and tell me that, you know what, is good for you. I will not buy it. That's con. That's me. If anybody's going to buy it, I do have a property to sell to them in case they are interested in a property that will lose the value. If you are interested, I'm very happy to sell you a property. Dexter, please go ahead. And you can also touch on the Epstein stuff, because I'm not sure you commented on it at all.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I'm just coming on, and yeah, thank you. There's this saying. So if you're a chess player, there's this saying we used to say in Nigeria: tie goat, tie rope, tie rope, tie goat. It's the same thing. Do you understand? You know, so there's no, what you're saying and what Masca is saying, it's not really far off. You understand? I'm really trying to say the same thing, but you know, maybe in different perspectives. Forefathers, the reason why Tinubu had to devalue the currency is because it's the same thing that Babangida did when they did structural readjustment. They needed more naira, and because naira is what they trade in, is what is used primarily for trade in Nigeria, and that is why Tinubu can tell you, "I've given the governors more money, you know, I've increased the salary." But that kind of economics only works when you are a producing country. Do you understand? That's what Japan and China do.
because you have products that you want to be in the international market, and you devalue your currency so that your products are cheaper for the people outside, and it brings in foreign direct investment. Now, forefathers, there's something you said that is not correct. You said that Dangote is kind of reducing our dependence on dollar. Forefathers, it's not happening. US has been a net exporter of crude oil to Nigeria. So Dangote,
no, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I know that.
Dangote is actually buying 51% of his crude oil comes from the US. So he is actually requesting for dollar. So there's pressure.
Why do you think he's requesting for dollar? Why? Because the government is not giving him oil.
No, because that's exactly. And you know that we still have almost 300,000 barrels that is going for subsidy. The government still, do you understand? There is every day, they have 300,000 barrels that they are saying they are using for, that is the one that was meant for the Nigerian refinery. They still take that out. They don't give it to him. Oh. You know, so you see, you can't. The problem we have with Nigeria is, like I say, many times when Nigerians come here and talk, the truth about it is that you will see Nigerians are not yet objective enough to see the truth and say it irrespective of whose ox is God. That's the reality. We must realize that we are not yet objective enough to see the truth and say this is the truth. It doesn't mean whether it has. You understand? Nigerians will easily pivot the moment the thing looks like it's going their way. As even if it's bad, I beg, even if you go touch me, you never touch my side forever. Make it touch me, make it touch me. That is why Nigeria can't work. Because when something is supposed to be right, if it will affect somebody, the person will start talking against it. Oh, because it's going to affect me, it's going to affect me, it's going to affect me. We start fighting against it. You know, and until we get to that, look, we are not yet. We must accept it. I'm not throwing us down yet. I'm not throwing Nigerians down, but we must accept it. We are not yet. Even Nigerians that have gone abroad, you will find them still leaning onto all these their enclaves. The moment something looks like it's going to affect them or it's going to favor them, they will not be objective enough again to say the truth. If you want Nigeria to work, it's not hard. Why? Look, forefathers, let me give you an example. You have been abroad. If you are giving somebody money in Nigeria every month, if you do it for 1 year, do you know what happens? After 1 year, if 1 month you don't give the person the money, what will happen? The person will get angry with you. Because the person will be entitled. The person feels that money, you must send it. Now, that is what is happening with the Nigerian state. Look, Nigeria just waits on, every state in Nigeria, they just wait on the federal government. Okay, they are drilling oil. Oh yeah, bring money, give us money. So there's no productivity anywhere. Everybody just sits down and waits, and they are collecting. And when you bring that kind of system, there is no, they don't need to work again. And so when we have that kind of system, we can't be getting people who in leadership who didn't go to school, who have no business acumen, who were not captains of industries. Then we expect outputs. You know, we expect an output that would be the output of having someone like Barack Obama or Tony Blair in leadership. No, it's not possible.
What is so sad about it is that, you know, this Dangote refinery that was coming on stream, which is, to be fair, I like to give Tinubu, what's his name, Buhari, credit for that, because it was under his regime. This happened. It never happened in the prior regimes. It happened under his regime, and he saw it to the completion and left the stage. As a matter of fact, from what Dangote recorded, which is very fascinating, Dangote said something about 2 weeks ago or last week that refinery should have been completed 2 years before it actually got completed, if not for the COVID-19 issue. That there were some suppliers that supplied him wrong equipment deliberately, but he wouldn't mention their name, to sabotage the refinery. But he went on to succeed in getting it done 2 years later, which means this stuff was meant to happen under Buhari's this regime. And if he had, Nigeria will still have 20% stake in there. And I believe because Buhari was the one that he kind of chaperoned this thing to fruition, he will make sure that Dangote Refinery had the oil that he needed. And Buhari wouldn't have cared too much about blocking the import of petroleum overseas. After all, he blocked rice. So I don't think he's going to be shy about blocking petroleum import from overseas. So that is the Nigerian problem is really simple to fix. But
it's not simple.
The corrupt politicians, the corrupt people that are so compromised are the ones causing the problem. It's relatively simple.
It's not the corrupt politicians. Let me tell you, forefathers, it's not the corrupt politicians. Let me tell you where Nigeria's problem. We all have to take the responsibility for Nigeria's problem. See, don't you have people who are, in quotes, men of integrity working for the corrupt politicians? Look at what happens in Nigeria. See what happens in Nigeria. And this is the genesis of our problem. Somebody that is corrupt, a drug dealer, gets into a position. Instead of the people to say, we reject you and we are not going to accept you, you have the same people who are supposed to be men of integrity, pastors, traditional rulers, all of them will go and pay allegiance to that corrupt politician. Look, the difference is you cannot be promoting people that the society knows these people are bad, but you are now promoting them because you want cheap favors. It's exactly what happens in Nigeria. Okay, look at what happened in Rivers State. Tinubu put Ibas as administrator. If everybody in Rivers State said, no, this is not right, they shut down, that guy will not work. If everybody from traditional rulers, civil servants, everybody shut down, this is wrong. That is what democracy is. Everybody shut down. Say, this is wrong. The president will swallow his vomit. He will swallow it and take it back. But what happens in Nigeria? The moment that happens, everybody is greedy, looking for what they can get. And it's the same thing that happens with people here. Everybody is some people here that are talking, they are talking tomorrow. If their governor called them, say, I've been seeing you, I want to give you a political appointment, they will quickly run and say, let me be closer. If I'm closer to power, maybe I can have an impact. That is where the genesis of our problems lie. We don't have people in Nigeria that can say, no, I can't be. Look, let us give it to Akim Baba Ahmed. You have to at least give him some kudos. There are some people, let me not say, not everybody. There are some people that have the guts to say, no, I can't be here. Do you understand? But that is the genesis of the Nigerian problem. Because when things are, many people that will come and be seen, in fact, some people are even criticizing the government so that they will be noticed. Yes. Some people are criticizing the government so that they will be noticed and they will be called this, and then they can steal their own money. And then so that we cannot that's why I say until we leave these things of fables and tales and become scientific oriented, which means what is science? 1 + 1 is 2. 1 + 1 is not 1.5. Until we employ that in every starter of our lives, we go nowhere. In our justice system, it's the same thing happening in our justice system. Today somebody will bring something, a sheet, you say no, it's white. That same sheet, another person will bring it, you say it's black. Another person will say it's yellow. No country makes any kind of progress like that until we get to that point of objectivity. Whether it is not whether this person, okay, my senatorial district has not produced governor for over the years. Now somebody from my senatorial district is coming because, and you know that person is incompetent. You know that person is incompetent. But since it's my senatorial district now, let something touch us. You will vote for the person. That is where our
isn't that why I say that many Nigerians, they don't like the way the government governs, but many of them are okay with their senators and House of Assembly members in their locality. They are okay with it. They don't see how those people translate because they are like them. It's a very interesting phenomenon. It's revealing that Nigerians are like those leaders. Because if you are not like them, they live around you. What are you doing to them? Have you called them to account? How many of them have been called to account locally?
There's no, you see this, let's leave Tinubu and his economics of devaluation. You see, the devaluation would have worked if Nigeria was a producing economy and we had something that we wanted to compete. If we had something we wanted to compete in the market, the problem is Tinubu devalued the Naira so he can get more money and say, okay, I've settled all the states, I've settled these people, I've settled those people. That's why he devalued the currency. But now we are reaping the other side of it, which is that there is no production. Now think about it this way: Argentina was almost in near collapse, but Javier Milei has transformed the situation. And the bad part of Nigeria is that Tinubu said he was devaluing the currency, but he did not employ the same. He was telling people we need to fast. You people go and fast, but he was feasting. The senators are feasting. In fact, until we get a president in Nigeria that says, look, a governor cannot earn more than the highest civil servant in the state. Your salary must be, your allowances must be in the range of the highest civil servant in the state. Until we get governments that can do that, until we get somebody that can do that, all this, we're not making any way forward, because everybody wants to be governor, everybody wants to reach out to go, because that is free money. Everybody wants to be senator, that is free money. A senator comes and tells, I'm sorry, but this is Senator Ireti Kingibe, and I heard what she said and I was disappointed. And this is supposed to be a star senator. Comes on TV and says she provides, she does solar street lights for whatever it is, whether Wusi or something. I was disappointed that what you do for your senatorial district, that you provided solar street light. What are we? What kind of people are we? You know, when we talk like this, no wonder people look at us and wonder whether we are actually human beings. The senator comes out and says, at least I'm providing solar street light. For what? How does that empower the people? How does that make the young man that is 22 years old to be independent? How does that make him to have the job? In this world, in the world of global.
Sorry, yes. Dexter, what do you want Reki Tingbe to have said?
Look at what I want her to do. The cost of one
bearing
solar
in mind
street
that does not have any budget.
Yes. No. What is KG?
KG.
According to their budget, to install one solar street light is almost 200 and something million. Okay?
Is it coming to?
Whether it's coming, at least if she's bringing it, that is
no. Let's be realistic now. It's because of what
it's
you
not
have
coming to her. No, yes, it's not coming to. It's not coming to her, but the contractor that will do it, whatever it is, it is through her own what they call it, senatorial. There's something it's her allocation, but she will not. The money is not coming to her. KJ. If she says, okay, look, I don't want that solar street light. You see that Wuse area? I want free Wi-Fi there. I want that place to have free Wi-Fi 247 for one whole year. Anybody that comes there, what are we talking about? I want that place to have power. What are we talking about?
Sorry, who's going to pay for it? Who's paying for it?
Who's paying for it?
Where does the two? So, okay, what are you talking about?
I even thought you just you and forefather that is there. I didn't know that the other people here.
220 something million.
It's like that now. It's been like that for a while.
Million. What are you talking about?
Sorry. I want to answer you and forefather. Forefather, you say something. You say Nigerians are like that. They don't ask their senators and all that questions. How are Nigerians? What are they supposed to do? Even if they wanted to ask questions, these people surround themselves with, armor tanks and all the rest. How do you go to ask them questions? That's one. Two, do the senators have money that is assigned to their offices? That is that they carry around? No, they don't have those monies, whether they are appropriating it or not. If we accept that we should not be walking through corruption, then there's no way we should expect that a senator will have the Federal Republic of Nigeria money in his possession or her possession to carry out functional duty for her senatorial district. What the senator can do is what Kingibe have been doing, okay? Which is to question and to say, this is what the people of this area want. This is what the people of this area want. She has no such ability to. In fact, you are talking about Ireti Kingibe, and I'm coming in because of Ireti Kingibe. Now, you are talking about a senator who the minister himself has said she's inconsequential and amounts to nothing before him. He wouldn't even give her the ability to even have a meeting with him. He will not accept to meet with him. So how will Ireti Kingibe now? I'm coming, sir. You have been talking for a while. Let me also talk now, please. Now, how will now?
But it's not your turn now, KJ. It is obvious turn.
I will soon go away. I beg. No verse.
You know how this supporters.
This is
They think
definition
the
of
world
Nigeria.
revolves around
We are
them. They just
Nigerians.
come in and they
Okay,
just the
I
queue.
don't leave now. Okay, make them talk. No,
Because
No,
Obey is a quiet
Let me
person now.
just
You want
answer.
to
Let me answer
obstruct
KJ.
him.
Let me
You are
answer
just being
KJ.
No, Koji
Nigerian.
hasn't said anything since now. Obi
No,
has had some say.
KJ.
No, let
KJ,
KJ continue. He's just being a Nigerian.
no,
It's
let me
okay.
answer
We are all
KJ.
Nigerians.
Let me answer KJ for what KJ said. I don't support what Wiki is doing with in what do you call it?
FCT.
FCT and his interactions with the senator. My point is this: I don't have any personal grudge against Senator Kingibe. But you see, if the forefathers, if you have not seen a train go into a rock, and come out in the other tunnel, that's come out on the other side, there's a tendency that if you go to your place and they tell you that how will you construct a train track from point A to point B,
you go around the rock.
Exactly. I understand the masker. If you have not seen something, you see, ideas coming from your eyes and your ears. If you have not seen or heard, then you will be constrained to what you have seen. I don't blame Senator Geriti because she's doing what she knows. Do you understand? She's doing what she knows. But my point is that there are more creative ways, there are more things that you can do. And she has constituency allowance or whatever for her senatorial district. And she's the only senator in the whole of FCT. So she has a say in some kind of project that she will facilitate through Ministry of Works or whatever. And if the best she could do was to think it is solar street lights, then that means that there's no idea. There's no idea on how to empower the people. And that's the problem we have. We have people that claim to be our leaders. There is no ingenuity. They cannot see in the next 10 years, what am I going to do that when I do it now, in the next 10 years, it will catapult these young people to a global stage. They can't see that. Let me give you an example. Nigerians go to UK, US, O2 Arena to perform. Okay, think about it. Efe Ajagba is a Nigerian, a top world heavyweight boxer. AJ Anthony Joshua, top heavyweight boxer. Daniel Dubois, his mother is Nigerian. Kamaru Usman, Nigerian. What is this other guy's name? The last style bender, Nigerian. Nigeria doesn't have a venue that can host international fights. Meanwhile, we can attract 3 to 4 fights every year to Nigeria. And you know the money you know the flights that you will get inside. The point is that you don't have leaders that are sitting down and they are thinking. And let us just take a cue from what you call Ray Power today. What is his name? Dokpesi. It was ideas that made him form Ray Power back in 1995. It was ideas that made him form that thing. And look at how it's opened up Nigeria. The music space that we're enjoying today, those were the people that were the founding fathers for that. But what we don't have leaders that are. The problem is the way Nigeria is operating, it seems we are caving in. You know, we are going to our enclave where instead of us to be opening up, we are going to our enclave. Anything, the moment everybody start thinking of how with my own pocket, how with my own destiny, you know, but we're not thinking, what are we going to do to open up the space? A typical example, recently in Lagos, they have started renaming new local government chairman have started renaming streets. Imagine the kind of thinking. You're thinking that you want to make you want to be global. Then you start resorting to let us rename the streets because it was not named that.
But Dexter, the reason why those ones you can forgive some things because you can. Not everybody's as exposed as others.
What are you saying?
Oh my God!
Is that what you are saying? See how you are supporting the woman now.
This is the same thing.
She's not as exposed as Dexter.
This is the same nothing.
No, I'm basically saying that I'm not defending Iretiking.
You are
After
saying
all, she
that the
was the one.
governor of Lagos is not as exposed
It's
as
not.
Dexter.
Oh no, he's exposed, all right.
And you
What
are
are
Oshomole
you
there.
is
saying?
different.
You are
What are
there.
you saying?
People are
Oh,
renaming.
guys, look at that.
Do you know what it? That it shows we are
Calm down,
bereft.
Dexter. Calm down. Nigeria problem should not kill
No,
anybody.
it's not going to
see,
kill me.
Down. It's okay.
I think the for me, I prefer to look at the decisive effects, the decisive policies that create the biggest damage, and all the policies I've seen the president do. The tax one I support. I think is a good idea. I don't have any issue with subsidy removal. The institution fees one sounds like it's a good idea. It might become something that he will be known for a long time. So there are quite a lot of things that some things he has done that have been positive. However, the institution fees one, the tax one,
institution fee that the students are going to pay back.
Yes, now you want that for free?
Yeah, but Dexter, that is okay. You see, this is the challenge I have. Look, we can't throw the baby with the bathwater. If we continue to do that, we would only be digging ourselves deeper into problem. Where even if the person that is the president is a madman, if the madman takes something right, we should isolate it and say, okay, keep this one. The other ones, we don't like it.
Fantastic idea, Master. You see, what you have said is true. You have said, I agree with you. But you cannot put the cart before the horse. You say, okay, I'm giving students tuition fee. The schools where you are sending them to, you are not thinking that these schools need to, they should be the top schools. So you are telling the students that, okay, I'm giving you money to go to school, but that school you are going to, the education you are going to receive there is so whack. It's so whack that you are coming out.
Take it easy.
No,
they are giving, if they don't give tuition fees now, you're going to complain. They give tuition fees, you're complaining. Which one are we? We have to accept some things now.
Wait, father. Peter Obi went to US and Unical recently. Dentistry department was about to be shut down for how much? 20 million, 50 million. People that you are saying you are giving money to go and pay school fees. The infrastructure that is supposed to give them education, it is comatose. So you are sending them to a comatose place and you are telling them, I'm giving you this money to go and get rotten tomato. And after you eat the rotten tomato, you will pay me back the money. What disaster is that?
Let's disconnect. Next time, let's try to separate things. If the university is not being well maintained, that's a different issue from the tuition fees one. The reason why I think the tuition fees one is going to last is because if it starts working well, Nigeria will now be used to students paying their school fees, and I think that is also going to go on to fund universities.
You pay your school fees when you were in uni.
No. My point is that it's going to go on to fund universities because the students don't have to pay it now upfront. Universities can afford to jack their prices up, and the government will have to give students these tuition fees to go and pay this, and thereby the universities will have more money in their pockets.
Forefathers, you are doing Tinubu's voodoo economics here. You are doing the same Tinubu's voodoo economics here.
Where is the
voodoo? Unfortunately, Dexter, all economics is voodoo.
See,
not necessarily.
Very necessarily.
You first of all, you want to these institutions should jack their prices up. So you say, okay, we are going to be giving people. It's the same Naira devaluation technique. We are going to be giving school fees was maybe 100K. We are going to be giving people 500K. School will jack their prices up to 400K. Then the students will pay the 400K. The school will now say, oh, we now have more money. Then you will not tell the students to go back and go and pay. They should now be indebted and be paying that money back. Why are we deceiving ourselves? What was the government's responsibility?
No, see, Dexter.
So the quality of education would increase because the universities have more money to hire more qualified staff. Money matters. Money matters for universities.
Not only money matters. The truth, Dexter. I honestly I'll better have Nigerians that are educated and indebted than uneducated Nigerians.
Yes, I agree with you. But
the schools may be comatose, But the reality also is that half education is better than none at all.
Masker, you have made a very good point. Do you know that sometimes it's better you actually have something that you know is actually bad than it is actually between? Do you understand? It's actually in between, because when it is in between, it becomes poisonous and dangerous to you. Let us be sure of what we are
sometimes,
getting.
but this one is not now.
We don't want. Look. I'm not saying that Nigeria's situation is bad, is unredeemable. See what I'm saying? I'm not against. You can give the students loan, fine. It's okay.
Ovie.
Students
so
that
you see why some of us can sell a kidney and send somebody to go to a proper school.
see, it's okay. Do you know that? You see, these things are not hard for fathers. If a government is interested in the development of its people, for fathers, how much has the government spent on Tinubu's trips alone? How much have they spent on jets? If you calculate the money that has been spent on trivialities, you will find out that it is so easy to set up one university in each geopolitical area that will be among top 500 universities in the world. It is so easy. But the government is focusing on trivialities, ways they can steal money. That is it. Look, one street light cost 220 something million. One. Doesn't it make you cringe? One street light cost 220 something million. Meanwhile, University of Calabar and University of Nsukka were about to lose accreditation for less than 100 million. But one street light, of which they will approve thousands. You know, one street
I think Dexter, if you look at every nation.
And then somebody tells me, so fathers, think about it this way. One street light costs 200 plus million. You are giving students 500,000 as students loan.
Mm-hmm.
Do the mathematics. That means one street light is equal to how many students?
Yeah, that I noticed.
And that street light, let me tell you something. That street light, I think is solar. Give it 2 months. Boys don't mount that thing, collect the battery. Mm-hmm. Yes, and the street lights will go down, and they will do another one for the next year. And this is the look. Let us, oh boy, who do us this thing? Isn't
this why I'm talking about the macro level operations? If somebody has sabotaged the economy, not much is going to go forward. Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you like people that are gentle and give them their time to talk? You don't like people that are gentle?
I do like gentle people. I'm a very gentle man, you know.
But you are not very gentle.
Don't mind me. Troublemaker come here to ask about gentility.
We don't let me speak. You know, for father now.
We know you are a what do they call it? A baby face area boy.
When it comes to trouble, you give it trouble now.
Before you will remember I'm alive, I need to poke for father. If I don't do it like that, we don't remember me.
But what is this now? This issue of Nigerians not understanding the impact of this fluctuation of the currency when the GDP goes down. Because I always use a simple example, because I believe that if you talk to Nigerians in simple language, they are likely to understand. Though I'm a very, very objectionable individual, but some other person like Pascal says it to people, they will understand. If Pascal tells people, if somebody tells you that your property is worth,
so now if you go and tell people it's bad.
Look at that, look at Pascal. I'm just giving an example. The one I'm saying is that if your property value move from 100 million naira to 50 million naira, are you going to be thanking the person that is managing that property? You're not going to be thanking the person. That's something we have to be telling our people so that they understand what is going on. Because when that happens, no matter what you do inside the house, it's not going to matter much. And that's what Dexter is complaining about. I think US don't have these abnormalities to where you see ridiculous pricing for things. America has it. The UK has it. You know, at the top of the Nigerian economy, it's almost as if there's a sickness there. Something is not working right. And the one I saw with my own eyes with this president is the one he did with the fluctuation of the currency. Because my prediction was that, you know, he said he wanted the economy to be $1 trillion economy. My prediction was that he can actually achieve it in the next 4 years of his presidency. But instead, what he came to do is he took one action, just one action, and he brought the economy from 400 something billion to 200 something billion. Who does that? Who does that? It doesn't make sense. And that is what is killing our country repeatedly. But Babangida did this to the country, and he damaged the country so badly. If anything, Abacha didn't do that, actually. Abacha is one of the presidents in Nigeria that didn't necessarily go ahead to damage the Nigerian economy directly. But the rest since then have just been managing our decline. Our economy's value just keeps going down slowly. But I would say Jonathan Buhari, even as bad as Buhari was, his GDP was still growing.
Don't say that, forefathers. Don't say what you don't know.
Okay, let me take our GDP.
Okay,
maybe I'm mistaken.
Did you hear how much he said that Buhari them did in ways and means? Did you hear the figure?
I don't know what he said.
Did you
What
hear
did he
the
say?
figure of the naira they printed?
They printed. They
Yes.
printed more now. So
No.
what's the difference?
No, see,
When
look,
did
I
you
don't want
appreciate
to
your currency? You
prolong
print
it,
naira.
but did you hear also when this man told you that CRR now is 50%? For every 1 naira that you deposit in the bank, 50 for 1 naira, 50 kobo is half of it is taken into the central bank vault because there's too much liquidity in the system.
Yeah, okay. The economy went down under Buhari,
almost
for a bit.
knocking hand at Zimbabwe.
We are at the moment. Zimbabwe is actually richer than us now. Yeah,
I'll
go
ask this
ahead.
question first. During Buhari period, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but somebody should correct me. During Buhari 8 years, we not really collect money from IAF, World Bank, and all that, but instead we pivot to China, right? In exchange for development and all that. Now, in Bola Tinubu administration, it is
But actually, sorry, Ovie, sorry. Actually, the president that really wanted to pivot Nigeria to China was Goodluck Jonathan.
Correct, and that's why they took him out.
Yes.
That's why they took him out.
He was,
So
because I remember very well, they discussed in detail what they call, they were arranging a swap between Nigeria in terms of what's the Chinese currency
swap deal. Yen.
Yeah, there was a big plan to pivot the country towards China, but it's okay. Look.
Yeah, so that's part of. So now, Tunaja, I'm saying this, Tunaja, so that you understand the shift that we are not talking about, right? Now, when Bola Tinubu pivoted to the West, right? What happened? You have to accept our policy. That's why that's why I keep quiet when they analyze Nigeria economic policy. I see that they write them. I see that they know what that they do, right? So, person will give you money, tell you how to implement them. So you see, that's the reason why I say people should pay attention when I say Bola Tinubu will lose. How? So me and you are here complaining. They see the real effect of the policies, but guess what? They give him money more than you can ever give him, right? So yes, more would understand how who is a patriot, because if you listen to the messages when Buhari died, I pay attention to all the leaders, the ex-leaders' messages. One of the key factors that they always talk is a patriot, he is a patriot, he is a patriot, right? Yes, in policy we know like him. When he lock all the borders, there's a reason for all that. We see, for us to be ourselves, no side they always talk to Nigeria. How many million are we ready to lose? It go happen. For us to be economically free and be productive and all this analysis before it go make sense, we have to fight that fight. However it won't come, we have to have a leader who will say, you know what, all these things are like we can stand on our own, regardless of what. It's not going to be easy. So if you look at the economy, somebody saying that waiting with all our leaders are buying foreign car, foreign this. The average Nigerian for village, call anybody for your village. Tell them, ask them, everything with around that person, make it tell you how many of them are made in Nigeria. From food to clothes, everything in the village.
Even toothpick.
Yes, not even in the city. In the village, people will never even see TV before. They don't know what they call TV. But everything around them is foreign. But for some reason, we analyze GDP. And I was like, what are we analyzing our GDP on?
Even
To
the
be fair,
oil.
Nigerians, but the chairs, the tables that they use is Nigerian made. Most of them
No,
are
no, no,
carpenters now.
But that no, the kind which country are you describing?
Okay, I hear what you are saying
We they
because
import
okay.
wood. We they import wood, my brother. They do furniture. We they import wood. They do all that for the.
Wow.
So what? Yes. So and those are the implication of pivoting to the West. You have to open. If you listen to Trump lately, part of the agreement that is coming with the tariff is that every country must open up its country to American world business people. Open your farm, open your poultry, open whatever. If you don't want to open it, this is your tariff. I said yesterday. So that's what I tell you.
Yeah, but Nigeria can compete with them now. Can't Nigeria compete with them because it's more expensive for them to manufacture now?
All right, so forefathers. Sorry, Ovie, see, forefathers, okay? It's not, I hear you say Nigeria's problem is simple. No. It's a complex problem because this production that you're talking about, I've said it, but you don't listen. I've said it. The Nigerian worker, average Nigerian worker, me that have worked here in Nigeria, if you have a department of 10 staff, every week, one of them will come and tell you he's sick. Our labor force is not even productive. It's not healthy. We don't have that requisite healthcare system that needs to support a healthy, productive system, a healthy labor force.
Yeah, so
our schools that we are just saying with Dexter now, that the schools, look, if you ask an accountant that's a graduate of a Nigerian accountancy school, if you ask him what is a debit and what is a credit, he cannot differentiate the two for you. Basic things. The schools. Okay.
But what to Nigeria ask question? Why we no fit compete with them? That is where influence of who win our election comes. Are we going to have somebody who will listen to them or go against them? So it is not a coincidence that all the presidential candidates they talk about the same policy, subsidy, currency valuation. All of them they talk about, but how they want to do an identify, but they're all saying it. It's not coincidence. It's not because they understand say that person ain't going to make my president legit. No be us within Nigeria. I don't have two power, but the people they are more scared of the outside power than the local forces where go to say come. This policy where there's no favor because they are local businessmen, right? Who are favor, we go favor all these things. But one they are not to successfully empower to actually choose their president is hard. Look, just listen to the billionaires among us. Are they criticizing the Tinubu administration to like the way you are seeing it? No, because it they favor them and they are the one that are in position to actually determine all these things. So that's where we are. Who go take the bull by the horn, take the bullet for us, do as it, but you have to know who is around you because today we will ask ourselves among all our leaders, from local government chairman to president, how many of them are not on the payroll of all these foreign agencies?
No.
When I say foreign agents, I'm talking about all, both NGOs, CI, all of them. How many few of our leaders are
and
not
what you have to add of it is directly and indirectly, because if your boss is on the payroll, even
you are technically on the payroll,
indirectly you're on that payroll.
If you look Buhari administration, there were a lot of moves, right, that he tried to do in a way, all this locking of border, who they appoint, who they want make it bring represent. When he was pushing for somebody for the Senate president to emerge as the winner of primaries, you think say they don't know what then they do. You understand? So the local forces are growing, right? But how big is their ball to say one day, maybe in our lifetime we'll see one day somebody will come and it's just to just like Obi, right? Convince some section of the people, some demography, some just they say this is the way to go, right? And that's all you need to do. But it's hard because all of them get children for abroad. All of them, everybody there abroad, one way or the other.
Yeah.
So you want to sacrifice that over what? You understand? You want to sacrifice that over what? So there are so many things that all of them are compromised. That's why I say anybody who don't. That's why, remember I was saying it. Anybody who come school for abroad or live for abroad 5 years, you don't have a business being an executive public officer in Nigeria. Go and serve in other areas. Must you be in executive office? If you are so brilliant, go and use it. Go other department, use it. Because there's a reason. Are they America for so many long? I want to become the president.
But Ovie, isn't that a bit of a problem? Because if you go by that matrix, many leaders that transform their nation around the world won't exist. All of them, name them. All of them went overseas.
We are not there. We are not there yet. Let us have a nation first that we can call our own. If not 100%, 75%. We are not there yet. You understand? You have to.
So are you saying we need a Okpebholo? Is that because you have Okpebholo?
Which one be Okpebholo 2028?
Because he always says Okpebholo never travels abroad.
He never travel out. Our resources there.
So you want us to elect
Okpebholo won't go out of Edo State today. Nothing less than 50 million of Nigerian money.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, I am not saying they are not stealing money. Hold on. I'm not saying they are not stealing money.
So far. He's doing good so far. Credit to him.
You understand? So don't start the campaign.
We'll keep evaluating him.
Okay, let's hear from AY. Sorry.
It's my turn now because I've been waiting since now. I was here before AY came.
No, I was here before.
Master, you
were not here before
me and AY. Who came first?
I was here before KJ.
KJ was here before you, AY.
Oh yeah.
Why you?
Okay, that
Mokusi, who they pay tax? Who they contribute to the
except he was naughty. And they pay tax.
Besides, AY, you know me, I'm an African. Besides, KJ is a moderator. There has to be some sort of
okay. I give up.
He's a moderator. He's an elder. He's an elder.
I give up then.
Exactly. He's got a lot of qualifications.
At the same time,
Master, my brother,
at the same time, since he's a professional, he's an elder.
Why I'm trying to come in because I want to ask for
that. But hold on. Before you start asking questions, let me ask you though about this main topic. No, look at that. You see how people behave. They don't want to ask president questions. I'll ask it. So, so the GDP. No, because the topic was about our GDP. So I will try to simplify it, KJ. So you have a property. The property is worth $100 million, and somebody comes and devalues your property. The person you give to maintain it devalues your property to around 20 or 50 million dollars. Are you going to say what would you make of such a situation where somebody devalues the value of a property in that way? Because that is what our GDP is saying by the actions of this government, which is at a macro level. Now, GDP is a macro data. It's not anything else you are doing inside there. Just because if the GDP is nothing else is going to work for you inside that country. So, okay, what do you make of it?
I would say what I make of it. Me, I'm a trader. So my trading tells me that if I go to the market and I buy Maggi for ₦1 and I come the next week and buy it for 10 naira, that's a problem there. And if you're telling me that why I'm buying that Maggi for 10 naira and you're still telling me my economy is very good, I'll begin to wonder whether you are on my side or you're against me. So that's why let's reduce this into the minimal level that an ordinary man can understand. Does the Nigerian man in the street feel that his economy is better? Is he able to eat 3 square meals? Even when Abacha, who I have invariably, I'm not one of those who don't like Abacha, and I'm not saying that to please anybody, because I know that when he was there, things were not. In fact, he even used brutal force to make sure things. Some people behave. They behave very well because if you don't behave, you may not see the next day. In your office. So now, if we are now looking at the days of Abacha and feeling that those days were better than now, that was supposed to be free, then something is wrong. And I tried to see. I was behind. I knew that didn't come in when Masker was trying to explain that this thing for you are still running away from the truth. The truth was that a man came and sat down in the Aso Rock and took 3 months to choose ministers, and the economy at that time was on a free fall. It wasn't because Tinubu, though Tinubu is worse than him, but Tinubu wasn't the one that dropped the ball. That guy who sat in the Aso Rock for 3 months and not bothering to take people who run the economy and jack it up or make sure that things are moving, he has the greater blame to carry in this case. Have they made things better now? No. Are they thinking of making it better now? No. Because you see, the argument his people give us is that Nigeria still have room to borrow. So if you give me a credit, all of us run credit card here. You have a credit card that has $50,000 on it. It's a credit card. They say, oh, because I have $50,000 credit card, let me keep buying. Who is going to pay? Nobody you go pay. Okay, so you exhaust the credit card, and then the charges that come with it will drown you for the next 100 years. Is that what you prefer? So now Nigeria is borrowing, and just like we were talking about earlier, a Senate leader gets up and says, "Look, we cannot borrow without telling us what you are going to do with it. The ones who have borrowed, there was nothing written against it. Now you have brought another blank check for us to approve." Okay, and he shut down that his time is over. So if you cannot take his time to explain to you people what you are missing, then why are you there? So not to run wild, with ideas. I'm simply saying that question is that, are we ready? And Masca, Nigeria is difficult, but Nigeria is not very difficult as much as other nations, because Nigerians are looking for the simple, basic things of life. They're not even asking for too much. Give them roads so that they can move their produce from their village to the market where they can sell their produce. Give them light so that when they go and suffer in their farm, they come back, they can put on the light and watch TV, or even watch their Nollywood movie, or have something to laugh about. Give them water so that at least, even though it's not a running tap inside their rooms, when they go out to a public place, they can fetch water and come and drink. That's all that they are looking for. And then give them schools so that their children can go to school and be able to be like other nations. We are not asking for skyscrapers. We're not asking for free education. We're not asking for free road. We're asking for nothing free. Just make sure these simple things are made available. It's not too difficult. It's not difficult at all. We are one of the most simplest people to look. Let the rule that is in favor of KJ be also in favor of Masca, be also in favor of Forefather. Nigerians will be happy with it. I can assure you, no Nigerian will complain. But when we begin to twist things and make it look to favor our friends, our cronies, our family, when we begin to give land that belongs to all Nigerians, to our children, our uncles, our fathers, even though they're 90 years old, that is where the problem comes from. Because the next person will want to do the same. If you can do it, when we can take government money and buy Rolls Royce and say, yes, so what? And nothing is done to the people. That is why when KJ come there, I will not only buy a Rolls Royce, I will buy the one the Queen left behind. I will price it and make sure that that's what I'm driving. Because nothing is done to the people who have taken the people's money and done these things. That is why that is the general problem of Nigeria. That is the general problem of Nigeria. So if we can deal with these simple things, then we can say we have a nation. But where is now the most powerful man who can muster enough courage to do as he wants? I'll give you a final example and I'll stop there. Your president was talking. Say, I have given more money to the states. Hold your state governors accountable. Governors, pity your people. Can you imagine? I heard that kind of things before coming from a president, an elected president, to pity the people who put you in the office. You are telling the governors to pity the people who voted them in. So there is a we're putting the cart before the horse. We should now in Nigeria, all our aim should be to put the horse before the cart so that people know that they are the ones who put these people in office and they have the right to remove them. That is where, when we can get these things, easily done, or for people to know that we don't have to, when the government is going to commission a road that will use your money to build, you don't have to go and stand under the sun for 5 hours waiting for them to come. No, then we will have made progress. Until then, as long as they keep thinking they are sent from heaven. I don't know how many of us used to watch, there's a program in the 80s called Ichoku. Ichoku was a NTA, one of the NTA programs that comes from the Southeast. Was a man, one guy who has a big trouser with this Oyibo, colonial people, okay, who was now superintending over the affairs of the people of that community. So they bring the people to the court Now, what simply happened in a Nigerian time is that when those colonial people left, the people who were serving them took exactly their position, and they are doing worse than even those people would have done. You know, go to see, those places are still there. I don't want to talk too much. We still have government reservation area, but the grace of God, well, one of those.
I remember watching those some of those programs. That's one of this. That's where I got the insight that, oh my God, all the people that are running our country are those people that collaborated with the
they are the
colonizers.
collaborators. They have become our masters now. They still inherited the GRAs. People like Masca used to live there. The GRAs, you know, of this world.
I want to drag Masca into it there.
You know, they are still there. We have not changed the names.
It's a serious problem.
Forefather, tell them, do I live in a GRA? I'm a simple man in a very local place.
He's living in a nice area, not GRA, but he's a simple man, but living a very good life. I have to give it to Masca. Masca made me feel like we are all wasting our time overseas. That's what I can tell you that for sure. So he's not in Nigeria. He seems to be managing himself very well there. AY, AY. What do you make of this issue of our GDP coming down? You know, I didn't even know it was below $200 billion. It went down to below $200 billion. Our GDP per capita went from $2,000 something to $806 or so dollars. Below Zimbabwe, that has been under sanction for how many years now? Below North Korea. You can't even make it up. And nobody is holding these guys accountable. They're saying, you know what? You know a pattern that I see in Nigeria? A government has an administration problem. They convert it to a policy problem. And then they pretend as if they are solving it. While in reality, what solves the problem is an administration problem. Like this Tinubu now, when he said he was there to flow the currency, what actually solved the problem was that law that he passed to prevent the Bureau de Change people from making exorbitant profit. That's what stopped it, not anything else. If not, he's even still defending the currency right now. Then secondly, fuel subsidies. Instead of them to control the demand for fuel subsidies and monitor how much fuel is being consumed and the ones they are stealing, which is an administration problem, they say it's a fuel subsidy problem. You see that in Nigeria all the time. And the con that our people have been subject to, I really wish there's somebody actually monitoring the till and saying, okay, these are our leaders, what you do. Instead of IMF monitoring it for us, there's nobody actually that is objective monitoring these leaders and saying these people are damaging your country. So, but I don't know what you make of these GDP numbers. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone from here. I think Master has dealt with this topic. You know, I'm not in finance. So the two topic I was actually be waiting for you to call out the new state creation that is going on in Nigeria. I don't know how true. And the issue of that your girlfriend in UK bashing Nigeria gay this week.
Why should we care about that? That one doesn't even affect our lives that much.
Me bad luck.
Yeah, it doesn't affect our lives that much. This GDP affects our lives the most.
I just want to digress a little bit. Like the issue of so the country is sick, you know what I mean? The country is sick. So when somebody is sick, anything can pop up from anywhere. By that doctor will tell you have diabetes. You can wake up tomorrow, another thing will come up. Kidney problem will show up. Liver problem will show up. That is where we are, you know. And you have people that are not actually intentional about solving the problem. That's what I'm gonna say. They are not intentional. When people are intentional in solving a problem, you will see improvement. They'll be able to discuss to let people know what they are doing, like how they are tackling some of the problem we have. I think that's just the summary of the whole thing. So,
but like Dangote in a roundabout way has said it already, and people don't pay attention. Dangote has been saying all these things. He even talked about how easily it would be to make Africa a very prosperous environment.
I saw that interview.
But why is he not? What he's not telling us, he's not coming out openly to criticize the Tinubu government.
It cannot. It cannot. You dare not do it.
He's not going to do that. But then again, you see, this is what most Nigerians do. They will say, okay, you can go this way, but you will not call out the thing that is actually damaging the
do
economy.
it, Father.
No, I don't expect him to do it. I don't expect him to do it. I'm talking about most Nigerians do the same thing. It's not just the government. Most Nigerians do the same thing.
Yeah. But in the case of Dangote, right, of course, they understand the issue, but he can't do it. Nobody can be in Dangote shoe in Nigeria that will call the government out, because you are going to be in trouble. Like, look at even America that Elon Musk is calling Trump out. Even a country that have laws is still kind of like struggling. They're going to cancel his contract. In Nigeria, they will just crush you the next 30 days. They will crush you. So it needs to play safe, because I mean, almost his business empire is over there, right? So he needs to be very careful the way he speaks. But Dangote is a gentleman too, right? So at least he can, if there is any concern, he can talk to the government directly, like, oh, don't you think? He can bring suggestion. I think people like that, you have generally the business group, the business class in a country, the top business, you got to listen to them. You got to have discussion with them.
Yeah,
Tinubu was doing that when
he seems to be on a different page with Tinubu. I don't think Dangote was happy that the Nigerian government downgraded their shares in Dangote refinery. I don't think he's happy that he's not getting enough crude oil. And he knows they could give him crude oil. Like you said, he's not going to criticize them openly. But the things that he is saying are the kind of things that will put Nigeria in the right place. But these leaders that we seem to... Why is it that Dangote seems to be different? Why is it that he seems to be the only one that seems to be heading in the right direction? The other that just seem to want to drive the country backward.
I
don't understand it.
Which is the right direction heading? Which is the right direction heading?
Because the industries that is going to dominate now are industries we need to dominate. That's the right direction. Like now, if there is a war in the Middle East right now, Dangote is the big boy on the block. Everybody will be running to Dangote refinery now. You see what I mean? That is the right direction to travel.
So, I don't know. Do you know that Dangote is in that business to make money?
Okay, no, I don't have any problem with capitalism at all. You see, that's your mistake. I don't have any issue with that.
So, why
monopoly or no monopoly, I don't care. As long as it's good for it's benefiting Nigeria.
Why I'm asking this thing is this: if you're sure that actually you want to build Nigeria as a government, do you have to wait for a private citizen to give you the cues on how to develop Nigeria? Are you saying now that as you are sitting here, forefather, if somebody gives you, I give you 10 minutes, tell me what you can say to open Nigeria up for development, and you cannot say that? Are you saying there's any Nigerian sitting anywhere who have lived in Nigeria for 25 years, who cannot tell you in his fingertips how he can put in place that will make Nigeria develop?
I think you are right there that most will give you positive, but it may not be accurate. They will give you, it doesn't mean that they know what they are saying.
Listen, ideas cannot be always complete. You chew on ideas, you run it over. Sometimes it just comes a small, just a straight line. I'll give you an example. 2 days ago, I was sleeping and I had in a dream, I had the title of a book I've been looking for. The title is so out of this world. When I woke up, I wrote it down. It's just a title. I don't have everything to put into it now to make anything out of it. But I got that title and I'm holding fast to it. I'm not even going to repeat it here. Okay? So I'm simply saying that every one of us, we have an idea. It may not be complete. I can run that idea by AY. And AY will say, yeah, your idea is good, but not complete. Have you thought about this angle? Have you thought about this angle? You don't know why people have brainstorming. You brainstorm the idea, you bring it together, you leave it to lie down for a while, you all go away, you come back after 2 weeks, you sit over it. That is how people who want to make progress for their people, they behave.
What forefathers is saying, there's a difference between me and you saying, well, in fact, this platform, since I know it has always been saying what we think will make Nigeria progress, who will listen to us? But somebody like Dangote, if he makes one interview, I put it to you, Tinubu would, okay, even if he doesn't hear it, somebody will go and tell him this is what this man is saying. The same thing with this guy that has a glow. What's his name?
Mike Adenuga.
Somebody like Tony Elumelu. Somebody like this guy that has Zenith Bank. Jim Ovia. There are some in every society, even here is just now. AY wanted to speak. I said, no, AY, you can't speak when a moderator is raring to speak. It's like that. What forefathers is saying that the people who have the voice, you as a journalist, you should know the concept of somebody who has a voice and somebody who is voiceless. Whether you like it or not, me and you now, as far as Nigerian government is concerned, we are voiceless people.
I agree.
So it's up to those with voices to actually not say just that this is the way to go, but somebody like Dangote, whether we like him or not, this man is a true patriot. He has taken steps that are very dangerous and risky steps.
Him and Oyema, they are pushing and they talk. They actually talk about things.
What I tell people, I knew when Dangote was just an ordinary, normal, average Nigerian well-to-do. You have one bank, you have a major stake in the bank, Liberty Bank. You have some private jet waiting there at the tarmac. You have a house in Florida. You have some small thing. You have a big house in Ikoyi. You are enjoying life. This is what an average Nigerian. But at some point, I remember that interview he gave. He said, look, he doesn't want to be like that again. He sold Liberty Bank. He sold his jet. He sold his house in Florida. He disinvested in any other thing. He said what he wants to focus now is manufacturing. You're right. He said that is where the real money is. But in my mind, I believe that if we all want to grow the country, these are the kind of things we'll do. And that's what forefather is saying. That he's not just talking, but sometimes you see him take the steps that all of us that can take.
I have to give it to
all of you have touched what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that this man is their friend, more of their friend than our friend. They meet almost every weekend and every weekdays. He must have been giving them these hints. They cannot say they don't know what they have, what they have been doing. Okay. I'm not thinking.
But even you, KJ, you are not getting what we are saying.
Okay.
Dangote could, instead of this refinery now, Dangote would have been the chief person who has been benefiting from subsidy. So that's what all typical Nigerian people do. When you get small change that you are stealing somewhere, you just collect it like a dog, you go to one corner and be eating it. The man has decided he's not going to eat crumbs. There's something bigger for him and for the whole country.
He was talking about rent seekers the other day too. Like all these rent seekers in Nigeria that are just buying petroleum, and instead of them to go and
these are the same people that have been fighting him. I don't think it's, but there's a lot of cabal that are all these rent seekers. Somebody who is collecting money from subsidy, will he be happy when somebody come and start a refinery?
I really fear for him, I'm beginning to fear for that guy a little bit because some of things he's saying.
Sorry, KJ, but sometimes we're all Nigerians. We talk forcefully. Not that I totally disagree with you, but I just felt
that is nothing for KJ. KJ that they have accused of all kinds of things. That is what have you done to KJ? That is nothing. KJ his back is strong like tortoise. Nothing touches him. Nothing touches KJ. What are you worried about?
All I'm trying to say is that I'm not in their circle, but I know that these things he must have discussed with them. You see, it's a question of we're not lacking ideas. I mean, you used to work in that sector. You know that we have so many great ideas on paper, black and white. In fact, there was a time they said if you wanted one of the most planned out nation who has better, police and all that, it's Nigeria. But those things are not brought. They're not brought to light. They just pack them there. For instance, when this government started, the very first few weeks, they said the Orosaya report, we will implement it. He set up a committee. Let Orosaya report or whatever they were calling. They were shouting. Till today, now we have done 2 years and counting. We have not seen that committee.
Which one is Orasanya report then? Which one is
Orasanya
Orasanya?
report is like Epstein report. You're never gonna see it.
Is it the constitutional reform one, or what is that all about?
Yeah, it was some of the reform.
Orasanya report was how to streamline the
Streamline
civil service.
yeah,
There
civil
are too many
service, reduce
ministries,
it,
there is
shrink
overlap
it.
and all that.
Yeah, okay.
I totally agree with KJ. Nigeria, that's why all of us here are wasting time, honestly speaking. In fact, when I came back to Nigeria 2008, that was during Yaradua's regime. I was part of the Vision 2020 committee. In fact, the first day, the kind of documents they gave us, policies, documents, plans for Nigeria, they gave us all two cartons. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, if they have all these documents, so what are we going to come and say? Like, I don't know what we are going to talk about. But even us, we put out a report.
Okay.
And all these things are somewhere in a cooler.
So now let's go to real politics. Let's talk dirty. You know, this type of stuff, I'm not a big fan of it because in the end, it does work. It does, you know, Kwankwaso is making some kind of noise now. I think some of these Agbado people was encountering in some channels, they were thinking that, I think it was Ovie. Where is he? Where has he run to even? These Ogbegolo people.
He's in the comment section. You see him there.
Ovie, you are the one saying that Kwankwaso, you know, he said, Ovie, you literally said Kwankwaso is going to be a chairman in APC. Oh, that one didn't happen now. That one didn't happen now. He said Kwankwaso is accusing people, this is the Tinubu, of developing the South and not the North. And see, I don't know what Kwankwaso is going to do. They keep saying that he's the APC man, APC man, APC man. If Kwankwaso doesn't join this government in any way in terms of running as a running mate or a party official or anything, then the ADC headed by Peter Obi and one other candidate has a strong chance of beating Tinubu. If Kwankwaso joins ADC, Tinubu is buried, dead and buried. Forget it, he's done. His presidency is done. And this is the thing, it's up to this ADC and Kwankwaso to decide the fate. I don't think he's going to join ADC because from what I gather, he's very close to.
What do you mean if Kwankwaso is not make a party man in APC? What do you mean?
Because Ovie was saying that they were going to make
no. There was
chairman.
No way Kwankwaso was going to be a chairman of APC. There was no way on earth.
I don't know why he was saying that. I disagree with him
repeated it on one man. There was no way on earth anybody is going to make Kwankwaso APC chairman. It's not going to happen.
Aside that,
it cannot happen. Even Tinubu cannot do it.
How about running mate?
I can break it. I can break it down for you the way I understand it, but it cannot be.
It cannot
be a party chairman. It's not possible.
They've already appointed their party chairman anyway. One is flown under the bridge. How about I don't think it's going to be a running mate if he's already saying
even running mate is very hard. Politics does not really work like that. It's going to be very hard. I don't think Kwankwaso is going to be a running mate. I think Kwankwaso is. I still strongly believe Kwankwaso is with Tinubu and is going to work for Tinubu in 2027. This is my hope.
Kwankwaso or Kwankwaso?
Kwankwaso.
So, but it's very strange. Why is it so with Tinubu then? Because I thought he left PDP.
So Kwankwaso, Tinubu was not a PDP. Kwankwaso is a personal threat to Tinubu. They were in office together as governors. Apart from that, Kwankwaso, I think, this is my own personal thinking, I don't think he ever aligned with Atiku. He does not like politics of Atiku. So if you watch what happened in 2023, it was more like, if you are not willing to give me support, just give vote to PDP. That was the game that played out. So in 2027, Kwankwaso is a smart politician too. He's not a baby politician. So he needs to have some negotiation with Tinubu group. I think part of the negotiation is going to be like, leave Kano State for me. Don't come and fight me in Kano. So that would be number one, so that his son-in-law will return as Kano governor. That's one, because he knows APC can pull a trigger in Kano with federal mind, with a lot of the senators now, they've declared to APC in Kano. They have a lot of members in Kano. Gaduje is there. They have big wings in Kano, right? So they can give Konkoso a fight for his money, man. That can happen,
Yeah, but
right?
from what I'm seeing, though, from what I'm seeing, is indicating that he's quite against. Let me just play this. Let me show you the video.
It's not forget politicians. Don't listen to them.
See, hold on now, because we keep saying that we are. There are certain things you say you know he's a politician, but this one is saying things that are actually opposite. Look at the title now. Let me just play this.
See.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf, and all other excellencies here present, Your Royal Highnesses, the Emirs of Kano, Gaya, Rano, and Karai, members of the National Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the Kano State government for organizing this occasion, and also thank them for inviting me. Let me also thank the committee that has done an excellent work, which we all support. At this point, I would like to speak to the members, our members of the National Assembly and State Assembly here in Kano, and all those that we can call our own. We have seen what has happened in the past, and I think it's important for you and all of us to consider the mistakes of others while we have an opportunity to do our jobs now. 1999 to 2003, and of course, right through to this National Assembly, to really represent their constituents, were compromised. We have seen a situation whereby the rich in the country worked so hard to raise a lot of money to bribe members of the National Assembly, especially those who are representing us. And as a result of that, we now have a tilted arrangement in terms of resources sharing in the country. Many people will think that they have won. I don't believe so. Because I believe the issues that we have today in this country, especially in this part of the country, has to do with mismanagement of resources by leaders at the national level and state levels, and even at local government levels. And of course, it has to do with the little that had to be given to those concerned. Now we have opportunity again, and we are very much aware that the rich once more is working so hard to take from the poor. And I'm sure all of us at leadership level in this country are members of Concosia, members of NNPP, even though what is going to happen is a bipartisan arrangement. People representing us, whether in our party or any other party for that matter, must stand firm and do the right thing. And I want to appeal to the presiding officers, which fortunately I was one of them, to do the right thing when they are considering this amendment. We want to know by name of those who supported A or B in this amendment, because it is very important, and that is what the law and the Constitution says. So we're keeping our eyes on all those concerned. Let me also advise those who are struggling by all means to take everything, to remember that some of the issues that we have in this part of the country today has to do with lack of enough resources and, of course, mismanaging the little that comes in. And that's why we have insecurity, we have poverty, and so on and so forth. And of course, it is happening here mainly, but it affects everywhere, because like desert, it will go to everywhere. Let me, at this point, advise the federal government, especially, on the distribution of federal resources. From the information available to us, it's like most of the national budget is now tilting to one direction in this country. Yesterday, I was to come by air. Unfortunately, my airline decided to shift our takeoff from 3 to 8 p.m. I had to come by road. From Abuja to Kaduna to Kano was a hell, terrible, very bad road. And this is the road that was started many years ago, right from the beginning of the leadership of the APC. Now we are told that there is a road now from the south to east. Let me say at this point that we support infrastructure anywhere in this country. In fact, I was telling myself that I wished that road was done before 2023 election, because I was the only aspirant or candidate who traveled to all nooks and corners across this country. I would have used that road. So we support roads everywhere, and any other thing that is good for the people, especially for the masses. But a situation where government is taking our resources and dumping it in what part of the country, and other parts of the country are left just like that, I don't believe that is the right thing to do by the government itself. And this is the time.
I think we have had enough in terms of the kind of stuff he's saying. He seems to be going for this government, like he's not pulling his punches, saying that they are taking the resources and giving it to one section of the country. And I'm not even sure he's saying the South. He may be actually referring to the Southwest specifically. And he talked about the Lagos to Calabar road as always, trying to mask it as something else. There's some serious stuff here. This is not the kind of candidate that is talking like he's about to support this president. You know,
Don't trust politicians, so don't trust politicians.
No, let's
I'm
hear
just,
from
it's
I
an
know when
negation.
he was a Kwankwasia guy. Let's hear from him.
Ovie is the chairman of the Kwankwasia diaspora.
Hold on. Hang on. It's about indication. Now, it's not certainty. I not trust him, of course. But this is how it was the last time, and I think was it Ovie that was categorical that this guy was never going to support any candidate, and he didn't. What makes you think that he's going to choose one candidate this time? So, Ovie, are you eating on humble pie now? You are the one saying he was going to be APC chairman. He was going to be this. He was going to be that. Look at what he's doing to APC now.
Tunanja, if you remember, at the heat of 2023 permutations, I've always said one thing. I say, you in particular, if there's anything you will do in this electoral cycle, learn two things. Understand the country called Nigeria and the politics. I don't know if you remember, right? I know Masak is happy, you know. I know Masak is happy, but Masak, Munedu Haudole Aizamade Kajiko.
Okay.
See, what is happening? Yes, I predicted that if there's anything that he will go for, is the chairmanship, not the vice presidency. And I said that for these reasons. One, is a founding member of APC. People they say, oh, I will just come for APC. No, it's not them. You guys remember, it's one of the people that left PDP to join to form APC. That by the side. Two, he has a sitting governor and all that, and put all that out there. Now, what this Tunanja, the way you should interpret this video that you just played is that 2031 are just enter a different stage. If you look at it from the northern angle now, I said it to the same day that I predicted that if there's any position, APC may likely to pacify in the chairmanship. I also said that the goal for the northern political actors is how they will take position themselves to get the consensus candidate. And that's why I say, okay, him getting the APC chairmanship, we afford him to do the structure around him. But what now? He didn't get that. They had a meeting with Tinubu and all that. So take a look at the timing of this speech, the timing, the appointment of the APC chairman, then the people, some of the faces that you are seeing sitting down there, right? The kind of weight they carry, those are his lawyers. Then the message, right, directly to Tinubu. He is still going for the structure of APC of Kanu. That's why he never announced or he never agreed to join. That is not, they never agreed to handle the structure. Remember, they did well in Kanu. I'm talking about the APC. Yes, he won the governorship. So the followership of the APC is still very strong in Kanu. So he wants now the total structure to be handled to him before. So that is, it's as if that is not coming true. That's what you see it come out and deliver this. It's a fight for survival now because Atiku is doing well. If you want to go by the coalition of AD and your own party with that, so the pressure is coming on. That's what I see happening here. That's what I read to that speech.
I think ADC Atiku is not going to win. I don't know why that man is running.
What do you mean he's not going to win? He's not going to win.
Atiku will not win because see the reason why sometimes I feel like Atiku presidency. I feel like Atiku is somewhat like working for Tinubu sometimes, the way he behaves. Because this guy doesn't make any effort to try to win at all. The last time he didn't make any effort. Clearly he didn't. P2B made far more effort to try to win than Atiku did. But Atiku now, the way he's trying to go again now, P2B will not join him. And I don't think he's even looking to join with P2B. So what is he? They are just going to hand this over to Tinubu at this rate. If they carry on like this, they are not serious.
Then he stand a chance. All he need to do is to put up the same performance. I'm talking about Atiku. He stand a chance of getting the consensus candidate. Because you have to look ahead of this game. You are looking about Tinubu now. Tinubu, I don't see Tinubu losing. That is my own opinion. But it is not about 2027 for this man anymore. The game is up for 2027.
So it's not for 2027 for Atiku. Is that what you're saying?
If he finish 2027 as the most popular Northern candidate, maybe with 20 million, just as he did last time, he has a very good chance to say, okay, yes, I mean, if I can only do 4 years now, I mean, it's obvious. He has a very good chance to make a case for consensus candidate for the Northern power brokers. He has a good case. That's what it's about. finish well.
Are
Even though
you saying for 2031 or 2027? Because I don't see him
he has
doing
to
it.
finish. He has to finish well for 2027 to start. You think he's not going back in 2031? You think he's not coming back?
Except he doesn't have life now. So are you trying to say that?
Exactly.
No, hold on,
Exactly.
hold on. Personally, I really find the psychosis of Atiku problematic for the country. How can one man hold the country down like this? It's crazy.
It's problematic. But on this Konkoso thing, right? To be honest, politically looking at it, right? So Tinubu cannot afford to actually lose Koko. So it's gonna be a lot of it's gonna be a very big gamble. That's one. And also Konkoso, he understands politics. He know what is going on. I think the best place for him to go is APC. There is a bit that ADC now, they have top leaders already that are fighting for the ticket. For example, you have Atiku, you have Peter Obi, you have Rotimi Amechi. If Konkoso moves to APC, Konkoso will be the fourth person. They will be fighting for that ticket. So in APC, there is nothing to fight. Tinubu will retain the ticket. Konkoso will re-strategize for 2031, not this ticket. So
why?
that is how
I had an APC apologist.
No. Sorry, let me just ask
Who
AY this question.
Sounds like an APC apologist.
APC is the best choice for him, just like AY said.
Yeah, but that's not accurate. Hold on, sorry.
You know, when you
Let me
these
counter
people,
the
they don't
point now.
understand.
Let me counter the point that you just made. You say APC is the best. Listen, given that he's not going to be a running mate, I don't see how that's going to be the best for him.
You don't need to be a running mate.
Calm down. Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the second part is that if he ran with someone like P2B, and let's say P2B wants to run for 4 years, that means that P2B will run for 4 years. Then Kwankwaso is next line to this. I think with P2B and Kwankwaso ticket, they are likely to beat Tinubu. That at some point, it's almost a certainty that they will beat Tinubu.
Let me say this. Let me say
So
this, Fofana. One second, please. Fofana, what you said is actually true. If Konkoso should come into ADC and here with Peter Obi, even Tinubu serve, say work day. So the thing is, will there be such alliance? Will there be such trust? Are you willing to give the ticket to go? So these are all discussion. But Konkoso will have more challenge coming to ADC because they can really do him. The more you look, the less you see.
You guys should be realistic. I beg and stop.
We gotta be realistic.
ADC na Atiku party. ADC na Atiku party be that. All this way, something like that. All right. So I don't know why
you always say all these things now until when it comes down, then it's not Atiku party again. You change your tone again.
What you are spreading is misinformation, and you are sounding more like an APC apologist.
What I mean, now they say now you get your mouth, you don't talk anything we like. Have your own opinion.
Talk your shit. Now
So,
you
can you let me finish? You don't follow the point I make. If you cannot attack the point, leave me alone. If you don't want to stand me, if I come after you, it's not going to be funny. Follow my point. So see, okay. Let's look at it realistically, right? Let's say that they have to compete for the ticket for ADC. Which logic will be one thing win? There are 3 ways to win to conduct the primaries. There's consensus, direct and indirect. So which one favor will be in this 3 if they want for coalition? When go get it?
None.
Consensus, we already know how they did make their thing. Indirect, direct, una no be member, una no be carry member, all the obedient. So how that one want to favor you? Indirect, the delegate. So if you look at it directly, all these things are just to waste the obedient time. These are the time where they're supposed to eat.
I think I can debunk what you say.
There is nothing the obedience are going to do to win the election. There's no way the heavy lifting. Okay, let me just let you guys carry on. You know what? I'm going to open the conversation so that you guys talk to each other, but allow each other to talk so that you can have a conversation about it, because this looks like one of those topics is opinion based. So let's go.
The North stand a chance if they play their game well. to get three straight presidency instead of 2. Now, why am I saying this? Unless just as 2 Nigeria agreed, unless say the man called Atiku die before 2031, and if the momentum is still going, it will be a no-brainer for the consensusship to follow him because he can only do 2 years, no matter how they want package and reach. He can only do four terms. Guess what? They will make an argument for another person to come in and finish the 4 years. That's a struggle. So there's a long-term view for all these things. 2027, I'll maintain what I've ever said. Tinubu has not done anything by the power arrangement for him not to deserve the second time. For the people who put on there, he's doing excellently well. So he's not losing.
I'm talking about the foreign ones. I don't. If you're talking about the
Both
local
home
ones,
and
they are not
abroad,
very happy
both
with
home
him.
and abroad, both home and abroad. Everybody is happy
The
with
home ones. I've had so many. When you are saying that, I don't know whether it's true because so many of the northern elites that I hear from, they don't sound very pleased with
Who are
the
these
current
people?
government.
Can you mention them?
One of them
Who are
is
these people?
Pogwanso. Another one is Erufai. There are quite a few of them, quite a few intellectuals from the north. They always say the same thing.
You
You
need to
want them
call
to
Masca later. So Masca
these
will
are
let you
competitors
know
to
the
Nigeria.
politics.
They are competitors. They are opponents. You expect them to be celebrating? They are
No.
opponents. They will never celebrate your
Some
progress.
of them are not opponents. That's
Who
what
is
I
not
mean. Some of them
opponent?
are not opponents. Some of the
Who?
officials, see, I've seen them. I don't know their names. They come on.
Even Baba Ahmed,
Oh,
when they talk, Baba Ahmed that served in this administration is an opponent.
see. Okay, whatever you want to call opponents, all the people I'm telling you, if it's coming across like that many northerners are coming on TV to tell you that this guy doesn't seem to be acting on behalf of the north. Even people in the south knows that too. That all he seems to be doing is southwest.
Maybe Masak is in the best position since in a stakeholder and
That's fair. That's fair.
it's not an ordinary northern. It's not an ordinary northerner.
Yeah.
A lot of people are dissatisfied with this government.
I'm
Even
an
the
ordinary
selection
northerner.
of the new APC chairman, even the selection of the new APC chairman, the governors were not happy.
Yeah. A lot of northerners. So
What choice do they have?
there are
What choice
too
do
many.
they have? Do they want to come back or not?
See,
They ain't got no choice.
calm down, OV. There are signs when the way you can read signs that there are some regions are not happy with this government. It's not because of just one statement. It's multiple different. They just keep coming up over. Like when he was moving the CBN, some part of the CBN to Lagos, there was a bit of noise. The VAT, this is the tax reform. There was a bit of noise from the north. On and on. It keeps coming only from the north. On and on. And if you hear the speech Kwagwaso is making again, from the north again, I'm telling you.
I agree. Okay. They are all noise. They're normal.
Okay.
They're normal noise.
I've not had it
what
before.
I can see,
let's master. Yes, go ahead, sir.
What I can conclude is that from what I'm saying, unfortunately, the norm, the way Ovie is talking like the norm we have come to know in Nigeria. However, that norm we are talking about is the same thing that is keeping us the way we are. You cannot
Speak reality.
You can't be on one bread.
Speak politics.
I agree with you.
It's reality. You just talking like.
I agree with you. That's our problem. But can we change? Are we ready to change it?
No, but
you just a complete. That's the reality. Just as a was the reality. How do you change it?
But you are because the thing is favoring you. You are doubling down on it.
Bro, deal with reality. Leave all this here.
But the
reality shows that the governors in the south are the ones moving to APC the most. And I think the reason why that is happening is because Tinubu knows that his numbers are not very good in the north. He wants to consolidate. He wants to get more votes in the south than before. That's what he's trying to do.
You gave me witness. You gave me witness here on this platform, right? On this thing I'm about to say. Remember, since after the election, there's no week I will come here. I will not say come. Wait, what are you doing different? If you disagree, I always make that point, right?
Yeah.
And I always say something. Even Bible said there's time for everything. They are ready for anybody when we want to come. They insult Nigerians because they don't vote for their candidate. That they don't come. It is too late for you to say, waiting of they think normal. It is not my thinking. I am telling you what is playing out. Either you accept them or you not accept them, it has nothing to do with me. Nothing. There's nothing you can do by complaining. Action, action, action. But Tinubu is sharing money pretty much every goddamn day, and you won't beat them. Let's see how it's going to happen. This is not me. I don't get anything to gain. I wish I have something to gain. I'll put my money before it. So it is time for competition, my brother. This is not wishes. Time to wishes are gone. If you don't work for the past 2 years, there's nothing you are going to reap in the next 2 years. You can prove me wrong. I think we are talking about the future. It's a competition. The election is 2027. Let's see how it's going to do. How it's going to happen. So you are seeing heat coming up on heat. It is not going to get anything lesser. If you think anybody is going to listen to your insult or anybody going to, it's not going to work.
It's
not going to work.
It's not about insult. You see, there's something about when you want a situation to change. It's just like writing a procedure. You cannot be saying it's like let's say you want to buy a car, and let's say the car you want to buy is a Mercedes, and you are writing on the paper that, oh my God, I want to buy a Mercedes. That's what you want to. That's what you believe is best. But all you are writing is about a Peugeot. You cannot be telling us on one breath you want progress, but yet you are now saying, oh, for some reason you kind of support the same structure that is hindering progress.
Nobody is supporting
Hold on. When you talk of support, what do you mean? That's the problem I have with you people. Comprehensive. What is support? Who are be to support any presidential candidate? Be realistic, my friend. Be realistic. Huh? Who am I? Let's have an adult conversation. Hold on. Let's have an adult conversation.
All your permutations has been so skewed in one direction. Okay.
Which direction is that?
Sorry, Dexter. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. How many people? What do you see as the 3 prominent candidates that will contest in 2027 and 27?
Good question.
Who do you see contesting?
Very good question.
Bola Tinubu one. That's the only person I know.
No, leave him. Let him answer.
So
2027 is a long time, but if people are still alive, I'm sure you will have people like Sowore contesting.
No, these are not serious people.
I'm sure P2B and Tinubu will be there.
Two Naija, 2 years to election. You are not even sure. You are not even sure who is going to beat the city president.
Calm down.
Sorry, no rest.
Dexter. Sorry,
yes.
I sure is a very serious person. I take that back, but I don't think he's a high contender.
Okay, let me say high contender.
Who do you see as the high contender?
I see the high contenders.
3.
The high contenders. What is his name? Tinubu 1. Possibly Peter Obi
2.
Now I don't know who the third person will be. I'm not going to mention Atiku.
Okay, so let me make it easy for you. You've mentioned 2, Tinubu, Atiku, right?
Yes.
Okay, no, you mentioned Tinubu Obi actually.
Master, before you answer the question, already, so 2 years to election. You are only 100% sure of one person contesting, but you say that person will lose. Who will come win? If the person is not even prepared by now, you are not even sure where he will contest, but you say he will win. Be realistic.
What's the name? Opebolo. You know, there's something I'm trying to say. You see, the Nigeria you are talking about is a Nigeria that focuses so much on what is the result, but not what is the process. It's the same thing that has affected our sports. We could not go carry on that.
Before I said I asked to Nigeria, I said make him bear me witness. For the past 2 years, I've been asking, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? He will bear me witness.
That's
what is process?
So let me ask you a question. Opebolo, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Are you the universe? Are you you have the universal knowledge of how the opposition will win election?
No, see, okay, let me answer. Let me answer that question. See, make I answer this question this way. The main
the opposition
Tokonkwo. When it comes, Dr. Damage, what is
We don't
going on
hear
since after when
you.
I don't do that? Hold on.
Okay, you need to
Can you
slow
hear me
down.
now?
Yeah, your speaker is
Ovie,
breaking.
Ovie, you have
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
yes,
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
you have
yes.
Yeah.
the blue.
So hold on. Make I answer your question this way. May I answer your question. So I asked Kenneth Okonkwo the same question. What is the obedient doing since you don't lose the election, any preparation? I said, don't worry, underground what is going, we just come out and hit you. Yeah! As we speak today, now I think we they support. This is an obedient front runner. The same question was posed to Aisha. The same question, the same platform, the same response I got. I was just asking question.
My question to you is this.
Hold on now. You talk about process.
No. Let's not.
Okay, let him ask the question.
Let me ask you my question. Let me ask you a direct question so I see why. You have the blueprint. You have the blueprint of how the opposition will can win an election in Nigeria.
No, I am not. My job is to tell you what I'm seeing.
No.
Right? Hold on now. Hold on.
I'm asking a question. Wait, see my question.
Hold on.
You know I'm asking your question.
I not get Bola. Hold on now. That's I mean, let's have an adult conversation. Okay. I'll not get Bola Tinubu. That's I not get their blueprint. That's not my job. I am just hold on. See, hold on now. I tell you from the beginning, forget about me. Attack the point I'm making. Leave me. It's not about me. I am not saying this is right. I am telling you what I am seeing. Tell me what you are saying. Stop telling me. It's not about me.
Ovie is saying, I think realistically speaking, we need all to agree with him. There are three things you need to consider. The first thing, obviously, if you are going to make a prediction, you look at the history, what has happened before. You look at right now, what are people doing? And I think that's the point he is making.
Let me re-emphasize on what Ovie is saying. Let me re-emphasize. When in 2014, when APC were preparing to get Goodluck Jonathan out, you saw the work, like you saw it that these people are coming. Everybody was a bit confident that Goodluck would be out. And in 2015, Goodluck was out. So that is what Ovie is saying.
Okay,
what are they doing? For example, hold on. Let me educate you.
See, sorry, I need to add this. Another point Ovie made.
Those people are still struggling to find a party to contest on. You never go get party where you won't contest on. I say you won't win the election.
Let me
only that. What Dexter, what Ovie is saying, if you go back to the Jonathan Goodluck debacle, the West actually pulled the rug in terms of support. They were no longer in support of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What Ovie is saying, when you look at everything, put everything into this basket, and he has said it. Number one, you have to look at the fact that Nigeria is not really an election that we conduct. It's rigging. So those who are going to rig for you, the riggers around, on whose side are they?
Where are they? Yeah.
Where are the riggers? Where are the riggers aligning?
So this is my point, Master.
The West, where are they aligning?
You say, I don't have to say 3 months ago. If you say Tinubu no go win, who go win? That's the question I asked 3 months ago.
Opebolo, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying Tinubu would win. I'm not saying Tinubu would
They complete the name Opebolo 2028. Complete the name Opebolo 2028.
So my point is this.
They know they like half name. You know they like half name.
The point I'm making, Master, is this. Okay, you guys have talked about using precedents. Okay, the precedents of 2015 or whatever.
Yes.
But it means that, like I told you, if you have not seen something, then you cannot actually, if you have not seen something, until something comes into your vision, or if you have not heard something, you actually can't imagine it. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we are constraining our postulation based on what we have seen.
Okay.
So
Dexter,
we
what
want
did
to
you
see.
No, hold on, Ovie. What do you see? Tell us what you see.
No. What I'm saying is this.
No. Tell us what you see.
So this is what I see. I'm having an open mind about the whole situation. Okay,
No, that means you are not looking. That means you've closed your eyes.
I'm looking. No, see what I'm
You want
saying.
to
This is
open
what
your
I'm
eyes
saying.
when they are.
See, let me tell you what I'm saying.
Out.
I listen to Dati.
You don't get candidate.
Let me say. Let me land there. And Dati said something very important. Dati said, you cannot defeat Tinubu playing the same script of 2014, 2015. And it is true. If you think that you are going to play that script of 2014, 2015, and you will defeat Tinubu, you are a joker. And that is true. Now, whatever that will have to defeat Tinubu has to be ingenuine. And it has to hit the Nigerian people. And the truth about it is that it must hit them within, it must be a shock system. Because the way Tinubu is going, if you start anything,
so that the discussion can be fruitful. You know what I think you are having a different discussion. What we are having is what is called as is discussion. How is it as it is? What you are having is as should.
That's out of touch with reality. It's out of touch with reality.
What is putting on the table is as it is now.
I agree.
We're discussing reality.
I'm in touch with what can make the Nigerian system better. And
Bro,
if you are in touch with the reality of how bad it is, that's fine. But
no,
I'm looking
Dexter,
at
Dexter, let me tell you also something. Dexter, you know me, I'm still in Nigeria. I'm not like you guys.
2028.
Okay. And this economy is biting us very hard.
15 million naira.
Now, what I think you are saying is correct, that Nigerians need to think out of the box. But the only question now that then follow-up question is, do you see them actually thinking out of the box? Do you see that happening?
Master, you are not, that's not fair. You understand why I say that's not fair? See,
I'm listening.
You don't ask for what you did not give. You have to teach people how you want them to think. Right? If you want your idea is the best, you have to teach them, spend time with them. That's where the competition comes in, because if you are not spending time to teach them, somebody else is teaching them whatever they think is right.
No,
right?
This one now you have stepped out of point, because now you are speaking as if Tinubu is.
No, you say make them do something. No, you say make them do something different. That's an expectation.
No. I'm not saying they should. I'm only asking Dexter, what does he see them doing something different?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see them doing something different.
Okay,
and
so like what?
I see them doing. This is what I see them doing. Okay, and it's not all the it's not all the power, all the political players, but I've seen a move to try and do something different. One of the things they are trying to do different this time around is to have. It's not supposed to necessarily be about the political class. But now the question is, you might, like you said, are the riggers going to be people that rig the elections? Are they on your side? And I think what the focus right now is, one, to be able to get to the consciousness of the average Nigerian, so that it's not about, because until you get to the consciousness of the average Nigerian, that is how you can make elections cheaper. If you don't get to the consciousness of the average Nigerian to see the reason why they should vote for good leadership, then you will continue to make elections very expensive, because you have to pay people constantly to bid. So I think one of the things they are doing is to get to the consciousness of the average Nigerian, whereby they can go for elections and want their vote to count. That's one of the things. Now the question is it going to work? That's the only question I'm going to ask. Is it going to work? But you can't say they are not trying. Now, it's not all the political players. Some political players want to believe that the old system will work, like you buy the elections. There are some other political players that want to go to the consciousness of the average Nigerian. They are trying to spread out their reach as far as they can, to get to the consciousness of the average Nigerian to vote for people who will work for them. You know, and we can't say that the people are the only thing is that in Nigeria we think that we have been conditioned, because I can't blame you for thinking that way. Since 1999, that's the way it has been. You know, people buy the election. You know, they literally buy the election. So we have been conditioned that, okay, this block must be here, this block must be here, this structure must be here. But we must realize that things are changing. OVA, there is a demography. There were people that were born in 1999. They don't have your viewpoint. They don't actually, they don't even want that structure. Do you understand?
No, Dexter, no, see, let's be
So hold
realistic.
on, sorry, Masa, let me see what you are saying. See, all these things you are saying, right? It's an effort that is in play. I agree, but I don't think you understand what power is. You don't understand what presidency means. You understand? Yeah, because
You're reminding me of when Trump was going for election the first time. Everybody called
okay.
him a joke. Everybody called him a joke. Everybody kept on saying, this man, no, now look at the way he's doing. It's not presidential. You know, everybody, first of all, even in the Republican Party, don't worry, he will fall off very soon. He went through. And you are just reminding me of, because he doesn't understand what it is. He don't look. It's when there's a shift.
When you say people say Trump will lose, you should be specific. You should ask me, boy, me are they among those people?
No, OVA, when Trump was going for the first time,
2015, 2016, I did Dickinson, North Dakota. I know where I did, exactly where I did.
So OVA, let's be honest with us. When Trump declared, did you expect him to pick the ticket for the Republican Party?
Yes.
You did. OVA,
yes.
Be honest with us.
Have you not seen the subtitle of the personal politics?
Hold on. Another time. Hold on, make I tell you why. I did allegiance to my learner to college Republican. I did college that time. I was a college Republican.
But Republicans were not supporting him now, OVA. Republicans were not supporting him.
Hold on. See, hold on. Sorry. I'm glad that you bring Tom. You know why? We know why I'm so confident that the obedient will lose. It's because of this Trump narrative. Because they have almost the same similar story. The MAGA adopted Trump way before 2012. You understand? Just go and study the history of drive-by radios, where then Steve Bannon starts. That was when the movement of MAGA starts. So Trump was adopted because he's speaking their language. You understand? That's why they adopted him. So hold on. No, even when they won, to show that they were not.
Look, you've made your point that you didn't, you supported, you think Trump will win. But just in a little bit of support to Dexter, my analysis actually of there's a small problem that people are not foreseeing in this 2027.
Okay.
Will APC still do a Muslim ticket?
It doesn't matter. They try it once.
It's gonna be Muslim ticket.
It's gonna be a
Muslim. Except Tinubu is not contesting.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Muslim ticket. But if you watch the administration,
it's gonna be the same
why will it be a Muslim ticket?
So if you watch the administration of Tinubu, when you look at the top people in position, you see majority of they are evil Christian. So there is no evidence that is civil anything have to do with religion. So APC they be able to prove that, right? Yeah.
Don't answer because it worked. Hold on, it worked. See, it worked before. There's no need of changing the formula that worked
exactly.
before.
It worked before.
But Shetima is not going anywhere. I see put Shetima is not, and this same ticket will still run 2027.
Okay, but based on you people have said something. But the temperature, the feedback from the people in Nigeria, are they satisfied with the administration?
No.
So why do you say that? So why do you? So look, this is my point.
Hold on, now make I answer you. Now, answer you.
Yes, add it. Why will you
I think we have just
Because
about
the
exhausted this topic. We need to move on to
people have
something else.
never see, because hold on, nowhere in the world poor people choose their leader. Nowhere in the world young people choose their leader. That never happened, and it will not happen now.
Okay, thank you, Ovie, for that. Okay, so now let's move to another topic, which just to have to do this thing. This is coverage, which is this issue of security. I will go to this one. I think the original
Gentlemen,
post.
it's 2 o'clock in Nigeria. I would.
Yeah, thank you for.
No, Master, before you go, tell us the temperature in Kano about the Congo. So what were they talking about? You never answer us.
No,
You are on
I
class.
think you had your chance now. You didn't tell him that it's too bad.
No. We never had the chance to ask him now. What is he? Tell us what is
It's
on
too
ground.
late for that. We can't go back to that now. We have to move on because we have
He's
to
more
finish in
credible than
5
all of
hours.
us. He's more credible than all of us. Now let's watch 2 minutes
Okay,
again.
I'm sorry. We have 5 o'clock to finish.
Yes.
Okay, I will send you my WhatsApp number so that we can talk sometime, maybe tomorrow.
Talk in the background.
All right. Yeah. AY, I think AY and Tunaja get
Master, tell Ovie make he sell you the money when they share for 2027.
You don't know why I was asking for his number. That's the reason.
Exactly. You know, say that's an holy man. That's a lot they chop those kind of money. Make it they lament.
Next time. I mean, next time.
Okay,
Can
I move on to the next topic? Let's move on, please. We have other topics to cover before we run.
You went go sleep before. Lala, you were serious.
Now I gave you guys time to discuss this issue. We'll trash it to the ground now. When I not talk, I say I not talk. If I talk, I talk. Okay. So the CDS of Nigeria is saying that global fragility threatens Nigeria's security. As it relates to this topic, this is the firearms issue that was being highlighted that Nigeria has about 200 million illegal arms in circulation, which is quite a serious amount. Somebody tells me that we don't have enough people to even arrest all these people that have all these things. And then we hear this one saying global fragility, which shouldn't necessarily affect us, but because we are so vulnerable, why would it not affect us? If America coughs, we shake here. Now, I want to also share these are implications for the national security of Nigeria, because if you look at what he said, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, yesterday warned that Nigeria must urgently rethink its security strategies in the face of increasing global fragility. He gave the warning during the second Distinguished Personality lecture hosted by Tet Fund Center of Excellence in Security Management, held at University of Ibadan. Iranza Musa, while delivering a lecture titled Global Fragility and Security Management in Nigeria, emphasized the growing interconnectivity between global insecurity and Nigeria's internal security dynamics, stating that fragile states are no longer isolated issues as they pose a direct threat to regional and global peace. And with Nigeria not immune. He highlighted the various ways Nigeria's security is being undermined by external crisis and instability. You know how some people on this panel I keep telling me who is our enemy? External crisis and instability, including proliferation of arms, economic shocks, transnational terrorism, cyber threats, and environmental stressors. I think that's big grammar they are speaking there. The CDS disclosed that over 500 million illicit small arms and light weapons are circulating in West Africa, with an estimated 40% of these weapons ending up in Nigeria, noting that porous borders and weak governance in remote regions are responsible for this. I've highlighted this issue. The question is, what is he doing about it? He's not doing anything about it, though. He's just talking. According to him, these weapons often smuggled through conflict zone in Sahel and North Africa have empowered terrorists, bandits, and ethnic militias, escalating violence in Nigerian northern regions, citing worsening food insecurity and inflation as consequences of global events such as the war in Ukraine, which he noted disrupted global supply chains and weakened Nigeria's economy. Okay. Nigeria's vulnerability are not just internal, they are being shaped by global fragility matrix. Thank you for telling them, because when they tell our people this one, they don't hear it, they don't understand it. They think everything is local. At least he understands to an extent what that means. We must respond with resilience, innovation, and collective will. No nation is an island in today's security landscape, he said. He also raised concerns over the rising influence of disinformation and online radicalization, lamenting that digital platforms like Facebook and WhatsApp are now being weaponized to spread ethnic hatred and undermine public trust. Oh, you didn't know that, and you still allow your nations to be existing in all these platforms? I think I like the way he's talking now. His prescription is always the problem. That's Nigeria. They will diagnose the problem, but the prescription is the one that they finish you off with. General Musa noted that Nigeria faces hybrid threats beyond the battlefield, warning the emergence of groups like IPOB illustrates how digital narratives can fuel division and instability. To confront the complex challenges, the defense chief advocated a series of policies actions, which include a multi-agency approach to security management as outlined in Nigeria's national defense policy, enhance border security with the use of fencing, surveillance technology, and better trained personnel. You see, they never say get more people. Active technology is going to solve all this problem. This new people. I told you, they will diagnose the problem and give you worse solution. That's not going to work. As if it's the fact that you don't have this thing. You didn't train your personnel, that's your worst problem. You don't have people there, that's the problem. Others are greater collaboration with neighboring countries and international partners to curb the movement of arms and terrorists. Investment in youth empowerment, education, agriculture. Oh God, agricultural entrepreneurship, and address root causes of insecurity and strengthening civil institutions and promoting dialogue to foster national unity. Oh goodness, these people are not serious. Security is no longer just guns and boots. It's about sustainable development, responsive governance, and you see, the UK government don't talk like this. They don't talk this gibberish to their people when they are talking about national security. It's only us that talk this gibberish to our people. The UK government will tell you, they will recruit people, they will buy weapons, Europe wants to spend £1 trillion or euros on national defense. And all our people keep talking about is, we have to deal with this root causes of insecurity. Root causes of insecurity is insecurity.
Like that, man.
They will diagnose the problem, but the prescription is where they deliberately misprescribe so that the problem is never solved. They keep doing the same thing.
Make I give you last warning, okay? What you are reading is not from an investigative journalist. It's from the Oga Kwata himself. Eh? So why you come the harass us for here? Say, if people when they in charge, they present a wrong solution, you call the harass us. Free us. This man, you see, okay. When Buhari lock all our borders, right? They say he won't kill us. Say we don't see foreign rights chop. Now they don't open border. Guns don't come. They are complaining. So where are we?
Wow. But why is it that I have this question? I want to ask this question though. First of all, let me just play this from David Houdin because he did highlight something and that I think maybe people need to hear. I don't know what is wrong with our people, man. Something is seriously wrong with us. Where is David Houdin on this one? Let me see if I can find him. It's very hard to find these days. Where is he now? I thought he was here. David Houdin, he should be here somewhere. I want to cover his own opinion on this. Okay, yeah, that's him there. Let me play this.
An alliance is forming in the Sahel as Tuareg rebels in northern Mali reportedly align themselves with Ukraine.
Someone may be trying to start a war in West Africa. a war that would potentially drag in Russia and NATO. Here's some context. So in July 2023, following its revolutionary coup and the subsequent attempted military invasion by Nigeria, Niger aligned itself with its neighbors Burkina Faso and Mali into something called the Alliance of Sahelian States, which adopted new geopolitical and security partnerships with Russia, Turkey, and North Korea, among others. So you had these guys on one hand, and then at the other end of the ideological spectrum in West Africa, you had the likes of Nigeria, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire, which were and are very much Western aligned. And sitting at the physical and metaphorical center of this tinderbox is Ghana. Now, in January, Ghana's new president, John Mahama, embarked on a diplomatic charm offensive. You might recall when these images went viral as Ibrahim Traore visited Ghana for Mahama's presidential inauguration. Since then, the Ghanaian port of Tema has become a key port for the landlocked Sahelian alliance, and Mahama has deepened that partnership while still maintaining close diplomatic partnership between Ghana and its Western aligned neighbors like Nigeria. Basically, Mahama's Ghana is the diplomatic glue that maintains peace and regional stability in West Africa. But here's where a third party comes in. So if you recall, in July 2024, suspiciously well-armed terrorists in northern Mali ambushed a group of Malian soldiers and Russian private military contractors, killing at least 47 Malians and 84 Russians. In the aftermath, Ukraine proudly claimed credit for facilitating this attack as part of its purported global war on Russia. The Sahelian alliance promptly dispatched the complaints to the UN Security Council and cut all diplomatic ties with Ukraine. Now, fast forward 12 months, and on July 11, 2025, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tweeted this, claiming that Ghana had agreed multiple sovereign deals with Ukraine, including buying Ukrainian drones and deploying Ukrainian soldiers to protect Ghana's borders. For context, Ghana has a northern border with Burkina Faso that stretches over 600 kilometers. So if you're in the Sahelian alliance and you've cut off all diplomatic ties with Ukraine because they helped terrorists murder 47 of your soldiers, how would you interpret a neighboring country you share 600 kilometers with, agreeing to import Ukrainian drones and troops, and then to protect its borders? From who exactly? You see where this is going. Well, it turned out that Zelensky made the whole thing up. There was no such agreement. While he did have a private telephone conversation with John Mahama, he thoroughly mischaracterized it on Twitter. And he did so very publicly in a way that was calculated to create the maximum possible diplomatic friction between Ghana and its Sahelian neighbors. In fact, a number of news platforms even erroneously picked up the false story. But that wasn't all. Almost concurrently as this was happening, a video started making the rounds across Ghanaian social media, depicting a Nigerian man declaring a plan to create the Nigerian ethnic kingdom inside Ghana. And while this was happening, an obviously inorganic hashtag, Nigeria must go, which was being pushed by a network of bot accounts, also began doing the rounds. And in fact, this botnet began promoting a purported public demonstration to demand the expulsion of Nigerians from Ghana. Some accounts within this botnet even attempted to inflame tensions further by them pretending to be Nigerians calling for a military invasion of Ghana. Thankfully, Ghana's foreign minister waded in and doused the controversy, revealing that the video making the rounds was an old video recorded in 2013. Exactly how this video was stripped of all its identifying context and repurposed into viral fuel for a clearly inauthentic online political action campaign remains unclear. Now, about a week before all of this happened, Frida Arnold, a diplomat working at Ghana's High Commission in Nigeria, was brutally tortured and murdered on her way home from work in Abuja. And then just a few days after this, the official residence of Ghana's ambassador to Nigeria in Abuja suffered a burglary. It almost seemed like a deliberate sequence of events intended to simultaneously infuriate the Ghanaian authorities and escalate anti-Nigerian sentiment among Ghanaian people. Now, these could all be random, unconnected, unfortunate events that so happened to take place within 11 days of each other in July 2025, but that would explain why someone paid for a social media bot campaign that tried to create international tensions in what is West Africa's oasis of stability. And why did Mr. Zelensky so publicly try to pit Ghana against its Sahelian neighbors? To what end? Because if you're a third party trying to start a war in West Africa, this is pretty much exactly how we'd go about it. You would go after the country that is a trusted trading partner and diplomatic ally of both the eastern-leaning Sahel and western-leaning Nigeria, and you would try to isolate and destabilize it by creating multiple diplomatic disputes with these allies, so that in the resulting leadership vacuum with that country out of the way, fireworks could then begin to fly. Thankfully, Ghana didn't bite the bait. Thank goodness for that.
So these are some of the challenges that we tend to face within Nigeria.
You know why the guy they always play music for the background when they talk?
Why?
I know they ask.
I'm not exactly sure.
I don't know why they listen to all these people say.
Why?
What's in they talk?
What he's saying is that the Zelensky and Ukraine are working with some elements in West Africa to destabilize the region because of obviously, which makes sense because they are against Russians. And
Zelensky.
the Sahelian nations
Oh,
are aligned with
they
Russia.
follow the war. They follow the war where Zelensky they fight.
Yeah.
Even when they know the war, which capacity they have for them to do outside mission?
They do have they helped with the overthrow of this in Assad too. You don't know. See, Ukraine now, you don't know that Ukraine is very, very advanced in drone wars.
Come
you
on,
didn't
man.
know that. You should know that Ukraine is at the forefront now of drone wars.
Americans are fighting war in Ukraine. I mean, come on, man. I mean, you are smarter than this guy.
If you want to call it Ukrainians or you want to call it Americans, call it whatever you like. The point is that drone technology that is being developed in Ukraine is being used in other
understand
countries.
this game past the day. That's why they wonder why they listen to them. Like,
why shouldn't I listen to you?
You think they fought a essential war, then they do operation for like, like, come on, to Nigeria. I mean,
what you said makes sense. I don't know why you can't understand it.
You're talking about Ukraine. Now Ukraine, you they talk. Ukraine, you they talk. Not be Russia.
Yes, Ukraine. Ukraine is going to this. He gave you evidence. I don't know why you're laughing. He gave you evidence. But it's okay.
That's why see, go find out why that's why they always play background music for when they talk. Go find out why. It's worth doing. Let me see how far you can go. Not only they do them, they identify a group of people like that where they do them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You can argue that they are playing background music so that people are not going to be able to hear any noise from the background that they can be able to
Who they work for? That's the question I'm trying to get to you. Go find out who they work for.
What does it matter? Whether they're working with Americans, they may be working with Americans or working with Russians. What does it matter? The point is that what he's saying is what matters.
What does it matter?
Yeah, what does it matter?
Wow. So why we complain our leaders? Hold on. Why we complain our leaders are pro-West then? What was it? Why are we complaining?
So you think I'm complaining that our leaders are pro-West?
Got you. My bad.
That's not the focus of my complaint. It's what they are doing with it. After all, Japan is pro-West. Japan is living fine. South Korea is pro-West. They are living fine. Qatar, Saudi Arabia. It's what we do with it. That's what and what the West has done for us. That's what I have an issue with.
To Nigeria, you are talking about the people that understand and know where they come from. Then group us together, right? So, person when group you, just as you did now, carry you put for my house. You know what that means? Does it have any difference? So there's a reason that they always go the same way. They cannot stand against them. Nobody say they don't want to stand against them. There's a reason. Like, nobody say you have to conclude things like that. So
I don't know. You are confusing so many things. All Hussein said was that Ukrainians were causing problems in the Sahel because they are against Russia.
It doesn't fucking make sense unless you don't know what is going on today.
It makes sense because you have you've not bothered to mention the Russian factor in Sahel nations.
These are two different nations. You cannot compare the power of Russia to Ukraine. That's why I ask you, where other outside mission they want to peace? Now that they are in war, they operate for another country. Just like, come on, man, to Nigeria. Come on.
I was smiling.
No, Zelensky is engaging. Zelensky literally posted it on his own post. No, sorry. Zelensky posted it on his own Twitter handle, and you're arguing with it.
Yeah, but that was the only credible thing. Like, what OV is saying makes sense. Like, how are you even taking that serious?
Like,
because it makes sense.
Like, how does it even make? Listen, if you know, I was so happy I was listening to y'all, and the moment OV he asked you one question, said, "Come on, man." That was the first. I was just smiling here, like that's like, come on, son. Like, how you going? Undain is a sensationalist. Like anybody, like he rightly said, anybody that knows their beings does not take that guy serious. You can't take him serious. Look at all the things he's putting together.
I will take him far more seriously than you.
That's good, but I'm more
I
qualified.
can assure you that
but
I know a lot more than you like to think that I do.
But
And I know how to analyze
That's why
information better than you like to think that I do.
Naija,
And I'll take
so
it
that
far
I will
more
take you
seriously than I will
serious.
take you.
I will take you serious more than people today.
but
I
that's
will
fine.
listen to it
That's
and listen
up
to
to
the.
you. That's up to you to do.
But that's fine. But I'll tell you, in my professional life, I'm more qualified than both of you will ever dream to be. So that aside,
Qualification makes not that
it
it helps,
does
but it
matter.
doesn't help past judgments.
I've actually engaged that clown before when I asked him questions,
Yes.
and that was how I knew he was a sensationalist, and it had to do with Tinubu. The very beginning of everything, and he got so mad he blocked me right away because back then, of course, people knew where I worked and everything. So he was trying to tell Nigerians that he was the first to expose the Tinubu thing, and I said, well, that's not true because if you've lived in this country, a lot of us have known about it since the 90s. And matter of fact, Showore was the first person of note on Nigerian to expose it. But knowing him, he will impress people like you. No disrespect. With all due respect, he impresses people that are easily impressionable. He's a sensationalist. Nobody takes him serious. Okay, no. Trust me. If you work your that's all I was
But did you
smiling.
just hear what you just said?
What?
You just said that he said that he was the first to release Tinubu's information.
Yeah.
But you didn't say he lied about it. He wasn't
I
being
said he
sensationalist.
lied. I just mentioned it. I just said sure.
No, he lied that he was the first.
I said,
but he didn't lie about the information that he
no, that
released.
wasn't what this. Oh, God.
Yeah, but if the information is already out there,
So
then
if the information that he released is not the issue,
He did not
why are you
release
having
any
problem
new
with the issue, the information he released now?
He did not release this. This is what he was trying to do the day we discussed, and he tried to explain as if he said, "Oh, you had to have read my piece. That's why you know about it." And I said, "Well, no, actually, you look at my profile, blah blah blah, because in my bio it said everywhere I worked. I said by virtue of my job, obviously, there was no way I wouldn't have known about it." So he said, "Oh yeah, well." I'm the first person to bring it up. I said, well, listen, I didn't come here to measure bones. I'm just saying I didn't get it through you. And in fact, you weren't the first person. He said he's the first person to expose it, just like you saying now. And I said, well, that's not true. Shawari actually was the first back in, I think, like 99. Douglas Shawari actually exposed it. So he's a sensationalist. Oxford knows him. What's this? Cambridge University, they know him, the Zimbabwean government. If you know this guy, he's just a sensationalist. But because Nigerians are not well read, Nigerians are not well exposed, and this is the problem I have with this kind. Okay, instead of them to use their intelligence to school people or to educate, what they try to do is they look down on Nigerians a lot. And he does it. You see, even if you
I noticed that he didn't bother to address anything he said. He just keep maligning him personally.
What kind of don't you
No,
comprehend?
what he said in that video.
I just said it. It makes no sense. I was saying it. I knew you were.
It makes no sense. He's not analyzing the video. What he said.
I said.
What's the point of that? Something that doesn't make sense.
Somebody can make a whole speech of 90 minutes and you just come and say it makes no sense. That's your analysis. That's no analysis.
What's the point of analyzing something that doesn't make sense? That's a waste of time.
Because what it does is that it shows that you are just not, you are being disingenuous, because what he said there is not completely out of the realms of possibility.
All right, okay. So let's backtrack. Let's try.
Sure, let me try to see if I can find evidence to the contrary of this nonsense I'm hearing. And if I prove you people wrong on this, I'm going to call you people out on this today.
It's okay, you'll call out, but let the other person speak. Okay, so let's try to be civil. I'm not trying to argue.
I speak the truth. I blow you. You are attacking to Nigeria's hero. It's your fault.
I mean, this is what I said at first. I said he's conflating a lot of issues. The murder of the lady, the diplomats. Then he said Zelensky tried to start a war. Then Russia's probably sponsoring Nigeria, and this one's sponsoring the Sahel. Everything is that's just sensationalism. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. There's no credible information behind everything he does. And this is what he's an expert in. He takes a bunch of stuff, sensationalizes them, and throws them out into the Nigerian stratosphere to generate traffic. And someone like myself have a problem with that. I don't have time for sensationalism. I just like facts, logic, and proof. And anything outside of that, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with any of that.
Okay,
So,
now there is evidence that Ukraine supplied Syrian rebels with this in their drones. Are you going to argue with that one too?
what does that got to do with what we're talking about?
Because that's exactly the same thing he alluded that Ukraine is doing to the doing with the Tuaregs against the this in Burkina
But
Faso.
No. It wasn't about drones. He's trying to say they're trying to start basically a Cold War in West Africa. I don't care about. Hold on. He's saying Ukraine is starting an Eastern Front in West Africa.
Okay, answer the question I'm going to ask you.
Basically,
let me ask you this question. We don't have a lot of time. No, you've spent a lot of time insulting him. No, I'm not going to let you go on anymore. No, I'm not going to go. No. You are not going to go on anymore. I'm going to ask this question. You like it or not? The question is: did Ukraine supply the rebels in Syria? Syria that Russia backs, did they supply them drones or not?
What does that got to do with the conversation?
I asked you a question, not what this is exactly what people do. You don't like to answer the question, you go round and round and insult people.
Hold on. Just pipe down, calm down.
Then maybe answer the question and I'll let you know what he has to do.
Hold on, pipe down. What does that got to do with the conversation?
I asked you a question, you're asking me a question back.
We're talking about West Africa. We're talking about the fact.
I asked you a question, answer it straight.
Let me finish.
You see that disingenuousness. This is the problem. They don't want to tell people the truth. They just want to lie here to people.
Let him answer you.
Answer the question. It's a simple question, yes or no.
Let me finish. Okay.
It's a yes or no question. This is not a two-way thing.
Come on, now. There's nothing like yes or no.
You're talking about West Africa. You're talking about a potential war between Nigeria and Ghana. Yes or no? Yes.
No, that is not what they are after.
That's not what I asked you. What your friend is saying is that the outside forces are trying to foster a war, a conflict between Nigeria and Ghana.
No.
Oh boy.
That's not what he said.
Oh my God. When he's saying that Nigeria and Ghana avoided the bait of starting a conflict with Nigeria, what do you think that means?
No, of falling into the trap. That's what he said, not a conflict with Nigeria.
Oh my God.
Ghana is not going to fight Nigeria. Come on, man.
That's what we're saying. Listen again. Try to listen before having an answer. If he's saying Ghana did not fall into the trap of what?
The trap of this in quarreling with Nigeria over it, where the region will be disorganized.
If the region gets disorganized, is that not a freaking conflict?
No, it's not.
What the fuck is this guy talking about, bro? Yo, I'm out of here, man. Have fun.
Out of here with your propaganda. I'm not here to tolerate this nonsense. Out of here with you if that's what you want to do. He didn't even answer the question still. You see the nonsense that he just did? These are facetious people that they like to. No. Don't say anymore. You've had your say. Don't say anymore. You've already had your say. None of this fake blustering that you are doing. Because you didn't answer a simple question that I asked you. One, you didn't answer it. You go around and insult people left and right. People like you are poison. No, I'm not interested in your nonsense. People like this, they are just poison. They are not ready to have any conversation. They are just here to poison people's opinions about things. And this guy knows stop. He knows stop what he's doing. He talked. He insulted this in Uday for how many minutes? I didn't say anything. Then I said, okay, I'm going to go and get evidence for what Uday is saying. And then I got evidence. I asked him one question, just one. Not even yes or no. He refused to answer. He still went on around the whole building. Still didn't answer one simple question. The guy is making a simple point that these forces that helped remove Assad have funded this Sahel Tuaregs to kill more than 80 this in Burkina Faso, Burkina base, and they are causing confusion in West Africa. That's all he said. I say don't take him seriously, talking rubbish. He's not talking rubbish because these are facts. The Burkina base are linked to the Russians. It makes sense. And this is not the first time. As a matter of fact, I can find evidence of Ukrainians helping those the rebels in Burkina Faso. There is evidence of it. I don't know why he's acting as if that is David Hundeyin just speaking from his backside. What kind of attitude is this? We have to let people talk, and you just come and start maligning people without evidence. This session is not for you to come and start doing your funny, oh, I come and make statement, malign people and get away with it. No, you have to provide evidence of what you are saying. Because the same thing, when somebody comes and maligns you here, I will question them. What is your evidence against maligning someone like I speak the truth? What's your evidence against maligning? You can't just come and malign people. You don't have any evidence, and they ask you a simple question, you don't even answer it. That's one of the things I hate most within our community, and that's how people poison our community. Because they just come with fake, stupid, lying information and poison our people. Even somebody that is telling the truth, they will tell you that that person is lying to you without any evidence at all. Somebody that is trying to tell you the truth, they will tell you that person lied to you, so you never know the truth. Without one evidence to say David Hundeyin is lying. Where is the evidence to show that the Ukrainians are not doing that? Ukrainian politician even wrote it on his own page to create confusion, and you are still here defending it. You say that if you don't see it, I don't like it. If you want to do that, do it somewhere else. I don't want people like around me at all, because these are people that like to mislead our people, giving them false information constantly. We will start thinking that, okay, this David Hundeyin, yes, it's not perfect. When I spoke to David Hundeyin on this panel, I didn't like him. The guy was very arrogant. He's very, very short-tempered, and he's always paranoid. I don't like him. But when he's saying the right things, you have to acknowledge that this guy seems to be saying things based on evidence. Jesus Christ, this guy was the guy that came. They tried to bribe him to write against Nigeria. Dangote refinery. Oh no, he made that one up too. He tried to bribe himself. So, or somebody bribed him to, or Dangote bought him to write that information about Dangote. Man, when are we gonna just accept that sometimes somebody tells us something? Maybe there's a chance that it is true, especially if that truth doesn't do you any harm. If that truth doesn't do any harm, it helps you to defend yourself. Why are you fighting it? I think your this thing is giving a feedback. Or why is everybody still getting? Let me check whether it's on my side.
It's from you.
Let me check it's on whether it's on my side. I think I'm muting my this thing. So let me see. Hold on. I think your this thing is slowing my this thing. Hello. Can anyone hear me? My sound is good now, eh? Okay, perfect. So let me see.
I can't hear you now.
Oh.
Yeah, it's from echo sound, so I think it's from you.
Let me just remove some things. I don't know why it's happening. I don't know why it's happening. I can't hear anything. Yeah, the sound is a bit weird on my end too. It's slow.
But myself, you know you live in UK. You guys sit down.
let me see if I can go out and come back in again. It's a bit weird. I can't hear. I've muted. Okay, let me mute you and see. Hello. Can you hear me okay? Okay, if you can hear me okay, then it's from your audio is echoing back to me. I don't know why it's doing that. So I really don't like this. Because personally, if somebody comes and maligns any of you here,
it doesn't
I will
matter.
ask them to produce. You see,
you've talked for like 10 minutes. Listen, whenever you're enamored about something, this is you. You don't want.
I'm not enamored.
Let me finish.
I had an argument with him too. I don't like him.
You've talked for 10 minutes. You put me in the back. Of course, you want to.
You said you were leaving. You said you were leaving.
But then I open it back, and of course you pull the coward stunt of running. You put the person back so you can just speak.
Yeah, why did you say you were leaving when you were not leaving? You were you were posturing too.
I was gonna leave, then you started talking about me, and I put my thing back on. Okay, so it doesn't even matter. I don't want to talk about that. My point was not just I spoke about on day. I spoke about my personal feelings over. It's not something that nobody knows, and I stayed aside. You coming here asking us about Syria. I don't understand how you guys conjure your arguments. We're speaking about West Africa. All of a sudden, you're talking about Assad and the rebels.
I asked you a simple question, not about Assad.
It's okay. Let me finish, please. Stop throwing me off. So you start talking about what the hell is that? So you start talking about who's that? Whose thing is that? I can hear something in the background. Anyway, so you start talking about Assad. What is that? I'm asking you, what has that got to do with what we're discussing? If we're talking, then you say Ghana and Nigeria did not avoid a conflict. And the guy did say it. He's saying Nigeria and Ghana barely avoided a conflict. And I'm saying that is not true. That's not true. How did Nigeria and Ghana barely avoid the conflict? You say, oh, I didn't get it.
Are you done?
Because I keep hearing the feedback.
Okay. Sometimes it happens. It was weird too. I was hearing some feedback too.
I can't hear anything.
It's when you open your mic, sometimes it comes back, but it's okay now.
It's okay now. Because I can't hear anything.
Let me see some more quick. Yeah, I can hear you, but then I hear feedback and you see, I'm hearing the feedback now.
My side sounds okay to me.
It sounds okay on this side too. Let me see.
There must be something. Hopefully, you guys are not.
I don't know what is going on here, but my own issue is that I don't like when they just start maligning people and just start attacking the person without even addressing the point. I don't care about the person. And I think you are the one that came and told me, okay, it was Maska, tell me about Tinubu. I don't care about him. It's what he's doing to the people. That's what I care about. As a matter of fact, most of the time I actually like people, human beings, but what they do sometimes is just downright mean and evil.
Dude, you're making a mountain out of a molehill, okay? All of you said the same thing I said. You want to just take that out. You want to keep talking about it because that's the only talking point you got. That's the only defense you got. If
okay,
you really
let's move on from it then to something else.
So if you really have something, then maybe you want to talk about the points you raised, and you have to explain to us why you're taking them serious. It's up to you. The onus is on you. Not talking about Syria, then you take it now. You're talking about Ukraine. Tell us why you think Ghana and Nigeria really were on the precipice of a war. Tell us why you think Ukraine is funding rebel forces in West Africa. Tell us why you think these things are true.
Okay. The reason why I think there is some truth to it, because funding is a strong word. I think they are supplying them weapons and tactics to use.
That's funding for fathers.
If you want to call it that. Maybe they are paying for it. Who knows? Sometimes it's not every time you have money, you get what you want. Nigeria experiences that.
Funding does not just mean money. It just means you're providing. You can fund even just information.
Okay, fine, good. I accept that. So if that is funding, then they are funding these Tuaregs. I just don't want people to misunderstand funding to mean financial assistance in any way. So they are funding the Tuaregs to attack the Ukrainian, the Burkinabe government, because the Burkinabe government is allied with Russia, that Ukraine is fighting at home. If they stretch, they kill 40 Russians from what I gather. So if they kill 40 Russians here, it's affecting the Russian government at home, because now they have to replace those people again. And from the war that they are using to fight Ukraine. And the same thing they did with this in Assad. Ukrainian drones were used by the rebels to help dethrone this in Assad. And that was a big victory for this in the geopolitical victory for the Ukrainian side and the American side. So that is the evidence there. There's a pattern of Ukrainian drones now showing up in different low intensity conflicts that seems to imply that that technology is so advanced now, because they have advanced technology against the Russians so much that it can affect other conflicts in other distinct regions. We thought Israel was at the forefront, but right now it appears Ukraine is advancing more than Israel in this technology.
Forefront of what?
Drone technology, especially smaller drone technology to fight like guerrilla warfare, stuff like that. It looks like the Ukrainians are at the forefront of that now. They've been showing up in so many different places. It's just ridiculous. It's the places they are showing up. As a matter of fact, Europeans are learning from them. That's other Europeans are learning from Ukraine now. What is going on in that place? So it's not far-fetched for David Udein to come out and say, you know what, this is what is happening, and even the Burkinabe government know that this is happening. They are saying this is what is going on. They complain to Ukraine.
The moment, and this is why I like when the question she asked you, the moment you start linking all kinds of incidents without direct evidence, then that's sensationalism. He's telling us about I think it was a diplomat, a Ghanaian lady that got tortured and killed in Abuja. And then he tried to link, he also went as far as trying to link the Igbo king issue with the whole supposition she was trying to make. So he's saying, well, they tried to do this with the Igbo king issue, and the lady diplomat got killed, but Ghana didn't take the bait. This is where I have a problem. Because all that is just sensationalism. I don't know how you even, they're not credible. That's not evidence of anything. That's not evidence of anything. And it's the same position Ovi was taking. That's not evidence of anything. To say Nigeria and Ghana almost had a conflict, but Ghana didn't take the bait. On what planet did that happen?
No, he's not expecting Nigeria and Ghana to fight. The term he used was that diplomatic dispute between them now will create an avenue for the Sahel nations to go at it. I think that's the term he tried to use. I don't think he expected Nigeria and Ghana to be fighting a war. That's not a war. That is an invasion. Come on, man. Jigule will take Ghana. We know that. This is not a war. It's not going to be a war.
No, so the Nigerian way of journalism usually doesn't impress me. At times it does irritate me, because they are prone, or they're fond of making mountains out of molehills. Everybody wants to tag themselves an investigative journalist, but are never on the ground to actually do the groundwork and do what investigative journalism entails, which is you have to usually have direct access to the situations to people that are involved in the situation on the ground. And this is, so they just sit down, type whatever they want to type. I mean, it's the information age. A lot of people's minds are lagging, and everybody just consumes information and discards it same second. So they just put anything out there. And for someone like me, I'm not impressed, and it, quite frankly, ticks me off, because 1 + 1 will always be 2. It'll never be 11 or 1,000 or 1. It'll always be 2. And once it's not looking like 2, and people start buying into it for someone like me, I'm like, for what?
So I can see that even Ukrainian drones are showing up everywhere. When you mention drones, Ukraine is showing up everywhere in Africa now. I think I even gathered that even in DRC, their drones are showing up there too. I don't know what is going on, man. Maybe it's America that is doing it, but Ukrainian drones are showing up everywhere, especially in low intensity conflicts. That's where they are really useful. So, and that is what he's saying. I don't know why he keeps saying it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It does make sense. If somebody tells me now, Ukrainian drone shows up in a conflict that I didn't know about before, the first thing I'll do is give them the benefit of the doubt, because it seems to be showing up everywhere right now. They are making a lot of money from it.
Listen, when I listen to people, I don't just pick one thing out of everything, because I was listening to you guys. I was sitting here drafting something and I was listening to you guys. when you listen to someone, you have to listen to them in the totality of everything they listen to. You don't pick out one thing or let your attention just stay on one thing, even when they moved on with the conversation. He didn't stay just on the drone. He mentioned a bunch of things that I have mentioned, namely the lady that got killed in Abuja. And he mentioned other things that he said could have caused a rift. He actually used the term conflict between Nigeria and Ghana and said Ghana did not take the bait. And that was where I said, oh, okay, let me come here with everybody got to say. If he said just a diplomatic rift, maybe I would have let it slide and just ignored it. But he was insinuating that something more serious could have came out of that had Ghana taken the bait. He mentioned even the Igbo King issue. And he tried to say, well, it seems like people were orchestrating that. Does that make sense to you? That outside forces are the ones orchestrating, possibly orchestrating the situation with the Igbo King in Ghana? Does that even make sense to you?
See, he said all this is happening within 11 days of each other. First of all, the post by Zelensky that the Ghanaian leader reneged on. He may have had that conversation with Zelensky. He may not have had the conversation with Zelensky. But one thing for sure is that he probably didn't expect it to be shared on Twitter.
No, Zelensky
in
lied.
Such details. Zelensky lies.
Zelensky lied. Even your boy said it on his thing.
Exactly. So he was right about that one. So what was the purpose of that lie? What do you think? Why do you think Zelensky is lying about something like that?
I don't know. Well,
because he wants to create tension between Burkina Faso and Ghana.
All right. So, but then what about the other? Listen, when we have discussions, you have a tendency of just jumping all over the place. Okay. So I asked you a question. I said, does it even make sense to you that he alluded that the Igbo King fiasco could have been funded by outside forces? You sideswiped that like a race car driver. And started talking about.
It could have been because he said they didn't put the context that it was 20. When I heard it was 2013, even I pulled back. That's why I took what he was saying to be
2013.
Yeah, the 2013, that video that they were using to create this controversy was released in 2013. So, I was one of those people criticizing the guy. Oh, why did you go and do this? Why did you go and do this in Ghana? You caused all this trouble. But last week when we were discussing it, and I found out the context and everything, and that it was 2013, I started pulling back and said, what was all this controversy all about? Because clearly, from 2013 to 2015, he hasn't created the kingdom. And he apologized about it at that time. So why did the video come out now?
Because there was a Ghanaian content creator that started raising issues about it. I'm trying to figure out why you.
There are forces at play. There are forces at play. We have to be careful what we do with our. And he's an expert on Twitter. If you can say whatever you like about this guy is a Twitter guy. I don't do Twitter much. And he knows when he sees bots on Twitter, he knows them. He's saying these things are being created by bots.
It's easy to know a bot on Twitter. At the same time, I know. It's easy to know a bot on Twitter. At the same time, you can always make any kind of unfounded accusations that bots were the ones posting about Nigeria and Ghana. As far as I saw all over social media, it was real human beings talking about Nigeria and Ghana. No, I didn't see any bot. I would assume AY is probably on social media too. So these are the kind of things.
He's very dislikable, isn't he? It's almost like me to an extent.
No, it's not even about. It's not even.
I dislike him when I encountered him actually, and everybody that talks about it said, "Oh, the guy is arrogant. Is this? Is that?" They don't like him. I think Ovie doesn't like him too.
Well, it'll be if you know if you know how to count your seeds, it'd be hard to like someone that tries to bamboozle all the time. And he has a problem with if you understand a subject, he cannot stand you. So he's just one of those typical Nigerians that like to bamboozle people, like a high level GD.
Yeah, but he was here. He was here not very long ago, and we questioned him quite a lot. A lot of people question him here, but in the end, he still praised this channel. But the first time he came here, I was against him the way he came across.
What
No, he
choice
praised his
does he
channel. He
have?
said, no, he praised it. Pardon?
What choice does he have?
No. He literally went out of his way to say that this channel, some of the things that they discuss is
They
very, very
asked him
important.
questions. I watched it. I can tell you every like the
Okay, you were there.
questions. I wasn't there. I didn't even wish. I wanted to
Okay,
come
you
on,
watched it.
but
Okay.
I know Rudolph kept me away that day because he knew I was gonna pepper his boy real good. So he saw my comments and he didn't. Yeah. He didn't let me come
I
on.
don't think so. Come
Oh,
on.
I know, 100. Rudolph will let me come on with. He let me come on with Simon Ekba. We have all these conversations. He'll let me come on with everybody else. He sent my comment. That was the mistake I made that day, because I was just countering some of the things he was saying. And I know. Listen, there on day when the moment Rudolph said, "Let's go on a break," maybe I'm wrong because I'm not God. But the moment Rudolph said, "Let's go on a break," I won't. It's not beneath him to tell Rudolph, don't let this person come on, don't let this person come on, don't let this person come on. It's not beneath him to do something like that. So I don't know. I'm not saying that is what
But
happened.
the way you
But I'm
came in
saying
today, the way you came in and Ovie came in, they are viscerally against him. And I know Ovie for one. I don't know about you. I think you two have done it. Ovie, when you upset him with some other topic, you come and talk about some other topic, he's going to hate you for that. He's going to come after you for that topic. And I
like
think
what?
you do
What you
that
mean?
too. I see, like because of when Dele Ogun came here, and
Right.
I questioned Dele Ogun, and it appears as if I was being a little bit harsh with him. People were like, "Oh, how dare you talk to Dele Ogun?" Who that? And Ovie held it personally against me, and for a long time he was having a go at me and everything. But now he's gotten over it. So I
I
feel like
don't
maybe the same thing he's doing to Dele.
I don't
This thing,
idolize.
David Udein.
I don't idolize human beings. No human
Yeah,
being.
Exactly.
same here.
No,
I will
yeah,
never
Mm,
do that.
no human
mm,
being. No human
Yeah,
being is that lovable for me to
I
idolize.
will never
I
do
don't
mm.
that.
idolize
Yeah,
Yeah.
that,
you shouldn't.
and I don't keep eternal grudges. So
You
we could
sure?
have a disagreement. Yeah, definitely. So we could have a disagreement today. I could I could probably talk shit to you tomorrow, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna dislike you next tomorrow.
Mm,
I could still be a friend next tomorrow. I will disagree
yeah.
with people on here, but you seem like a case like someone like Jide, for example. So if you keep antagonizing me, I'm not gonna back down. That's the problem. Especially if I know that you're blustering and you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't understand where that one came from, really.
Because
Um,
Jide thinks it's like some kind of competition where he has some medal to win.
Mm.
And
let,
he
let, let's
just,
not, it's not here. So let's leave it when he comes here.
yeah,
Then we
that's
can
true.
iron it that it's not here.
Yeah, he can kiss my ass
So,
when it comes.
but I think that sometimes you guys take this a bit harsh because especially when it comes to discussing religion or the Middle East, the other day when I was saying that why is it Arab countries are not coming out to defend the Palestinians? You can see how was it AY was tumbling over himself.
No,
No,
but another
well,
thing, but
no.
anyway, let me say one last
or,
thing.
or was it
But
or was it I speak the truth was tumbling over himself to make
no,
excuses for
but
them?
that's not true. Listen, this is the thing you do. And again, with
Hmm.
all due respect, with all due respect, and I understand that you're not well versed in a lot of the topics you choose to engage in. You're not. You're
Why
not.
did you say that?
No, I said because listen.
Confront what I said. Don't worry
Let me
about my
say.
experience.
All right. So let me say, for example, if you were to speak about science and you started talking about neurons and protons and all this other tons, if I try to bamboozle you, right away you would know. If I knew a tenth of what I was talking about, you would know because I would assume you're a science guy. It's just like with AY. If AY was talking about IT and all these things, and I decided to start talking about it, he would know, like, this dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. So it's the same with a lot of things. We're talking about you now, so I'm not going to bring anybody in. So it's the same thing. So sometimes you say certain things, and I think when we try to explain to you, we meaning myself and AY, for example, and we try to say, well, the Middle East or Islam or Northern Nigeria, things like that, we try to explain it to you. We could be talking about it, and I think it's just a character you have. We could be talking about this bottle, for example,
It's hate,
and
hate,
all of a
hate.
sudden you start
It's
talking
hate,
about
not
the
character.
you start talking about the paper, and then you go all over the place, and the person was trying to answer this question, and you throw in a question that was not relating to the topic, and if the person's trying to answer, you say, "Oh, look, you're running all over the place," and the person's like, "Okay, let me answer," and you start going all over the place. So sometimes your questions are not, let me be kind, sometimes they're not clear. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes you don't see the
Wow.
point. A lot of
Okay.
times, it's just like we're talking about
See,
Ghana now, and this, you started talking about Syria, but you want to answer about Syria
I asked a
when we're
question, not
talking
talking
about
about
West
Syria. I just asked
Africa.
one question.
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with what we were saying. So it's
It
just
had
something like that.
everything to do with it.
I speak
All
the
right.
truth. Let me add to what you just said. Here is forefather problem. Forefather have kind of like axiom about Islamic religion and Muslims. I know forefather is a man of truth, but when it comes to Islam, it's not open to listen, to understand.
You see that?
No. Let
That's
me
the
finish. Hold
Ojoro
on.
now.
Which
I
one
do
is
listen.
I'm gonna be
I do
fair
listen.
to you. I'm gonna be fair to you. You don't wait. You don't want to. For example, you gotta speak high of. I speak the truth. Speak high of AY. Oh, they try to be objective. But
Yeah,
when
you
they
do
start
on other
lecturing you,
issues.
on Islamic, then you said I'm biased. No, it's not. So the thing is, I know for sure why I don't go hand on you on religion. I know if you understand Islam, you might even become Muslim easily because you
See
are a
that?
man of truth.
Mm-hmm.
If you understand what is going on, you gotta understand things better. That's why we have mercy on people to give
Oh,
them
you
an
see that? You see
opportunity to
that? See,
understand
that's
things.
exactly the problem I'm talking about.
Who is worse?
They never change. They always remain the
Him,
same.
who is
In
worse,
general,
him or
honestly,
Local P?
But see, the
Him or
question
Local
still
P?
stands, you know. The
Which one is
question still
worse?
stands.
Him or Local P? Which one is worse in not listening?
No, Local P, that one is. I know Local P. I know the jealousies of Local P. Don't worry, don't
Lokopi
even
comes
go
to
there.
start the
I
fight.
know where his problem is coming from. Yeah,
Lokopi shows up here and he chooses fight for you. See, he just starts a fight.
because when it comes to those, you see, like me, I just tell people, just take this life easy, man. It just
So,
like when
but I
I
have a
talk to.
question though. I'm curious because of what happened in the Middle East while we are talking about it. Because I wanted to ask this question earlier on. Is this Arab thing fake? Because I see people behaving like tribal people in the Middle East right now. Nobody
Cyber?
cares. Yeah, people are behaving tribally. It's almost as if the only people that practice Arabism anymore now are the ones that are the Sudanese and the black ones that are thinking Arabic. But if you look at the Middle East, the way everybody is holding on to their own chest right now, when even their neighbors are, Egypt, Jordan are still trading with Israel as all this is happening. They
Let
are
me
still
tell
getting
you.
gas from them.
You are
They are still
completely
trading
right.
with them just fine.
Let me tell you the honest truth. The honest truth is Arab are very tribal people. That's just the honest truth. We from Africa, in fact, I can say without no fear of contradiction, Africa people like black people, I don't know if I would call it we are delusional, we are unintelligent, we are unexposed, we don't know what is going on. We are the only people that we fight within ourselves, supporting another people. It's just like we are really the only people. We don't understand
Yeah,
the
but the point
unity.
I'm making is different when I'm saying do these Arab people see themselves as different from Palestinians? That's why they don't see themselves as
There
helping
is
them.
politics. There
Yes.
is. That's what I'm saying. They
Yes.
are very
So they see
tribal.
themselves different from each
So
other.
Arabs are very tribal
even
people.
if you study Islamic history, right? Even tribe in Arabia Peninsula, you will see discrimination against. It's just like how people
Even
come
within
and Igbo
themselves,
and
like the
Yoruba.
Quraysh.
It happen now, Quraysh, Igbo, all those one there are is very common, to be honest. If you
Then what
study
is
an
this Arab
Arabian
thing
history,
then now?
as a
It's just
matter of
false then.
fact,
Because it's a
Islam
Western
actually
explanation.
reduced that problem.
Yes.
But it was very pronounced in
Pre-Islamic
Islamic
Arabia.
era. So if you
Wow.
go read that history, so it's not out of place. So we that understand it, I don't get really surprised that some of the things that are
Like
going on, right?
Jordanians are mainly
Yeah,
Palestinians.
yeah, yeah. Jordanian and Palestinian are more like one.
They're
But even aside
basically
that,
one people.
yeah, one people.
Mhm.
So there is politics going on, you know, even like, for example, Iran, yeah, they are not Arab, but still, you know, but
But
I wish
I
they
can't believe though, like many countries around the world are sanctioning Israel. While next door
yeah,
neighbors that
They
are Arab
can.
are still trading fine with Israel.
Let me answer that. And I said it
I don't,
last.
and you know that Israel has trade surplus. You know that what they are enriching Israel while Israel is killing Palestinians and taking West Bank lands.
Let's say it like this. Let's start off like this. How is the world today? The world is very hypocritical. The world is anti-Islamic. A Buddhist can do something and there won't be an uproar. That someone do the same thing and they find out he has any links to Islam, times 10, the yells of the world. So it's a very hypocritical world. And
Are
if
you
you're,
sure?
of
Is
course,
could it be because some Muslims, not or the ones that claim to be extreme Muslims, they go and do things that because you don't see Buddhists coming out to do stuff or that
that's not true.
brings that attention to them.
Listen, I'll tell you something.
It's not actually true.
I'll tell you
I
something.
can explain
Okay.
that to you. Let us see the truth speak first.
So
In the West, Buddhists in the West.
I use Buddhists I just use Buddhists. It doesn't mean Buddhists. I just use oh yeah, we have Buddhists in the West. So anyway, recently there was a shooting in I think Miami. And the first reports said that it was a Muslim guy, an Arab, that shot two Israelis. When time went by a little bit, within the first 24 hours, the reports finally came out that it was an Israeli guy. First, this was being termed a terrorist act. Muslims are at it again, extremist. Then they found out it was an Israeli that shot two fellow Israelis thinking they were Palestinians. That story died an unnatural death.
Yeah, immediately.
So we have these incidences over and over and over all the time. Something happens. It could be an Italian guy, dark skin. For example, when the United Health CEO got shot by Luigi Mangione, the first story we heard like it was a terrorist act by a Muslim. Then they found out it was an Italian guy that killed the insurance CEO. So we have these problems, and we know that. Moving on to the Middle East, what we were talking about. Why aren't the Arab countries taking more forcible actions? For example, pushing for sanctions and banning Israeli products.
Just stop trading with Israel as a symbol.
But they can't. I've said this before.
Why can't they stop?
Let me finish. I've said this before with you over and over again. First of all, you got to depart. Let's take it one at a time. There's politics at play. The tribal situations between all these Arab countries, that is one. Too intricate to get into right now. It'll take forever to start detailing it. one after the other. So let's go to the next step. The next step is the part I said the world is very hypocritical. There are people in this world right now that cannot wait to start a conflict with the Muslim world. Muslims are not dumb, they know this. If they were to put sanctions on Israel right now, there are people that are going to start pushing for a conflict. In fact,
you mean if they just say they're not going to trade with Israel? Many countries are refusing to trade with Israel. So
I am saying many countries are doing it. It is not a problem until a Muslim country does it. It is not a
some
problem.
of the countries are Muslim countries.
No, well, Chile is not a Muslim country. Colombia is not a Muslim country. Spain is not a Muslim country.
Let me check
South
the country that
Africa
have
is not
stopped
a
trading
Muslim
with
country.
Israel.
But if the Arab League, for example, decided to come together and say, listen, this injustice is too much, the starvation is too much, the death and the carnage and the chaos is too much, we cannot stand this anymore, sanctions on Israel. I guarantee you tomorrow, people like KJ are going to be on here pushing on why they should get attacked. Or maybe my good friend Kenny. So there are people in this world right now that are waiting for it to be a Muslim versus Christian conflict. And this is look at what happened with Iran. Their generals got getting killed over and over and over and over and over and over. The pages in Hezbollah, bombing in Tehran, and they still didn't retaliate until Israel went too far and started attacking them. If they had reacted when Soleimani and all these people were getting killed, it would have given the rest of the Christian world the incentive it needed to attack them and prolong that war and expand it against the Muslims in the Middle East, which is what a lot of people are waiting for. But the Muslims are not taking the bait. They looking like they're taking everything, but they know
I'm not
Israel,
sure people are itching to fight the Muslims in the Middle East. Maybe it's me. I'm not sure. All these people that are busy traveling to Dubai to go and have a good time. I don't know.
But what the rest of the world is doing, and the Muslim world knows it, and they avoiding it. But what we know is that with time, Israel will implode because it's so much you can do, so much death you can cause for the rest of the world to turn its cheek. After a while, like it's happening now, the rest of the world is going to be like, whoa, what is going on? Which is what is happening now.
Yeah.
The world is going to be what is going on.
It appears only Turkey, a Muslim nation, has pulled trade from Israel until Israel allows sufficient humanitarian aid. I think maybe Israel has allowed that now, though. It was 2024.
You think Israel has allowed humanitarian aid?
No, I mean at that time, 2024, because there was a period when it stopped. So who knows, maybe they've restored it, but I will check to confirm whether they've restored it. Countries suspending trade negotiation or imposing sanctions. UK is one of them. Canada is the other. I must say they are quite low level. It's only Turkey that I can call out as Bahrain. This thing, I think they also imposed them, have issued protests and withdrawing their envoys, halting official diplomatic functions with Israel. But to be fair, if you look at some of what most of the nations have done that are listed here in terms of trade, they've not done a lot. They are watching all this, and most of them have hardly pulled out. It just shows you why this is carrying on. They will pull embassy. Who cares? You think Israel cares about your ambassador? They will not care. If you do a low-level trade with Israel, they will not care.
Let me ask you, Fofana. What do you call a situation where the whole Arab League, including Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt, maybe Libya, but Libya is destabilized. What do you call a situation where the whole Muslim world, including those 4 North African countries, cut off diplomatic relations with Israel? What do you term that?
Cut off diplomatic relationship with Israel.
Meaning no trade, no diplomatic relations, travel embargoes, all of that. What do you call that?
You know what? That is an interesting question, actually. See, when you ask question, I know when you ask interesting question because that has a lot of dimensions to it that I may not be aware of. Does that include trade?
I just said trade, travel embargoes.
Yeah, because if that
relations.
includes not trading with Israel, then that is a good thing, isn't it?
No, I said, what do you call that?
Diplomatic. No, repeat that again.
That's a declaration of war.
Oh, if you do that,
yeah. So you haven't thrown a bullet, but you've effectively declared economic war on the other side. And how do you think the United States and Canada and all these other hypocritical countries are going to take that? They're dying for the Arab world to make that kind of mistake. They're begging them, they're praying they make that kind of mistake so we can have a reason.
I don't see that as war. Most people will not see it as war. That if you stop selling stuff to a country like Turkey stopped doing it. Did they attack Turkey? Turkey is a NATO ally.
Forefathers. Why don't you ever listen when the other person talks? I just said, as a group, if the Islamic world, and I even mentioned the North African countries, if they came together, all of them, the entire Middle East, which if they did that, places like Indonesia and Malaysia will jump in. All right? So if the entire Muslim world imposed an embargo on trade, on travel, on diplomatic relations with Israel, what do you think the West will term that as? They will jump tomorrow and announce how they're bombing different countries in the Middle East, and we're going to expand the war and totally destabilize that whole region. They're begging, they're waiting for it, and the Muslim world is not giving them that chance. So they're not stupid. It's painful to see.
I really find that hard to believe that because they've done it before. Before it was even worse, where they completely stopped trading oil. I think in the 70s, the oil embargo or whatever. That one was even worse. This one is just stop trading with one country. We can see that with Houthis, America was able to throw Israel under the bus and say, you know what, as long as you don't bomb us, it's fine. You can bomb anything to do with Israel.
But that's not true. That was a stupid. No, that's not true. That's not true.
It's not.
No. In the same week, he said Iran and the United States was negotiating. Then he turned around and attacked Iran that same week. This is Israel. So that was nonsense. The Houthi shit was a ruse. Just like.
Okay, hold on. If something is a ruse, then the deal is still not on now. America is still not attacking Houthis, even if Houthis sank 2 ships. How many weeks ago? Just 2 weeks ago.
Because they've bombed what they can bomb. They've destroyed what they can destroy. What else are you going to do?
There's nothing to destroy of the Houthis anymore.
You've already destroyed the ports. You've already destroyed the only airport they have. What else are you going to do? There's nothing else.
Because they signed a deal. That's why. You have to accept it. They signed a deal. That's why.
The way America pulled back from that.
That was very funny, man. Trump was like,
really shocked me. Trump was even praising them. He said they are tough people. They are.
That guy is crazy. They treat under the boss. They asked him, what if the guys bomb Israel? He's like, he didn't have anything to say for them. He just treat Israel under the boss on that one.
Netanyahu has gone on now, earlier today, talking about, he's had reports that Iran is about to preemptively attack Israel. So now he has to attack them. We know why they want to do these things. I mean, they have the whole.
Analysts have been saying it. It seems they're going to attack Iran again.
I think you see why you are saying that. I think there's some truth to it because the patterns indicate that if Israel still refuses to stop the war in Gaza, it's because the work is not finished. It's not about Gaza. It's about something else. They want to start something big that gives them the actual pretext to completely evacuate that place.
Epstein files are going to be released, America is going to encourage Israel start a war.
You know, now you're going to get everybody. I see sooner or later everybody's going to align with my prediction. America is going to go to one big war. They will have a big problem at home. One way or other, they have to pick which one they go for. And I get the feeling that the war is the one they will go for. Sad but true.
Because if it looks like that is going to be revealed, then Israel will have no stranglehold on America ever again, not in the nearest future. Yes, because they've been building on
Yes.
cases
Oh,
for
Israel will be
decades.
done for
They're
generations.
done because now they've exposed. The only way they get America to fund their lifestyle, because they're like America's pimp. So the only way they get America to go out in the cold and hustle for them and fund the Israeli lifestyle is because they say, well, if you don't fund it, look, I got a picture with you and three allegedly. I got a picture with you and these little girls. I got a picture with you and these little boys. If we show this to your people,
You are
your
gone.
career is over. You probably have to go to jail. Do what I say. There was a flood in Texas. Ted Cruz was not pushing for funds for his district. He was pushing that America gives $250 billion to Israel because of the war with Iran. He was pushing for that. His own people were drowning, dying in the streets of cholera. And he's fighting for Israel to get $250 billion. Judge Abbott was willing to give Israel $40 million from a little town in Texas. These are the things we have to face. We're facing, and if those files, that is why I think every reasonable person should push till those files come out. Because if those files should come out, the stranglehold they've had America in since the late 50s, it will be broken.
Yeah, I hope it comes out too. I really hope it comes out. Although it will unleash the right wing in America, maybe these Israeli people are the ones containing them to an extent. It will unleash them. God knows what's going to happen to the black people because all these things they have knock-on effects. You see, so but I still think it should come out because I think our community needs a wake-up call anyway. So, but gentlemen, I have to wrap it up today. We have gone well above beyond the timeline that we are allotted. But because there was no ladies show today, I just thought I should exercise some what do you call it? The just extend it for a bit so that we can be able to have more conversation. But thank you all for coming in. I speak the truth. You gave me a lot of headache today, and you try to. When people start to ensure that I will not go into detail, but let me just leave it at that. AY, thank you for coming in as always. The gentleman. AY was very nice today. He didn't start with trouble.
I'm always nice, man. I'm always nice.
It be very, very gentle today. And all the viewers, the equity, you guys should be donating. Kolata is putting people to shame. Kolata is the only one that gives money to the channel. Equity, fairness, and justice. I see you there. Joe Edigon. I see you there. That name I've not seen it before, but it's a new one. Adigun. Is that you or your cousin?
That's a Yoruba name.
God, that guy doesn't like me. He really, really goes after me. Guy Owalele, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Karen Bai is there too. Aladdin K. I've seen Aladdin K before, I think. Yeah, whoever I have not mentioned, Wa Osakwe, I see you there too. So I would like to round this up. Tomorrow is going to be quite interesting actually because there's a conversation regarding the colonization and stuff that has happened in the past that somebody's going to have discuss about it. I normally don't tend to join the Sunday shows lately, but that one sounds interesting. That's something that somebody may want to talk
Max
about.
Shulon.
Pardon?
Yeah, that Max Shulon.
Yeah, he's coming in to talk about it. So
yeah, that was one of the first books I read as a child, probably like 7 years old. 10 years
you see that? That's really good. I would like to comment on that if I have the free time to do.
He's cool. He's very, 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 very knowledgeable. But also keep in mind he was Ojuku's very good friend. So.
Oh, you see that? Nice. So, and I took some time to make that video of Buhari's passing and everything. I'm going to play it out for us to go because in the end, these people are human beings. When he died, I took some time to find images to slap it together, to just show that I still can edit videos. So when I was putting it together, you just discovered that these people are not just leaders. They are also human beings that people are mourning and crying for. To see Shetima shedding tears, it was surprising to see that. And these are people that are close to fellow human beings like them. So it's very interesting to remember that these people are human beings. And I always say, these are Nigerians. They act as if they are different from their leaders. They're not so different. They are not so different from their leaders. Many Nigerians aren't. So, and yeah. So the videos have been making that video, it kind of helped me open my eyes. And this guy, was his name? Somebody that I showed the video said, "I'm trying to get him to like Buhari." Say he doesn't. I like. Don't worry about the office. You just think about the man. The office,
true.
we all disagree with a lot of things that he has done.
Yeah.
You see, but just always remember the man is different from the office. And if we say we value our people's lives, we have to learn to actually live by it, not just pretend as if we do it, but when they don't agree with us, suddenly the human being doesn't matter anymore. The human being should always matter. And this man demonstrated all traits, from humility to arrogance to all of them, all the frailties we see in many Nigerians, especially myself. But I would leave that for people to decide. So I was quite surprised. Some of the videos, like one of them when he was queuing behind students getting some food, he looked like every other man that was just waiting to buy food. Buhari
was a very gentle and humble man. He was very humble.
Picking up when a pastor dropped something, he was the one that went down to pick it up. Somebody that was with him wanted to pick it up, but he has already reached down to pick it up. In the image
people that are close to him, that's how they say Buhari behaves. To be honest, to be fair to the Northerner, even the leaders you see in the North, majority of them, they are very humble. They're very they don't. Look at Dangote, for example. I've never met Dangote. Looking at Dangote, you know he's a very simple man. That's the way they are. Man too. I think it's because of the religion, like they think of the way you are trained. It's more like even if you're a billionaire, you are nobody. Like you get
wrapped up in a white cloth.
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
That's what you.
Why do we always do that? Is that because of the religion? Maybe it's because just that's
no. Religion has a role to play. Trust me.
The Arab guys are not behaving like the religion is controlling them.
No, even Arab, they do.
Arabs are humble.
Yes. Let me tell you, hold on.
Oh my God, I don't know where you had that one from. I don't know where you had that one from.
Hold on. Let me explain.
Have you seen what they do to Nigerians and Africans in that area?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me explain to you. Islamic religion will always humble you. Well, look, listen. Last Ramadan, last two Ramadan, I was in Saudi. The hotel where I was staying, it's a very expensive area, Sheraton. There is a mosque there. It was built by one of the rich men in Saudi. When you go to that mosque is millionaires that come to that mosque. They will come and serve you food. If somebody will not be explaining to you, oh, that person is the owner of this bank. This person is the owner. They will give you tea. Oh, you need tea? Like, that is humility. That's what so in Islam, when you come to those environments, it's just like you go to the Kaaba, for example.
See, some of this you are saying, all this is you are saying, I've never seen it once. See,
it's real.
No. See, Buhari is humble. It has nothing to do with religion. That's my belief. Peter Obi is humble. Peter Obi is humble. Does it have anything to do with his religion? He's a humble person.
So let me explain this to you. Peter Obi is humble. That's his personality, but it's not a common thing in that environment. That's just the reality.
Many northern leaders are not humble out there.
Okay, hold on. I give you.
Are you telling me almost Muslims in Nigeria are humble? Are you serious?
Just wait.
Northerners are more humble than Southerners.
Fofana, I have a friend.
You can argue that.
I have a friend in the north. He is a millionaire in dollars. I'm telling you, somebody is worth more than $200 million. And if you see him come to my house, if you see me and him, you will. If I don't tell you, you will swear that this man don't have $100,000. He will even, if I go to his place, he will even prepare food and give, oh yeah, let's see, like, it's just like normal human being. In the South, that is not common. In the South, you see somebody with even $2 million, they will make noise in such a way that they will tell you, don't pass through my house.
Can I explain something to you? Maybe
What
there's
are you not understanding?
You know what you described there reminds me of when I met an L in the UK here. If you meet some of the elites in the UK here, you would not even know they are elites, aristocrats at all. They are very humble. So could that be the similarity? Because now they are not Muslims. So could that be the similarity between that these elites in the north, they tend to be like almost royalty. They tend to be people that have money and grow up in money too. They're not like Southerners where some other person, maybe his father didn't have money, they suddenly just bust out and have money from nowhere. So they're actually slightly different when it comes to money. So because the north, what I find is that the system is regimented. It's already, baked in. You hardly see social mobility in the north because it's already baked in. That's why I say that the rich people in the north marry rich people children. The poor people marry poor people's children in the north. They tend to have their this. So it means that if you are rich in the north, you tend to have seen money all your life, and it means that your behavior is different. It's more like the aristocrats you have here.
Right, but
when you are describing it, it reminds me of the aristocrats that we have here.
You have a very good point. You have one of the former governor of Sokoto, right? My friend, right? The father was a permanent secretary. He was working under him when he became governor. I don't want to mention his name. When he became governor, this man, governor, then he would drive to the father was late. My friend father was late. He will still drive to their house like normal. He will come, he will play with them, maybe go with one or two security. He will sit down there, they will give him food, they will gist like normal human being. They will sit on the mat. I'm like, is this like I can't believe it. Even so what I'm trying to tell you, the relationship is still intact, like normal as usual. How is that common in the South? In the South, give one person governor, he will tell you, say, who you be. Even you that was his classmate will tell you, no, don't allow him to come to my
okay. So what equity, fairness,
was it
and
not
justice?
that destroyed the House of Assembly in this in
what equity, fairness, and justice said is true, because you could be a Muslim or a Christian. If you're going to be arrogant, you're going to be arrogant. If you could be mean, you could be wicked, but the religion could also be an influencing factor, which for a lot of Muslims and a lot of Northerners, it is.
Yeah.
So maybe otherwise they could have been more arrogant, more crude. But if you understand, for example, the tenets of the faith, then I think you will get where AY is coming from, saying the religion has a part to play in it. For example, there's something on the internet right now going around. There was an experiment. Everybody can go watch it. There was an experiment between a guy that pretended like he was crazy, and he went in a church, and he went in a mosque. I won't say what happened in the church, but in the mosque, he was well received. You can go watch the experiment.
It depends on where. It depends on where
even the other thing, it's not that, like, for example, if you look at North and South, in the South, somebody like Peter Obi is a perfect gentleman. You don't need to know him. If you look at Goodluck Jonathan is a perfect gentleman. He's humble. That is his nature. But it's not common within us in the South. That's just in general. But there are people that it's just like when you tell people, like, I see, no matter what happened, 8 years of Buhari, I criticize him. First of all, I don't believe Buhari was corrupt in terms of stealing money. I don't believe that. Buhari was a humble man. Even when you look at Goodluck as a person, I usually admire Goodluck. Me, I hammer Goodluck but I admire his personality, how humble he is. That is, I respect people in that direction. Like, you have all the power, you have the resources to bully people, but he was still gentle. But that, unfortunately, that did not really translate to leadership, you know. And sometimes if you're able to nice, you
So
start having problem with leadership.
Abiola was he a Muslim or Christian? Abiola?
Muslim.
He was very extravagant too, though. He wasn't like humble like that.
You know
He
what?
wasn't
Not
humble.
that. If you go back to the Abiola was humble, but he was extravagant. That's a typical Yoruba class. So it's more like you got to show the money, you got to do party, you got to. But if you are, if somebody like Davido's father is also very humble, very gentleman, very humble. If Femi, I did to an extent, Femi Oteda is also humble, but there are dark. Even Makadenuga is calm. He doesn't make noise.
But I think it's coming down to the fact
Abiola
that
is the chop life type. The chop life.
I think that
Yoruba.
description you give of the North, especially when you describe it, it tends to come from the elite part. I think it comes from them being of aristocratic background.
Yeah.
Because I think there's something about aristocrats. They've seen life, they've seen money all their life, generation after generation. They understand the basics of life. It doesn't. For some reason, I need to understand it more. I think Prince Harry wrote a book about them, about some of the things that drive them and what they do and all those things. It's worth seeing. Because for me, my mouth was open when I saw it in the UK. I was like, okay, these guys, you will not even know if you didn't look at their features. You when you see those elites in the UK, they're almost like a different breed. You can
just like
tell
Buhari's
by their
kids,
features.
like, they just mad cool, even when they were going to school in London, just relaxed.
So making that video about Buhari it reminds me that he's still a human being in the end, and sometimes we forget that. And he's a human being that tried his best. Maybe he's not clever enough. He's not clever enough to deal with Nigeria problems.
His best was not good enough.
He simply was not good enough.
Buhari just wasn't trying to die the second time.
And one of the things I admire most about him is that he doesn't cling to power. He doesn't want to cling to power.
Yeah.
He wanted out. He wanted out as soon as possible.
Buhari has some great quality as a person. Right? I remember the interview the current governor of Castina. He said he went to meet Buhari. He was telling Buhari, like, all the problem, more like seeking fatherly advice. Buhari said, nobody can fix this country. Just do your best and leave the rest. So
that's what he said.
That is actually the ideology. That is how Buhari ruled Nigeria. Buhari got to a point, he noticed that I can't keep myself. Let me just do what I can do.
This man crazy. There's no point dealing with their nonsense.
There is video of President Buhari where he was using toothpick, like, don't disturb me with your problem. So that was his attitude to ruling Nigeria. He just felt that this problem is too much. If I carry this problem on my head, I'm gonna die on time.
He did make Nigerians feel like fatherless people, to be fair. Most of the time.
Exactly.
He just abandoned everybody.
Because he was irritated. Okay, so I think, and this is the thing. The Nigeria he left in '85 is not what he came back to meet the second time around. So he couldn't believe it. Like, he was just like, holy crap, like, this is how these people are. Yeah, he was very disappointed, and he was very
I think Buhari would have gotten a better name after his first 4 years. He would just say, you know what, I'm not interested again. I want to conduct a new election. Let's see how. He would just like say, no, I don't want to contest again.
Yeah, but he didn't want to leave power for the people that were going to come behind him.
That is the other thing. But even the Kaaba, they will kill him. It does not have.
I don't know if they would have killed him.
Did anybody notice that Buhari? They said when he was governing the country for 9 months before he fell ill, that he was quite hands-on. That it seems like he was doing things the right way. I don't know.
That was when
people
somebody
said
can investigate that now, but I don't know how true.
Yeah, maybe because they said after he fell ill, power started moving away from him to other people in his government. Maybe that's what happened, because the first 9 months, I even went on ChatGPT to ask the same question. He says ChatGPT concluded that there was a marked difference, and then he went on to list all the marked difference that showed up after 9 months.
Yeah, because you realize the interest at play.
It was, that period was really sick, right? when these people started carrying fake news that
Jubril.
Buhari is Jubril
that
was
he's dead.
and
That's
even
also
during
undermining
even
too.
the day he died, KJ was still propagating all this.
Oh
I'm
my
like,
God!
can you
The
stop this
comment on
nonsense?
that video that I made, they were still almost everybody unanimous say he died twice.
Even IPOB member, even like it sounds very unintelligent discussion. People, it was irritating because you are talking of somebody that was meeting world leaders, meeting president of. Do you know what it takes to meet with president of America? This facial recognition. You are meeting British Prime Minister.
Nigerians
You are
can't
meeting.
recognize him. Nigerians can't
I
know
said,
who is
do
who.
you know what you're talking about? And educated people, you are online talking bullshit. Oh, like they said, like even the man that came here, I remember the Damiji was asking him, do you mean that was not Buhari? He said, yeah, that's what. I'm like, can you just stop your
As if they have
foolishness?
any issue removing Buhari from office. They can remove
It
Buhari.
was just complete rubbish. I
Unbridled
can't.
hate,
People were
unmitigated hate. There's no difference. There's no difference
Look at
between.
Tracy Jacobi. Jacobi, what do you mean? I didn't even mention Tracy Jacobi. What did you mean?
Tracy na mad girl.
Oh my God.
Unbridled hate and unmitigated dislike for someone. There's been studies that show that it induces, and there's no difference between it and psychosis. So when a person does not like you, when they literally hate you, not just dislike, hate, extreme dislike.
The hate was much.
There's
They really
no
don't like
difference.
him. They really don't like
There's
him.
no difference. When they speak, you could tell, like, okay, there's something wrong with this person, the way they're saying. Because for you to believe even a tenth of the things they do at that man, it's like, wow, okay. Like,
But Buhari has his blind spots. He had blind spots for his own countrymen, like some Fulanis, this thing, and the people that trade in foreign currency. He also had blind spots the way he talks about Southeast, and maybe it's just a human thing. He talked about the war that was fought in Nigeria, and he was saying that we killed ourselves. He didn't even say we killed some people. He said we killed
Yeah, he
ourselves.
really loved the
But
country.
people don't like that even when he says that, and they will be like, he says. Then he went on to say, what else can we have done to ourselves? We've damaged ourselves enough. We have to move on.
Let's be real. I love Buhari, but he was a bigot. Okay. I love him.
He had that issue.
He believed in
nepotism.
He believed, a tinge bit, but there was an element of bigotry there, like most Nigerians, like an overwhelming majority of Nigerians. Okay, and then he also believed in nepotism. He didn't trust too many outsiders, so he
didn't trust him. I noticed that
for good reason too.
The experience,
from experience, and then
the same thing for this president. Most democratic, they put their own people there.
I don't know why they doing that, but for Buhari case, right? Evil that killing, that coup that killed a lot of northern leaders. Those were the people that they were little boys that witnessed that crisis. So they didn't get over it to date. They didn't get over it. A lot of northern elders,
it's true.
They didn't get over it. So maybe the younger northerners, even the way you have it in the Southeast, the younger one, will be able to let these issues go and let's live as one, kind of look for common ground to be one. Because I think that was part of the thing that was drawing the country backward. Both sides didn't let it go. So even the in the East, for example, the Igbo, the elders, it was difficult because they witnessed this stuff. It's different. I have friends from the East. Some of them were telling me anytime their father want to tell their story about Biafra war, he will start crying. I have close friends. He said anytime her father mentioned that case, he said she will start crying because you got to be fair to both sides. It was a very bitter experience. Don't forget, even the Igbos, for example, you see people, a family of 10, they wipe out like half of them. It's hard.
Like
It's just
AY
like
said
we
something.
now. It's not like, yeah, you
interject.
wake up, somebody kill your father, kill your mother. It's hard. It's not easy, to be honest. To get
Both
over.
sides never let it go, and I think it harmed to a large extent. Again, I can see where they're coming from. It harmed the East more mentally than it harmed the rest of Nigeria. An example of what AY is saying, I'll tell you something.
No, we shouldn't go into that. We shouldn't go into that. We are supposed to be wrapping up.
Chinua Achebe,
We're just talking about this thing before we go.
Chinua Achebe, for example, was an author that I used to respect. You know, Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, people of that African contemporary literature. But his last book, before he passed away, let me see him in a different light. Completely different. If you've never read it, I'll say go read it and you see what I'm talking about. So
thank you for that. Thank you for that. You see, Madam, look, you see, one of the things my policy is don't tell people how to remember their leaders. They have the right to remember their leaders the way they choose to. My own is I will do it my own way. I disagree with them on almost everything they stand for.
Yeah.
But almost everything they stand for. But as a human being, you have to remember they are still your leader, you like it or not. They are still your leader. You have to accord them some element of respect. Otherwise, your children may not respect you. It's just how life is. They will judge you harshly just because they disagree with you.
You don't respect your parents, you expect your children to respect
exactly.
you.
And one thing I've known is that one parent will die. If that parent has 5 children, almost every 5 of them will react differently to their passing. And that is why I decided that, you know what, I'm not going to tell Nigerians how to mourn Buhari, whether they'll cost him, let them do, because it's the parent. If you rule well, people will translate, they will be crying on the street for you. That's what people do. You'll be surprised what people do when they love their leader, man.
Nigeria
We've seen that anymore. We've hardly seen that.
Nigeria actually appreciated Yilwadta a lot, all over.
You did? Yeah, that's interesting. I wasn't present there.
Oh, yeah.
You could be a bad leader and people will still cry for you in the street. It makes no difference.
Yeah. Look at
that. If the president of North Korea, if the president of North Korea
she's not full of hate. She used to be a better person.
If the president of North Korea was to die today, there will be millions of people lining the streets of Pyongyang.
Oh yeah, no, that one they will cry for him. And I would dare to say that in his own case, it's probably merited. The guy say whatever he like, he achieved something that even our leaders didn't achieve. Let's not go into that debate. Tomorrow we'll talk about that.
They're not crying because they love him. They're crying because they get hung if they don't cry.
Let me say goodbye to Madam Luke, Tracy Jacobin, all these haters. They just came out to spew all the haters. See, they all have their right to hate on whoever they want to hate on. If they want to hate on Buhari, they hate on him. But I'm going to play the video out again, and I really am proud of the fact that I was able to put it together because it wasn't so easy to do. Because and subscribe to my channel. I have 550 subscribers. I'm trying to get to 1,000 this year. Nobody has subscribed to my channel. Blessed last week said, because I said one thing, she wanted to go and subscribe. I just said one thing. He said, I'm not subscribing anymore. Why do people behave like this? All this are hateful behavior. We can't keep doing this. Just because you disagree with me doesn't mean you shouldn't subscribe. I'm sure Madam Luke hasn't subscribed to my channel.
Oh yeah, Tracy and Madam Luke, go and subscribe to
they haven't subscribed to your channel.
Go there
you
right
guys should
now.
go and subscribe. Come on. I need the subscribers, and then ask your friends to come and subscribe too. All right, let me play this one out in tomorrow or this evening. I will see you guys. Thank you very much for coming in. Joe Adegun, go and subscribe. Stop calling me toxic. You are here with us now. You must be watching it for a reason. Go and subscribe to the channel, Jare. Till next time, guys. Bye.